The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.
Yes, massive. Welcome to Tottenham away. It's almost Christmas. I've just got to quickly show you what's going on here, people. So I was just showing the one and only Hassan, Alex, stuck in an airport. There's nobody here. Look, nothing. I'm stuck here by myself. And I messaged quite a few people. I said, come and help me, please. I need to talk to human beings because I'm going mad. And thank God Hassan and Alex came to save the day. Look, people, snowed. But anyway, listen. First of all, Alex, big up, man. Thanks for coming on. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, bro. Well, Mr. Box Office is it's just enjoying the last moments until Christmas, isn't it? Merry Christmas to everybody, and to everybody whatever you celebrate. I have to say that. So yeah, and that's it really, and just trying to I've just done something on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV, just to say my piece on the long awaited new segment, new series of the good, the bad, and the best, the worst, and the bang average top 5 as well. You know, bang average top 5 about and actually I've actually come out with some positives out of it, to be honest with you, more positives than negatives, to be honest with you. So that's a first, isn't it? But yeah, it's all good. It's good to see Haz on the stream. It's good to see Adrian as well. And I'm sorry to hear that you're stuck in Scandinavia.
It's my own doing, man.
It's my own doing. At Christmas. Yeah, I mean, I always say go direct. Because you always have a problem, don't you? But like I said, back to you to this.
Listen, long story. But listen, big up to Alex. My brother Has from another mother. Has is off to Thailand soon as well. So Has, I hope this don't happen to you. But how you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Do you know what? I was having a little drink with family and stuff, but I said, do you know what? Excuse me, people. I need to get upstairs because I've got someone who's stuck in a bloody airport and they need company. I won't be long, but I had to keep you company still. It's not nice being on your own during Christmas, man.
Man,
we're here, man. We're here. Let's Adrian, nice to see you, brother.
Look, good to see you. We haven't met up for a little while ago. I mean, Alex sat next to me, but he didn't annoy me on the bus coming home from a Spurs game. Not the last one, the one before, I think. So even though we have different opinions, but Alex is used to fans having different opinions with him anyway. So yeah, good to see you. Happy Christmas, guys. Hope you'll have a great New Year. I'm only having this is my first drink tonight. I've got another bottle of drink, just nightcap, really. I don't want to ruin my Christmas dinner and get wrecked on a Christmas. I look forward to it. I'm going around with brothers. So, yeah, we're the last 2 surviving members of the family, like, you know. Mind you, he's got his family. So,
listen, Adrian, you're one of the godfathers of the football fan base, man. We need you. So, look, big up to Adrian, big up to Has, big up to Alex for joining us on a Christmas special random. We've got 50 people watching. God knows how, but we do. Let's say hello to people because they've taken the time to watch us, I guess.
Can I just say still before you get into it? It looks like a scene from Die Hard. You know when he's at the airport.
yeah.
Honestly, it looks like Die Hard, and Alan Rickman's gonna just come out of somewhere. You know what I mean? It looks
Listen,
mad.
if you hear me shouting out "Yippee-ki-yay,"
if you see a nun with an AK-47, just run, right? You know what I mean?
Mate, I'm gone. If I even hear the noise of a gun, I'm gone. Big up to El Said in the house. How you doing? Hope El Said's good.
Big up Chris. To the panel.
Big up to the panel. We've got Chris Gombar.
Big up to the chat's what I meant to say. See, and I've only had 2 mouthfuls. You know what I mean?
Listen, chat panel. Big up everyone. We've got Minerals General. Who's this? Sherry. Big up to you. Merry Christmas. Everyone say Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Ben's in the house. Baz. Listen, guys, I'm just going to read out your name because for whatever reason, it's slow coming up on my screen when I use it. So I'll just read out your name. We've got Baz, we've got Tony Rodriguez, we've got Andy, we've got Daniela. Graham's in the building. Scott M, how you doing, my man? We've got Strasbourg, Steve. He might come on later. We've got Rob, Aravind, Wolves F1, Robbie, Lily White, Lane. He might be coming on, and the disabled team. Big up to you. Merry Christmas to everyone. Look, I've kind of put a little bit of a plan together of what to do. But look, I firstly want to just quickly say shout out to Graham and Dean Stixie. I had a drink with them before the kickoff.
Massive shout.
And also big up to Danny the Bun, his Mrs. Sana. And Nick,
Yes, Mr. Kuriaku
as well. Yeah, we had a little Christmas drink before the Everton game. But listen, boys, let me ask you. Right? I know you've probably done streams already. I haven't done any since Everton because I was busy packing and whatnot. I looked at the stats, okay, for the Everton game, which we won. We dominated possession again, but not as much as usual. Everton had more shots than us. They had more on target than us. We had more. They had more off target. They had more shots blocked. Our passing accuracy was down. Normally it's 89, 90%. Clear-cut chances was equal. They had a lot more corners than us. In terms of stats, I think Everton outdid us. But the one stat that matters is goals scored. Do you think, right, that Everton were just better than us on the day? Or do you feel, and it's kind of what I saw, Alex, you can jump in as well, and Adrian, if you're at the game, well, Hass as well, we can all jump in. I kind of felt when Romero went off and we had a back line of Chicken Royale, Ben Davies, Dyer, and then in holding mid, Højbjerg, Skip, it's like we got the band back together, but not the good band. And I just felt we lost a lot of confidence in terms of how we play. What do you make of it? Hass, let me go to you first. What did you make of it watching the game? Do you think that Romero going off and then having to change things in midfield because Pape Sarr was carrying an injury just completely pretty much gave the game? There you go, Everton. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah, look, I thought Pape Sarr was having a good first half, to be honest with you. I think it was the best midfielder on the day.
Yeah.
Him going off made a difference as well. But yeah, definitely Romero for me, he's the only dependable one, like in the sense of he's the most capable defender we've got at the moment. So him going off made a world of difference. But look, I do think if we based it on second half and parts of the first half, I do think Everton were the better team. I honestly do think they were the better team. And then I'm not afraid to say that because at the end of the day, we were the better team against Aston Villa and we still ended up losing that game. Yeah. So, it works both ways. Teams can come to us, they can be better than us, and we end up with a result. But I do think we got away with one against Everton, if I'm being honest. I don't know how we come away without throwing it away, especially in the last few minutes. But yeah, definitely, look, Romero is going to be a problem, man. If he's not playing this week against Brighton, it's going to be a problem. And Brighton needs some points on the board. And I was saying this, guys, look, it's difficult for Ange. It's difficult for Ange in the sense that he's still got the same players there that were there under previous managers, and they couldn't get a tune out of these players, right? And there's nothing to say that Ange is going to get a tune out of them, but he's trying to make do with what he's got. And what he's doing at the moment is nothing short of phenomenal, if you ask me, because he's managing to get the points on the board. Yes, we had that blip in the middle, but he's still having to put these players, he's still having to depend on these players to come in to plug the gaps, because we've had so many gaps this season with Maddison going injured, Bissouma suspensions, just in general with suspensions and injuries to players. He's having to plug the gaps with these players that no other manager could get a tune out of. So in my books, he's doing a phenomenal job just by that, by the fact that he's having to use these players still. And I'm certain, and I don't know if anyone else can, agree with me, but I'm certain that we haven't even seen 15% of what Ange wants to do at Tottenham. Exactly 15%, honestly.
Let me bring in Adrian very quickly. TJ Warren, big up channel member. Happy holidays to Jed to Tottenham Away. Happy holiday to TJ Warren and all the guys over there. And also big up to Rafish, who just joined us. Adrian, do you think, like, based on what Hash just said, that there's a lot more to come from Ange? I mean, even he said it. himself, Big Ange, in interviews. Do you think there's a lot more to come?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
do you
yeah.
think there's more?
I mean,
Adrian, one second. Do you think there's more to come with the current squad, or do you think there's more to come with a newer squad as we get more transfer windows with him?
I think both. I think there's more to come with the current squad that we've got when everyone's fit, and more with new additions, which will only strengthen us. And the thing is, people talk about Ange Ball, but let's be honest. Since Van der Ven was injured, we haven't played a high press where you've seen our back line parked on the halfway line, have we? We've not. And against Everton, we went into Conte ball, didn't we? After we scored the second goal, I just think that the midfield too. There wasn't enough guile in midfield for us to beat the press or anything. And I just think they couldn't cope. I wouldn't blame them. It's 2. Everton dropped back into a 5 at times and got the ball back quickly and started coming at us. And I see good things from Kulu. I mean, let's be fair, though. Davies had a good game. So did Romero. Dyer didn't do anything wrong. He put in some good challenges and all that. So the back 4 coped. And they only had 8 shots on target to our 6. It looked at times as if they'd overwhelmed us. I thought Dan Juma did well for them, But and I did see things like, and I actually noticed Decky floating up in his free role he seems to have as a number 10. I noticed him floating over to the left because there was a few good times he linked up well with Son on the left, because Son's not the most muscular. He's not a unit, is he, when it comes down to taking players on. With Decky, Decky's just I know some fans are still a bit iffy with him, but to me, he can play right wing, left wing, centre forward in emergency as a number 10, a number 8, a number 6, an inverted fullback and a right fullback. And the reason I say he can play another 8, and some people have scoffed at me, is because Moussa Dembele at his best attributes were carrying the ball and not giving it away. You couldn't get the ball off him in training. Decky can do that, and he scores goals and gets assists. He's going to be such a... he's 23. You've yet to see So Ange Ball, with Decky and all that, my concern still for next season, not this, I think we'll qualify for Europe easy. I still think we can get 3rd, is on average since 1992, excluding Man City, because they're a bit of an anomaly, on average, 82 goals wins you the Premier League.
82 goals or 82 points?
82 goals. 82 goals.
How many?
Now, when you look at our players, right, we have got to have midfielders that score goals. They have got to chip in. If we're going to do serious damage in a league, which next year, even with recruitment, unless we get in you need like a Frank Lampard.
Adrian, can I just tell you something? As it stands right now, we are 3rd in the goal scoring charts, right?
Yeah.
We're 3 behind Man City.
Yeah.
And 2 behind Villa.
And we've got the best away record, and I think we scored the most goals away from home as well.
So in terms of goals, other than Man City, we are and Villa, we're the next best so far.
Yeah. How many have we scored? I haven't got it to hand. How many have we scored?
37 after 18 games. So if we score another, let's say 1 or 2 in the next game, we're looking at being on about 38.
We get through the 19th game unscathed, and Romero and Sarr on 4 yellow cards get the yellow card amnesty. I don't know if that. I don't think that played into Ange thinking during the Everton game, because he said that Richarlison had back. By the way, he's fit for Brighton. Romero's fit for Brighton, so that's a relief. He's just got to not get a yellow card. And Sarr, well, on 4, against a game like Everton when it's busy in midfield, I expected him to get one.
Don't forget Udogie's back as well for the Brighton game.
That's a big bonus, isn't it? I mean, the guy's a tank, isn't he, on the left? Isn't he? I mean, he's so good. I mean, we've struck gold. I mean, we've bought some crap in the past, but we struck gold with Udogie, Van der Ven, Vicario. I mean, God, there isn't a better goalkeeper in the Premier League than Vicario.
We're going to talk about Vicario. We're going to let me bring in Alex. Alex, you've heard Hassan and Adrian what they think about the match. You were there. I saw you afterwards, and I know I had to shoot off, but you hanged around to say hello to Perchy, and that big up to Perchy. But what did you make of the game, and what would you think of Spurs now going forward the next couple of games, Brighton and Bournemouth?
We're bang average. First, second half, it was absolutely awful. Absolutely awful. I thought Ange made some bad substitutions. I was going mad when Dyer came on. I still don't understand why the youngsters are not playing, as far as I'm concerned now. I'm getting to the point now where you know what you're getting with Dyer. You know what you're getting with Dyer. And we all said Dyer and Davis were absolutely useless against Wolves. Why are you doing it again?
But didn't Ashley Phillips just come back from an injury though? He's only just back.
I mean, at the same time, you got Dorian, you've got Dorrington. You know what I mean?
True.
So the point I'm making is at the moment he's not helping himself. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then I had the cheek of it. People saying to me in the crowd, saying, "You're moaning," and then they were moaning when we were making mistakes, and I was like, "Well, what did you expect? What did you expect?" You know what I mean? They're all looking at me like I was like weird. I was like, "Okay, you'll be moaning at me when we're making mistakes and we're getting nervous." And every single one of them was moaning at me, saying I was moaning, was saying, "Oh, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that?" What do you expect from Dyer? What do you expect from Højbjerg? Yeah, what do you expect? I'm sorry, I was just like sitting there, and this is we're doing it again. And by the way, it's Mr. Box Office that made that saying. By the way, not Sean from Spurs Talk Show. It's Mr. Box Office telling him that he's doing it again. By the way, you know what I mean. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, yeah, you know what I mean. And this is the thing. Yeah, and that's why I said, yeah, this guy. Yeah, and I'm fed up of hearing from Tottenham fans. When Van der Ven's coming back, when Maddison's coming back, well, that's not a squad then, bro. That's not a squad. Yeah. I spoke to you, Stelios, and I said to you, yeah, right? Because this is a bang average league, yeah, because we should be nowhere near this top of the league. We should be nowhere near. Yeah. We've got a chance of a title challenge. Yeah. This is I can't believe I'm saying this right now. Yeah. I can't believe I'm saying this right now, yeah, because this is a bang average league. We've got a chance of the title right now, yeah, right, and this can go for anyone in that top 6 right now, yeah, or top 10, and that sums up how bang average this league is at the moment, yeah. If you perform like that against Brighton and Bournemouth, you're getting handed to you right now, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was like Conte ball. Yeah, Everton should have equalised. Yeah, and maybe even got a winner because we were nowhere near. I'm sorry, Kulu, who was so supposedly unplayable against Nottingham Forest, which was an absolute nonsense, by the way. Yeah, because that was not an unplayable performance, by the way. Effective, not unplayable. Yeah, Gareth Bell, that's unplayable. Yeah, get Kulu. Only 5 minutes. Sorry, mate. You got to do more than that, mate, to be unplayable, man. Bruv. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's embarrassing. Yeah, Kulu was doing nothing as far as I'm concerned. Didn't do enough. Since Son and Richarlison scored the goals, did nothing. After that, Vicario saved us, but we'll go on to it next time. Yeah, Poro ran out of steam. Yeah, Emerson was good in terms of defensive, but still made a mistake. You know what I mean? Midfield, non-existent. I'm sorry. You know, you can't carry on like that. I'm sorry. We're lucky this league is bang average. I'm sorry. And Everton couldn't finish the dinner, and that's it. And that's Mr. Box Office talking the truth again. I'm not Alex, Mr. Box Office. Back to you, Stairs. I'm done.
Rafish, you've heard what Alex just said. So my question to you is this. Are Spurs in a good position because the league is bang average, or are Spurs in a good position because we've got a group of players and a manager that are just doing what needs to be done until hopefully we strengthen? Or is it a bit of both? Or do you have a completely different angle on this?
Spurs are in a good position because we got
Rafish.
Because we've got 8 when we beat teams, the teams are either poor or they're no good. We don't get no credit.
Adrian, it's for Rafish. It's Rafish's turn.
Sorry, Rafish. Sorry, mate.
No, that's fine, Adrian. Big up everyone.
Adrian loves it, man. Adrian loves it. Adrian just wants to talk.
You have to admire it. Anyway, how's the Finland weather still? Is it good?
You don't want to know. It's -3.
Oh wow, yeah, it's definitely freezing for sure. But yeah, from my perspective, I was at the watch along with Mari and Lee. Big up to those two. I mean, my analysis on the Everton game. I mean, is points on the board. You know, good win. The second half we made it a lot harder than it needed to be. I think, you know, I completely understand Alex's angle or Mr. Box Office's angle, I should say, that if Everton know how to finish the dinner, definitely would have got something from the game. They stepped up in the second half. But sometimes, even if we play poorly, good teams find a way. So, so that's the way I see it with the Everton game. And going forward, I think the biggest test would be January in terms of where we need to strengthen, because you have to take into consideration Basuma, Sarr, Son are going away in AFCON and Asia Cup respectively. We don't need to sign too many players like 5 and 6. We have to sign ideally 2 to 3 players to give the squad a push. And if we get players back from injury, then we'll be ready to go again. But with the league, with the league itself, like, of course you take into account other teams not performing, like Man United, Chelsea in the mud at the minute. But we just focus on ourselves, and we need to step up, like I said, against Brighton, because if Everton can outplay us in the second half, we kept giving the ball away, like, players treating it like hot potatoes, because Brighton will be a test. The way I think you tend to look at it from both sides. I think Brighton can play football. They will get in your face, but then the other side is that they can leave gaps for us to exploit. So either way, it's a good test on Thursday. And Hass is spot on with the manager, the way he's conducted himself this season. Like, think about the adversity we've had recently. 5 games without a win. Even then, at least you're seeing performances like Villa and West Ham games. We just didn't kill the game off. Like, so it's a learning curve for sure. But I think the manager's doing really well in these circumstances. We're starting to learn how to get out of adversity. But like you said, one game at a time.
Has, let me come back to you, right? And then I'm going to go straight to Adrian. For you, the fact that Spurs are 4 points off of the top of the table, approaching the halfway point of the season, and the team that's top has spent £700 million on one manager, a 4-year rebuild, got rid of all the players he doesn't want, brought in the kind of players that he does want. They've spent mega money on individual players like Declan Rice. For us to only be 4 points behind them, 3 months into a process, one transfer window, and having sold Harry Kane and not replaced him, is this a bang average league, or Spurs doing something that is just we can't explain? Because to be 4 points behind Arsenal, isn't that just a bit nuts?
Yeah, I think the amount of money Arsenal spent, they should be where they are. They should be top of the league. They should be top of the pile, or at least challenging Manchester City for the title. But the fact that we're 4 points behind, I was having a look at the Premier League table today, and I was thinking to myself, do you know what? 4 points in it, and we've been scrutinised with our results a lot more than Arsenal have. Yet Arsenal are the team that should be expected to challenge for the title. And I just think we've done pretty well to keep pace, even though we're 2 teams with different objectives, right? Their objective is we want to go for the league. They've come close last season, and they'll come close again this season. We, on the other hand, are looking to qualify for Europe, and we're still only 4 points behind Arsenal. So, look, I do think it's a funny old season this year. You've got the likes of Liverpool, even West Ham to some extent doing okay. Manchester City just stuttering constantly, draws, wins, losses. So, yeah, it's for the amount of money we've spent, I think the club should give themselves a pat on the back, because look at how much Arsenal have spent, and it still might not guarantee them the league. It's crazy.
Yeah,
the amount of money they've spent, £105 million on Rice, £65 million on Havertz. It's ridiculous, right? You're spending that sum of money. They haven't even won a trophy for the last, 2 years?
Yeah, 3 years.
3 years.
Even. Adrian, what's your take on this? Because, listen, as much as I'm loving it, and as much as I've been praising Spurs and Ange non-stop all season, to only be 4 points behind Arsenal, I don't want to put a down on Spurs, but something's not right here. Or are we underestimating how good we are? We just don't, because we're used to choking at some point. We just don't want to put too much praise on it, because Arsenal are 4 years in their process ahead of us. What do you make of it all? Only 4 points off the top.
Well, we've got 8 massive points this season with the win at home to Man United and Liverpool. And then we've got 2 massive points with a draw at Man City and Arsenal. So we played a lot of the what we would consider to be the main rivals. And in them first 10 games, we did it with our team. Now, without injuries and suspensions, we would probably be top of the league now, because you're only talking 4 points, because we are good enough. Now, when we win, it's always because the other team have got injuries or they're bad or something.
Well, Adrian, do you know what's funny? I was thinking about this today. Those home games against Villa and West Ham, where we dominated them but lost, had we have won those games like we should have, we would have been top by 2 points.
Yeah, we would have been top.
But we didn't win, so it doesn't matter.
Other good thing, now you can be half glass, half empty or half full. Now I'm half full. And the reason for that is, and we will get Europe. And the reason for that, since 1992, on average, 72 points gets you top 4. We've got 36, right? So we would need another 36 points. So in theory, we can lose 9 more games. We could lose to Chelsea away. We could lose to Arsenal away. We could lose to Man United away. We could lose to Liverpool away. We could lose to Newcastle away. Still have 4 games spare and still get Champions League football. 72 points. We need another 36. And we've got 36 from this half of the season already. And we've still got 1 game to play. So I'm supremely confident we're getting Champions League football. I mean, when we start the season, I went 5th. But after them 10 games, I went, we can get 3rd. I still think we can get 3rd. We need recruits in January. We will get them. We're only allowed to bring in a maximum of 3. I think when the teams then have to repost their 25-man squad by the end of the season, you can only add, I think, 3 players to your squad. I don't think that'll include a youngster. I believe we'll get 3 in, and I believe we may get a youngster because we've been linked with 3, haven't we? So 18-year-olds. So and they've all got something about them, but they're 18. You know what I mean? So you never know whether they're going to come good anymore. So, all right, we're Brighton away. Ange ain't had a lot of leeway, is he, about who he can choose? I mean, Alex can complain about bringing Dyer on and all that, but Dyer and Davies has been in great form recently, and Dyer didn't put a foot wrong. I undenied when he came on, but he didn't put a foot wrong during that game. He made some good challenges and clearances, you know. But Phillips should be fit now. I do want to see. I want 1 centre back brought in because you've got 40 games in the season, so you can guarantee a quality centre back game time. You're going to get suspensions and injuries, and you can virtually guarantee a second pair of central defenders 20 games because you've got 40 to play minimum without Europe, right? So you can do that. But I want to see Dorrington and Phillips given a go because they look to be quality. They are baller centre backs, what I've seen of them. And when Son's away, I want to see Veliz get 90 minutes as well. I've gone off on a bit of a tangent, but that's my usual passionate enthusiasm, right?
No. Listen, that's good because I can lead on to the super chat. Big up to Adrian Chia, who says Levy will use the same excuse. Big money done mean you win. Listen, I don't quite understand that, but I'm going to go with the fact you don't think Levy's going to spend the money. Alex, do you think Levy will spend the money, or do you think what Adrian's kind of saying, we're going to go a bit more down looking for more young players? But if we do buy more young players, are they going to play? Because the young, well, I guess it's how young they are. We haven't played Phillips, we haven't played Veliz, but yet we have played Adogian, we have played Van der Ven. So it's kind of like if we buy players that have been playing for a couple of years in a high league, we play them. But if we buy young players who haven't really played much, we don't play them. What do you think Levy's going to do? And what do you think about the whole youngster situation in January?
Well, for me at the moment, I think you've brought in. Well, from what I understand now, is that Scott Munn's not the guy that he's just a marketing guy. From what I understand, yeah, because I was listening to Tottenham on tour and I heard to Rez, and from what I heard from him, that he's just a marketing guy, right?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
So, right, if he's just a marketing guy, Levy's still in charge. Now, for me, the only issue I have at the moment, you bring in this Johan Lang and the other guy, which I can't remember his name now, that used to work at Aston Villa now. For me, you're doing this data-led approach now. There isn't any excuses now to let them just do what they need to do and let them work with Ange. Yeah? Right? And for me, at the moment, I think what we'll do, we have a certain types of players that we are looking at in the Premier League and we'll use our data-led approach to look at players that are similar to them abroad. That's what I think we'll do, basically. So we'll get the unknowns, like we got with Vicario, Van der Ven. You know, we had Tap Sober that we were looking at in the summer. I don't think we'll go for someone like a Gallagher, but I think we'll look for somebody like similar to a Gallagher, maybe. You know what I mean? To bring in, possibly, if it's too expensive. You know what I mean? And that's the sort of player that we'll bring in the January window, right? For me, at the moment, I think you know we've got to be more faster this time round if we've got any ambition to do something this season. Now, I'm still got the same opinion right now that it's a build, right? I've got no expectations this season, right? But you know, if we're looking to improve, and I don't see any excuses because from what I understand, I don't like talking about him too much. Daniel Levy wants to do things on the cheap. There's no really excuses for Daniel Levy to stop the work that is done with Johan Lang, his assistant, and Ange Postecoglou, right? And then if Ange Postecoglou's is going to have the final say on things, there won't be excuses if he gets the players that come in, right? That he hasn't got the squad for himself for the rest of the season and the following season as well, in the summer as well, right? So I think to answer your question, I think he will get the players that he wants, right? Because of the system that we've got in at the moment. Whether that will happen, what I want to say as well, the players that come in, they're competing for the places of the first team. I'm fed up of hearing the first team saying, "Oh, we need this player back. We need this player back." It doesn't work like that in top clubs. Yeah, you need players that are competing for your top spots as well. That's what happens in top clubs. You know what I mean? You know, an example I can give you: if Gareth Bell with Crunchier was Harry Redknapp's number one guy on the left.
Alex, sorry to interrupt you. Alex has his something's come up. He's got to shoot. So let's have a good Christmas, brother. Safe journey to
Cheers,
Thailand.
guys. Listen,
have a good Christmas.
I'll probably talk to you all at some point. Have a lovely Christmas, guys. Don't drink too much, or go the total opposite way and drink as much as you want. But listen, everyone in the chat, Merry Christmas, guys. Love you all. Make sure you stay tuned into the end. Keep this guy company because he's all alone in the airport. Bless him. Make sure you stick around with Stel. Stel, bless you, brother. Thank you very much. I hope you get home soon.
Pairs, what do you want for Christmas? Pair of trainers?
I already got 2 pairs for Christmas, mate. It's all lined up. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. I'll speak to you
later.
soon.
Thanks for coming on, man. Big up. Nice one, Hass. What a top guy. Alex, back to you, man. Sorry to interrupt you.
My example is that I've Crunchier with Crunchier, who was Harry Redknapp's guy, and then you have Gareth Bell. Gareth Bell suddenly came on the scene and then became very, very good, and he'd taken over that spot. Crunchier was left out the team, and then he ended up leaving. You know what I mean? So, you know, this is what I think we need to do at the moment. We need to change our mentality. And even though I don't even like the guy Postecoglou, I don't even like him because I still need convincing.
Alex, what do you mean by that? When you say I don't like him?
Yeah, it's just like I'm just not there with him at the moment. I'm just not convinced he's going to be here for years and years to come.
All right, can I ask you a question? When you say I don't like him, is it what you're trying to say? I'm not sure about him yet, or do you mean
I'm not sure. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by
all right, okay, because they're two different things. That's why when you say I don't like him,
I know. People might say it, but you get what I'm trying to say anyway at the moment.
Yeah, now I get it. Now I get it. Yeah, now I get it.
You know, it's just like I think he is not liking it at the moment. He doesn't like the mentality of the club at the moment. He doesn't like it, right? Because I've heard certain things about him having a bit of heated discussions with people behind the scenes, talking to Tottenham Hotspur people. What is it when they're doing the interviews? You know what I mean? Because he doesn't like the mentality of the Tottenham Hotspur hierarchy. He doesn't like it. You know what I mean? So for me, this is the thing. I think this is all things that I'm seeing at the moment. I think, yeah, there's so much to do at the moment that needs to change at Tottenham Hotspur. And that's why, at the moment, I'm still not sure at the moment whether this is the way to go forward. Because I hear a lot of Tottenham fans saying, oh, the future's bright now because we've got our football back. Which I agree, it's the best football since Poch. But I'm still not, I just think there's so many things that still need to be, there's still so many questions that haven't been answered at the moment. And until January and the summer and the next couple of seasons, I don't think we're going to have those questions answered, and that's it for me. And that's what I'm saying at the moment. So back to you, Stelios.
Back to you, Stelios, in the studio. Rathish. January, Levy, proper signings, ambitious signings, youngsters, unknowns. Where is it all heading?
I mean, ideally, we want to get established players in January. If it's not the case, we might be looking at ones for the future. I mean, the way I see it is, you don't have to sign players for the sake of it. You need to sign players that instantly not only builds a squad depth, but also, try and break into that 11. Because I feel like I already mentioned this earlier, like, the players missing through other tournaments, and currently, I think you might have seen Van der Ven in the darts, he was just practicing throwing his darts. So, that's really cool. I think, so as far as January is concerned, I feel like, we just need to buy sensibly. Like from the defensive standpoint, I think, if we have something about us, we should be looking at Todibo from Nice. I think Todibo would be good. Or even toss in Adebayo from Fulham. I think, these are the two players in that position that would give a push, in case if Romero or VDV missing. In midfield, I hear what Moxoff is saying about a similar player to like a Conor Gallagher, who's a workman-like who gets stuck in midfield. And ideally get a striker if possible.
Rafish, can I ask you a question on this?
Yeah,
Conor Gallagher is probably going to cost us about £50 million, right? British tax, young player, so he's got lots of years ahead of him. Is Conor Gallagher really an upgrade on our current midfield that is worth investing that kind of money in? Or do you... Because I'm not sure on this. I'm not saying no, but I'm not saying yeah. It's one of those, surely we can do better. I mean, how do you feel about Conor Gallagher?
I think Conor Gallagher, he doesn't become a bad player overnight. I mean, when he was at Crystal Palace, he performed really well. I think at Chelsea, he's been up and down, but I really doubt that we might consider getting him because obviously Chelsea and Spurs rivalry things. So I doubt they'll do business with us, but I know we're dealing with hypotheticals, but if we was to get Gallagher tomorrow, I think he'd be a squad player at best, That's how I look at it.
Yeah, see, Adrian, what do you think of Conor Gallagher? Because you were shaking your head because you know what? I was listening to some Chelsea fans talking the other day, and they said to me that Conor Gallagher right now is one of Chelsea's best players, right? The way he performs and what he gives that team. But if you think of the Chelsea teams that have won league titles with Ballack, Lampard, and I'm not going to go through the players, the Essiens, the Makalelis, the Conte, all those teams.
John B. Mikel, yeah.
Mate, he doesn't even get into the squad, they're saying.
My issue with Gallagher is not that I don't think he's a good player or Calvin Phillips. They both do good jobs in teams and systems that they're put in. My problem is when we've got four of our best midfielders fit, Bentancur, Basuma, Maddison, and Sarr, does Conor Gallagher or Calvin Phillips get in there? And you could add Kulusevski to that as a number 10. So then you've got five good midfielders at Spurs. You're going to perm 3 from 5. It's not set in stone what 3 will start every game. So they're not going to get in the team. If you're going to bring a player in, you need to bring a player in of better, like Alex was right. You've got to be able to look at that bench and be able to go swap like for like in quality. You won't hope they're going to offer something different because if you're making subs, usually if it's not going well, you want someone to come on and offer something different. And Gallagher, I mean, either of them, I don't see them unless they do something superb. I just don't see them breaking into our midfield. Midfield's not our problem. Our problem midfield is that our midfielders are injured. That's the problem. It's not a question of quality in our midfield. So I don't see that. And with your point on Tosin, yeah, fine, 6'5" and all that. But just bear this in mind. Fulham have got the second semi-final of the AFL Trophy on the 24th of January. I don't think Tosin's a goer unless it is in the summer. And by then, we need to get someone in now. So, and we've got like basically 5 homegrown players in Maddison, Skip, Sessegnon, Foster and Johnson. I know we got Brandon Austin and Whiteman on the bench, right? But they can't rate them. I know Stell City had good reports for the under-21s, but before on a previous pod. But the way I see it, you don't give Foster another year if you're going to promote Brandon Austin, who's 24 now, by the way, and in the squad. I've heard a lot more noises about our academy players, but no good noises about them. I might be wrong, though, because Stell might have heard different. So I think Foster's been given a year because I think Josh Keeley's going to be the number 2, after that year's up, because he does look a talent. He does look a talent. I've seen a few of his saves he's made. So, yeah. So, midfield, I don't see... If Ange wants a midfield, I don't know what he wants. I mean, perhaps he just wants a fit player. But, I mean, like, I don't know what he wants.
He wants a player that doesn't get a red card every month.
Yeah, true. Well, Basuma, it's unfortunate that it's come before AFCON and the Asian Cup, isn't it, But he won't be out there long because Mali won't do well. But Senegal with Sarr and Son with South Korea, they'll be favourites to reach the finals of the competition. So we'll lose them for Everton away and, Brentford at home first, isn't it, on the 30th of Jan after the winter break. And then it's like Everton away and then I think it's Brighton at home. So we could lose 2 of them for 3 games, basically. So... And then if they come back, when do they come back? Are they jet lagged? You know what I mean? So all issues. Yeah, we've been unfortunate with injuries. So get the centre back in. I've watched 2 videos today actually of Tabibo and Radu Dragusin. Interesting thing was I would take Tabibo. I think he's better, but he's 23, whereas Dragusin's 21. So he's got a bit more. He's got 2 seasons extra experience under his belt. So I would take him. They both look quality players. They're both better than Dyer and Davis, right? From what I've seen, they're both much better.
And do you know what's good? If we sign another centre-back. If we sign another centre-back and then we have a problem at left-back, you can then play Van der Ven in the left-back role.
Yeah,
if you have to for a couple of games. And then you've got your new centre-back plays next to Romero. So it gives you more versatility for the Adogi.
You could do that with Lloyd Kelly, but I think he's only about 5'9". I like units at the back. I like tall players.
I don't want... Do you know what? I'll be honest with you guys. I don't want Lloyd Kelly. For me, that's just...
So is Tosin, but I just don't see us getting Tosin.
We need quality. We need quality, not just homegrown players. Guys, go on, finish off.
We've got an outside chance of getting Jota on loan, I suppose, or Samuel Illing Jr. at Juventus looks good. But I mean, I've watched these videos recently. Like, looks good, but it's like you can never tell till they play in the Premier League, though, can you? When it comes to
Jota, Jimenez, go get Rafinha from Barcelona. He scores goals. He can play out wide.
Make my transfer window. Go to Juventus and get Vlahovic and Bremer. Yeah, that's what you do. If you want to bring quality in, you get the best defender in Serie A. Yeah, he's a beast. And then Vlahovic, he can play. He takes players on. He can break for midfield.
We're not going to get Vlahovic. I had this argument on We Are Tottenham TV with Sim the other day. I was saying, look, I agree with you. We need another striker. He's saying, but we're not going to get one whilst we've got Son and Richarlison. If Richarlison's scoring goals, Son's scoring goals, even though Son's going away for Asia Cup for a month, we're not going to go and buy a striker now.
And we need...
He made a good point. I disagreed with that thinking, but he made a good point of what the club's going to do, though.
I looked at Sergio Garassi today from Stuttgart, and he looks decent. But Ange likes versatile players who can play across the front 3. I get that. There's been games when Son's looked well as the number 9, and he's looked good on the wing. And there's been games when he hasn't looked so good. The same with Richarlison in both positions. Yeah. But you need players that can switch. Because if it isn't working, If Son's playing in the middle against a low block, he has struggled in the past. If it isn't working, you need the two footballers to be intelligent enough to switch. And if Richarlison goes out to the left wing and because it ain't happening and Son goes in the middle, then when you get set pieces and free kicks, Richarlison goes back in the middle again, doesn't he? Because he's good in the air. So that's why I think Ange likes versatile players, So I hope we get one. Oh, and Johan Langer went to look at Radu Dragusin, right? He went out to have a look at him. So they've done the analytics. So now they've gone to do the eye test on him. Looks good to me in the video I see him. Looks good. So
let me bring in Alex. But before I do that, it is in the UK officially now Christmas. So everyone watching from the UK, Merry Christmas to you all and your friends and your family. If you're behind the UK, Christmas isn't quite there. If you're ahead of the UK, you're already celebrating Christmas. So Merry Christmas to you all, people. Big up. Thanks for joining us. Madness that we're live on Christmas Day. Absolute madness. But Alex, we're talking about transfers. We're talking about players that the recruitment team are looking at. We're talking about what we want, what we think. But there was a story today about this man, Dane Scarlett. Now, the story read, I'll read it out. Dane Scarlett is set to be recalled by Spurs. Ipswich Town manager Kieran McKenna has revealed there are conversations with Tottenham at the moment. It looks very likely he'll be recalled at the start of January. Tottenham have an injury issue at the moment, and they have their main man, Son, going to the Asia Cup. Now, I just want to put a question to you, and then you tell me. He's hardly played for Ipswich this year. That means he's not good enough or he's not ready yet. But for Spurs to pull him back, that means they want cover because he must be good enough then in their eyes. So why isn't Veliz being used as the cover? And what was the point of signing Veliz? I don't understand what we're doing here. Either we buy a striker that we're crying out for with the Harry Kane money that we've got, or maybe we've spent it, God knows. What's the point of loaning out Scarlett if you're going to bring him back when he's not playing there and you're going to use him as the backup? And why have we signed Veliz? Listen, I'm not going to lie. If Scarlett comes back and does magic, amazing. But I just don't get what we're doing here, Alex. I know everyone's going to want to have a say on this, but Alex, sign a striker? Well, we're not because Scarlett's going to come back. Why is Veliz at the club? Alex, can you make any sense of it?
All I would say is this. Postecoglou's got to make himself known and say something about it, because what we don't want is the same situation we're in right now with the youngsters, the class of '92, according to Johnny from Tottenham on Tour, by the way, right? Saying that we could use these youngsters and end up saying, oh no, they're not good enough at the moment, yeah, and then we end up playing Dyer and Davis, yeah. Well, I agree with people. Davis has not been too bad, right? But Dyer, sorry, not having it, yeah, right. And I think for me at the moment, he's either good enough or he's not good enough to play in the team right now, right? You're gonna have to use them because we're gonna get injuries. Yeah, you got to play it like you're gonna have injuries. Yeah, regardless if you're not going to be in the FA Cup, if you get out of the FA Cup, it don't matter, right? You're going to have to play your whole squad. Yeah. So for me, right, if you're not going to play him, put it out on loan. Put him on loan. There's no point in taking him back if you're not going to play him. There's just no point, right? There's literally no point. Okay. So if we're going to bring him back, you've got to use him. There's none of this, oh, he's too young. Oh, we're going to ruin his confidence. And by the way, someone is saying in the chat that Mr. Box Office is moaning. Mr. Box Office is making himself known. Yeah. And if you don't know, get to know, get used to that. And every single time, and that's it. Yeah. Because Adrian knows that and Silios knows that. And everybody else knows how Mr. Box Office plays his game, and that's it. So get used to it because he ain't going nowhere, and that's it. The point I'm saying is, yeah, and Merry Christmas to everybody as well. My point is, yeah, right, is that, like I said before, that is the squad. That is the squad. Yeah, that is the squad. That is what you need to use, and that's it. Yeah. So if you need to get a striker in, get a striker in. Yeah. This is why we've got this data-led approach. Yeah. Because there's one thing I will say, which is ringing true from what Adrian just said, by the way, because I forgot to acknowledge him, because he actually is speaking facts, by the way. Yeah. right? 72 points. Not that I'm bothered about Champions League, by the way, because Champions League's not a trophy, but 72 points can get you Champions League. Yeah, because he is right. He's absolutely spot on what he's saying, by the way. Yeah. So, like I said, to back to this question, if you need to get a striker in, just get the striker in. Yeah. Don't do what you did with the defense and get a defender in as well and get the midfield in what you need. Okay. Because if you don't trust these youngsters, which is what we're seeing at the moment, as Postecoglou does not trust these youngsters at the moment, right? You either put them on loan, right, and get the players that you need to fill the squad in. So at least then you can say you got your squad. Now you deal with that. Yeah, you deal with that, and that's it. Yeah, and also just to add on suspensions. Yeah, right. To add on suspensions, I don't care about suspensions right now. Yeah, because it's a build. Yeah, you're learning. You need to keep full throttle in this team. If you don't do it, you'll be out the team. Yeah. The only thing is the problem is, right, and I just said it, right, and this is where this is where I agree. See, you see, I might not like Ange, right? I'm not there with Ange, yeah, but I do give him props for what he says, right? And he said this. He said, "Yeah, we'll get suspensions. That's fine, but that's on them, yeah, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be missing out. Because if someone takes their spot and they're playing well, you need to fight for your place back then. You know what I mean? Yeah. So Angie's getting it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. He's giving you little tips and saying, we're here to fight for your place. You get in the team, your first team. If you use your place to somebody else and they're playing better than you need to fight for your place. Yeah. So that's how it works in top teams. Yeah. So that's why I'm not worried about suspensions, because that's what you should have a squad for. You know what I mean? And that's it. So that was my little message, just to say that as well. Sorry if I've gone off subject, but I wanted to add that as well. Back to you, Stelios. I'm done.
I'm done. You can talk about whatever you want. It's Tottenham. Rafish, Scarlett coming back. Why is Villiers at the club? Why can't we just sign another striker? If the youngsters were that good, why haven't they played for Tottenham yet? Does this not add up with you? Because for me, this doesn't add up. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I think none of this makes good business sense, because if you think about it, we signed for Liss. Like, why is he not getting minutes under his belt regularly? Like, I think bringing Dane Scarlett back from Ipswich, I think it's a little bit desperate, because we got Felice, like we said, at the club. Like, you might as well be better off with him, because if he can't get game time, then we might as well loan him out just to compensate getting a new striker. So yeah, it's just a bit panicky, I'd say. I mean, I think it is a huge gamble that we're taking, because like you said, still, like, he hasn't had any minutes whatsoever at Ipswich, like, in the Championship. So if you don't have minutes under your belt, then you'll definitely look rusty for sure. So yeah.
Matt Coppin, one of our own, says Merry Christmas, Stel. Merry Christmas to you, and Merry Christmas to all the panel.
Merry Christmas,
as
Matt.
well.
Big up.
We've got another super chat here as well. Big up to, just get up on the screen. What's happened there? I hope I don't butcher this name. Chang Chin Seong, who says, to Stelios, Adrian, and Tottenham Away crew, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, my friend. Thank you for tuning in to watch us on Christmas Day. Got 140 people watching. Madness. Absolute madness. But
Can I say something, Stelios?
Yeah, go
Can I
on.
say something,
Go
Stelios?
on, Alex. Can
I say something, Stelios? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something, and you'll be surprised to say this right now. This is not about this is about Tottenham fans at the moment. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to meet every single one of you at the stadium this year. You know what I mean? Yeah, because whether we agree or disagree, and that's it. Yeah, right. It shows you what it's all about. The fans. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And that's what I say and everything else. Yeah, right. Even meeting Adrian, you know what I mean? We might disagree and agree or disagree, but you see Alex. You meet Alex when you're at the stadium as well. You know what I mean? And you have a good conversation with Alex, even though Alex will say what he needs to say and that's it. You know what I mean? Celios, Danny, everyone. You know what I mean? And I think for me at the moment, that just sums up what football's all about, the fans. Yeah. And unfortunately, I think next couple of years, I think as it goes on, football, I think it become less about the fans, unfortunately. And I think we just got to treasure it for what it is, football about the fans. You know what I mean? Because that's what football's all about, and that's it. Sorry, Slows, I just had to say that. That's it.
And I think that's a lovely thing to say. For me, there's two communities here. You've got the Spurs community. We don't have to agree, but when we see each other, well, mate, we all wear the Spurs badge on our chest, so we're all Tottenham. And then you've got the football community where rivals, even if you meet some of them, listen, they love football, we love football. We just got different communities we want to follow, right? And that's it. I love his football and Tottenham, so I get it, man. Big up to you for saying that, Adrian. Going back to this situation. Oh, quick super chat again from Matt Coppin, who says, "Great show, guys. Tottenham till I die." Matt, I've sent you the link. If you fancy jumping on, feel free. If not, don't worry about it.
With Scarlett.
But what would you make of it? We're not, you spoke on it about signing Vlahovic, but the club's bringing back. Go on, Adrian.
Before I had Spurs Plus, I watched a few academy games, and the players that stood out were at the time were Harvey White, Skip, Scarlett, and players that stand out. You've seen players that stand out in the games that you've coached. They stand out. And we had another young player there called Dylan McCandy, who was good. And he was doing great things. Now, I don't know if he got too big for his boots and all that, but he wanted out because he wanted first team football or whatever. And he ended up going up to Blackburn, the big Asian community up there. Perhaps that's why he went. And unfortunately, he got a big injury. But the issue with me and Dylan McCandy is he never went out on loan to anyone still. I mean, White did, Scarlett has, Parrott's doing okay in Excelsior. We sent the other young kid that's now at Sporting Lisbon, Marcus Edwards. He did a stint so we got some sort of connection with him there. And Parrott's doing all right, so he'll probably come back. Look, you watch our under 21s now, but they're not under 21s. Most of them are 19, 18, and the young ones we've brought in, and that's because this is all down to Paratici. The whole structure, you'll know still, you've been down the academy, it's been changed since Dean Rastrick went. We had a strict pay structure there. Now that's been scrapped. We can bring youngsters in and buy their mum and dad a car or a house or whatever it takes to get them to come to the club.
Adrian, I understand all that. But for me, you spoke about wanting to see Vlahovic signed by Tottenham.
Yeah.
But Spurs, the news is we're bringing back Scarlett. Scarlett hasn't even hardly played for Ipswich this year. She's had hardly any experience. Why are we bringing back Scarlett instead of signing a striker? And if we are bringing back Scarlett, why have we got Veliz at the club? What do you make of that, Adrian? Because to me, something doesn't add up here.
Veliz will get game time, and I think Scarlett's got a good chance at game time. He scored a nice goal against Shakhtar Donetsk, didn't he? When we had the sort of friendly game with him at the stadium, right? Nice turn and shot in the net. He's got something about him, Scarlett, but it doesn't always work. It's rare that a player comes in from that level, hits the game. Look how many loans Harry Kane had, and he's a world-class player now. And it is a risk. You're the manager, and if you've got a bench, right, you put 4 youngsters on it for a new game, and you now blood one of them youngsters above the players on your bench. Well, if you haven't got confidence in the other players in your bench, they shouldn't be on the bench in the first place, should they? So there is that issue, and the fact that I think, let me change this. I think we've got the game against Burnley at home on Friday the 5th of January, right, in the FA Cup. I don't think Ange will make the same mistake he made at Fulham because he was wrong there. There's no two ways about it. He got it wrong, right? Now, there's a chance that Veliz might get game time there. We see how Richarlison goes. I hope Richarlison keeps this good vein of form going. I hope he keeps it going. Veliz will get a game. Scarlett will give us something different on the bench. He can score goals. He's a bit of an eel. He's slippery. He's quick on the turn. He's one of these like quicksilver forwards. He will cause other teams problems, but it's confidence, isn't it, as well, at that level. So I think Scarlett will be brought back as backup because I think Parrott we can't take him back because I think in that deal we said you can have him for the year, so we can't break that deal. But I think Scarlett's a good prospect. You know, the youngsters I really like when I watch them play on Spurs play, but they are young, aren't they? You know what I mean? They're like 18, 19. And all right, you can get, it's not often, you're not going to get a precocious talent come through like a Perriman and Oddle and play at 16, 17. I mean, young Alfie Devine looks to be a phenomenal player who can play in various positions, you know. Mikey Moore, I mean, he's 16, 17, something like 17 goals in 14 games, a hat-trick against Croatia, and something like 11 assists. His stats are absolutely mental. And Donnelly's stats are mental as well. So I'd like to see him squeezed in. I mean, he's got something like 11 assists and so many goals in 12. It's like at least a goal a game or more, right? His stats are good. And he came in from Northern Ireland as a striker, and it's like, but he can play and create from a midfield position. So he's versatile. So Ange will like him for that. He loves a versatile player. So the kids, I mean, Soonsup Bell's banging goals in for fun. Lancashire's banging goals in for fun. The under-21 team, I think they were 9 games. Unless they played 10, I can't remember. 9 games, 9 wins, 4-point league. 4 point at the top of the league. They're winning the league, right? You know, the under-18s, I think, lost their first game the other day or the other week. Right? So we've got some great crop of youngsters. So the academy will pay for itself. They won't all get through to the first team, but if we've got to create that pathway, because if you create a pathway, young players will want to come to Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a winning team that won 2 League Cups last year. Youngsters did. They won the under-17s and under-18 Cup, both of them. Then they will want to come. You know, success attracts players. They want to be with a winning team, don't they? And there's Noel John, will he kick on? I like Santiago. I like him because I like these skillful players. I like Santiago. You know,
Santiago was good at under 18s. I watched. We played. I can't remember. We played with Drew 1-1. I just want to do a quick shout out to Matt Coppin again. He says I will try and jump on in a bit. We're lucky to have Ange. Just imagine when he gets a few more players. Big up to you, Matt Coppin, for that super chat, guys. Whilst we're talking,
I'm gonna jump off now. Thank you for having me. You know,
cheers,
Merry
mate.
Christmas to all of you. You know,
cheers,
and the chat as well. So yeah, come on, you Spurs.
Come on, Spurs. To Rafish, Merry Christmas to Rafish and his family. Got loads of people saying Merry Christmas in the chat. Merry Christmas to each other. Big up to all of you in the chat, wishing each other Merry Christmas. Whilst we're talking about stats, I want to bring up this, Alex. Vicario. No goalkeeper in the Premier League has kept more clean sheets, 6 of them. No keeper has made more keeper sweep regains in the Premier League this season, 20. Tottenham Hotspur's summer signing Vicario. That's who we're talking about. We bought this player, 15, 16 million, whatever it is. My question to you is this. Is he the signing of the season, Alex?
If we're going on what's happened now, I mean, I don't care about those stats. I don't care because I'm done with stats now because they just give me a headache now. I'm sorry, but I'm going what I'm watching, right, and what I've seen at the games, right, and this guy has been very, very good. He's been very, very good. I've said it on my channel, Mr. Box Office TV, with the best, the worst, and the bang average, and he was one of my best ones. Yeah, so if you want to go and watch that and go and see it, if you don't know, you should have got to know already because I've said it on my channel already, and it's a new video as well, a new series of the good, the bad, and the bang average. So, like I said before, it's he has been very, very good. He has been very good. He saved us. He saved us yesterday.
£17 million. Is he the signing of the season in the Premier League?
Well, at the moment, he is. At the moment, for me, At the moment, if we're going on, to answer your question directly, yes.
Because I'm thinking,
at the moment,
when you look at signings, Maddison, Van der Ven, they're like 40, 45 million. Declan Rice, 100 million. I'm thinking of players that have signed for other clubs that have been good this season. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anyone for for between 15 to 25, 30 million, who's been as impressive as Vicario. I mean, Adrian, is Vicario the signing of the season?
Easily Spurs player of the season so far as well. I mean, he
yeah.
first caught my eye. Remember the pre-season game at Barcelona? Yeah, it was a good game to watch, wasn't it? Right? They won it. That save he made from the ex-Chelsea player that was coming like an Exocet missile under his bar. Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, well, if you can save one of those, you look to be half decent. Then he started off against Brentford, a little bit nervous. But after that, he's just kicked on. He's just built on it. He's just gone from strength to strength. The guy, I mean, his positional play, his angles is excellent. I'm not interested in shot stopping because that should be the prerequisite of every goalkeeper. There was fans who was, oh, it's a good shot stopper. Really? If he ain't, he shouldn't be in the team, right? So, but his agility, he's like, his agility is as good as Lloris at his best. I know Lloris has lost a bit, right? And his distribution, his kicking's better than Lloris's because Lloris can kick to save his life, and his throwing to the halfway line and all that, and he looks to progress the play. He's proactive. He looks to progress the play. He doesn't walk around the penalty area with the ball in his hand. He's always looking to speed things up. Another goalkeeper, in other words, he doesn't diver. He doesn't diver on the ball, you know, and he's confident now. He is confident. The fans love him. At the end, he went down to applaud him. They was going nuts over him, like, you know. I mean, the fans have been fantastic this season. Right. So, yeah. So, what more can you say? Kicking, distribution. He's like sweeper, keeper. He's a great saver. Look at that save he did with his legs the other day.
Do you know? Oh, by the way, bring it, big boy, big up, channel member for 7 months. Everyone, happy holiday. Do you think Bowen is good right wing? I'll come back to this in a minute because we're talking about Vicario. I will come back to it. Thank you for that. The one thing I like about Vicario is I think he brings an air of confidence to his back line. I think one of the reasons the Dyers, the Davies, the Emersons have come in and we've managed to get through games is I think the goalie gives them an extra ounce of confidence in their game.
Yeah, definitely.
Because they know he's not going to give them a ball and put them under pressure with a misplaced pass, an underweighted throw, a miskicked, you know,
He's a leader.
You know,
he's a leader.
And when he comes for a ball,
yeah, he has got leadership. But I think they trust him, Alex.
Yeah.
I think they trust him. Yeah, you're right.
And when he comes
he was on a chat with Emerson. I saw him having a go at Emerson. Yeah, and he has a go at his defenders. I don't think you've seen it, Adrian. Do you see it, Adrian?
Yeah,
he's
I
having
see
a chat with
one.
By the way, Everton defenders always talk to each other as well. And I saw the Everton defender and what is it, Tarkowski and Breathwaite and Pickford. They could not stop talking to each other. You know what I mean? That shows you a good back line. You know what I mean?
That Braithwaite, he looked like a good defender. You know.
Yeah,
I like the look of that Braithwaite
because they were just chatting to each other. You see, Tom Scott. You see, this is where I was seeing things. I was just
Spurs
thinking,
should try and get him.
Leader, just an absolute leader. And this is the thing. Like I said, this is why I go to games because you don't see these things on TV. Yeah, this is why I'm not having to go at people that can't go because I know everyone can't go. But the thing is that we see things that you don't see.
He commands his penalty area, doesn't he? When he comes for a ball,
he does, doesn't he?
When he comes for a ball, Alex, what I like about he catches it. He ain't one of those goalkeepers that punches it, and he knows he's going to catch it. And he's had situations where some of our defenders are giving right dodgy balls to deal with them, but he deals with them. He deals with them. He's quick enough. He's got that vision. He's like, and he's just got great intelligent awareness for a goalkeeper. He's got great intelligent awareness for his angles and all that.
His saves are fantastic, but it's just the leadership.
I'm surprised the club haven't done a short clip of his saves because they don't have other players. They should do it. Just let people see how good this goalkeeper really is.
Yeah, it's just at the moment. Yeah. I'm gonna hold off on saying how good he is at the moment because he needs to do it a few seasons, right? That's where we've got to take it. But from what I've seen, right at the stadium as well, right. I've got to say he's been fantastic, and he's a leader. Yeah, and you know, Mr. Box Office, like I said, I don't care. I can have a go at my players as well. Yeah, I'm ruthless with my players as well. Yeah, but I can't disagree. It was the Fulham game that was done it for me, he made a fantastic save. I think it was a corner, and he made a fantastic save. And straight away after that, we scored the goal. Yeah, we did that in the goal, but that wasn't really his fault. And I think the goal was coming, Everton goal. Yeah, the goal was coming. Yeah, so I'm not going to blame him for that. Yeah, but mostly the only reason why Everton didn't equalize and get a winner was because of him. Yeah, and I'm sorry, he was fantastic.
Ben
And
Juma did well for them. I thought Everton when he was one.
exactly. So for me, I think for me, he's very much under the radar. He just needs to keep it going. You know, it's too soon to say that he's the best at the moment, but he has looked really good. And I'll tell you right now, right, there'll be teams looking for him in the summer.
They won't get him. Back to Stell's point about Braithwaite. Yeah, good player, but this is where, when you've got a good youngster, this is where it gets me with experience, you see. Because Braithwaite, they say 100 million, but supposing he isn't. Supposing 50, 55, 60 million they want for him, right? The issue with that is you can go and get Bramer for that, proven. So then you're getting an oven-ready player.
When you talk about price, yeah.
In when you're talking price, even at Bayer Leverkusen now, right? You've got Tar and Tapsoba who signed a new coach playing together. I think they've switched to a back four.
So good.
So in Kapi's unhappy there. He's young, but he looks good. And he's left-footed. So, but my attention's drawn actually to Radu Dragutin, because if Langer's gone and looked at him, that tells me something. We've got to read between the lines there, because I think if we know that now it's been agreed that Matey has got 25% share in Man United and he owns Nice, right? Jim Ratcliffe owns Nice Football Club. So it doesn't mean it would stop a block on the deal, because you got the management of the club. They decide who comes and goes, because if they ain't trusted by the owner, then you're going to resign and go anyway, because there's no point.
Yeah, but Adrian, hold on. Would be stupid to think that the owner can't overrule.
The
staff.
Because Levy would do it.
Hey, any owner would. I just want to quickly just big up to Dietrich. Merry Christmas to you. I'm going to bring him in just a second. I just want to quickly say to Terence Sampson, if Vicario is not the signing of the season, who is? So tell me who is, so at least we can debate that. And to Alpha Spurs, do we think Vicario will stay for 4 years? I'll go back to what Adrian said earlier on. Players want to come to a club that's going places and winning. If we aren't winning silverware in 3-4 years' time, then no, I think he'll be gone. Just like Harry Kane left, Bale, Berbatov, Carrick. The best players will always go if you don't bring in silverware. That's going to be down to Levy backing Ange for me, because I think if he backs Ange, Ange will end. I think Ange will end the trophy drought if Levy backs him. I really believe that.
I see all our quality players being given extended contracts, including Son. He's got another year extension they can add, but I think they'll give him a 3-year, right? With the option of another year on top of that, because he's got the speed to carry on. All he's got to do is slip a defender on the edge of the penalty area to score a goal, and he's our best finisher. So I can see Son getting a new one. They're already talking about upping the wages of other players and giving them extended contracts. Listen, you want to come and take our players? We'll leave it. Well, Scott Munn. Scott Munn is actually the official chief executive officer. Alex said the guy who deals with the money is the guy, all the marketing and promotions. The one who should be getting a long-awaited naming rights deal is Todd Klein. He does all the marketing stuff, sponsorship stuff, and all that stuff. But Scott Munn is an overall charge of all the academies, the first team, everything, over Ange, over everything, basically. He's like Levy Mark II at the club. Right? Mile Jedinek, who came from Aston Villa, who was captain of Australia, he sits up with the press with all the analytics on his laptop and all that, and they're constantly pumping information down to Ange, and all that stuff. So, and then you've got
Adrian, I'll be honest with you, all this means nothing to me unless in January I see some good players coming in, and in the summer I see a repeat of what I saw last summer. If I don't see last summer window as the normal now, then all of this means nothing to me. I can handle.
That's the thing at the moment. I think, unfortunately, I hear what you're saying, Adrian. I was thinking like that as well, and I'm not having to go. I was not. By the way, this is not having to go.
No. I'm just trying.
This is not having to go Rez. Right, this is not having to go at Rez, by the way, because the thing is, he's a fantastic guy, and it just I think it's because I've got that syndrome with Tottenham at the moment. You know things don't lie at the moment, but I think seriously hit the nail on the head there. By the way, You have to see how it goes the next couple of summers and see how it goes, and that's it for me. But I hear what you're saying, though. I hear what you're saying, because I was thinking like that. You're like Q as well, Adrian, to be honest with you, right?
And
But
on Stell's point there, right? Our recruitment team would have been doing a Paratician. Paratici's still involved, mate. I can still see us getting Samuel Ilin Jr. from Juventus, right? Or nicking a couple more of their players because they're skint, right? Yeah, I mean, and I think, well, this Dragosin, I think we may end up with him.
He will make you believe that we're skint as well, Adrian.
You've got to do that, though, Stell, haven't you? I mean, what happened to the Kane money? The 50 million in the bank we didn't.
I don't know.
Right? And
I've had these debates 1,000 times.
Fans, I mean, don't get obsessed with money, right? It's only if the club, the club you want to buy them, doesn't agree to a pay structured deal for a player, which is usually over the year of his contract, or if he signs for 5 years, maybe over 3 years of that contract, right? It's about down payments. If you had 60 million to spend, you could put 15 million down on 4 players. No club pays up the transfer fee in full, right? We don't. And when we're sold, when they buy a player off us, the club that buys the player doesn't pay the full amount off us either. You know, so it'll be staggered. That's the way they do it. They sort of reduce it over. So we don't need someone saying we need 100 million. I mean, I agree. I think we could do with 5 or 6 players. Seriously, I think we do a right back because Emerson's not the solution there. I think we could do another left back unless well, Sessegnont's unwanted, and Ange, he likes the look of Sessegnon apparently, but it's a question if he can get him back and get a tune out of him. If not, we need a left back, maybe Cambiasso at Juventus, someone like that. We know we need another centre back. That's 3 players. We could do with another midfield and a striker. Now you're on 4 and 5.
I should talk about that. I want to go back to Big Boy's message where he said, "Do you think Bowen is a good right winger?" I know. Look, Jarrod Bowen's not going to leave West Ham to come to us. Not going to happen. But is that the kind of player you'd accept at Spurs, or do you think he's a bit overhyped?
He's all left foot.
Right.
He's all left foot. When he was at Hull, he was all left foot. He's actually looks a better player than I see at Hull. I thought bit one-dimensional. He's banging goals in now. I don't see the problem with me assessing other players. When it's with Spurs, I get to see every game they play still. When it's other players and people say this player's great, it's usually because they've seen him play well in one game. You know, I mean, I can't give honest opinions about players in other teams in the Premier League. I mean, I know after a couple of seasons on the write-ups, haven't seen them, then I do. But if they're new kids on the block, it's hard. I mean, he's been, what's his 2nd season at West Ham, Jarrod Bowen?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a Premiership player, isn't he? Does he squeeze out Decky on the left? Does he squeeze out Johnson? I mean, we don't know how good Johnson could be. We don't know.
Bowden. The thing is about Bowden, what he offers in the wide areas that we're not getting at the moment is goals. He does score goals, which we're not getting from. This is the big issue we've got with Brendan Johnson. In fact, let me bring in Dietrich Kane on this, and then we'll have a chat about this. Brendan Johnson, Dietrich Kane. We spent over £40 million, right? Now, is it a case that where all the other players that have come in have hit the ground running, he just hasn't hit the ground running yet, and we just need to be a bit patient with him and give him a bit of time, or because he has been unlucky, he's hit the post quite a few times, but that miss against Everton, I mean, he should be putting that away for me. But
he put 2 over the bar against Everton.
It's not.
There was one gilt edge though. I mean, it was on a plate for him, but Dietrich.
Yeah. Even he was head in his hands.
Look,
that one,
if he came from a different league, I would say give him time. But he's a Premiership player.
He did get.
We spent 40 million on him. He hasn't hit the ground running. He hasn't been good enough. He was our big money signing last summer. I'm sorry, just you can tell he's not good enough.
He did get 10 goals in a season, I think, or 11.
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
No. In not a great side in the Premier League for Forest. I think it was the season before last, right?
I don't care what. I don't care what.
You're right about. I mean, I'm saying potential. I'm not saying he's great. I'm just saying
we don't buy potential.
I don't
want to buy potential. I want to buy ready-made. We bought Van de Ven for 35. He hit the ground running. We bought Vicario. He hit the ground running. He's the only one that did nothing. Him and Valise.
Can't argue with that.
Well, Valise hasn't been given a chance yet. So
He's not good enough. You could tell he's not good enough. If he's not given a chance, he's not good enough.
Yeah, but how can we tell if he hasn't played?
Well, if he hasn't played, then clearly he's not good enough to play.
No. Because the thing is, he might not stand out in training with the other players the way Richarlison and Son does up front. But until you play in a competitive game of football, you don't know. This is my issue with the whole Valise conversation. I don't actually disagree with what you're saying, because Ange's not picking him for a reason. So I do agree with you. But you as a manager, you don't 100% know unless he's on that pitch. So then you can confirm what you see in training adds up. Because sometimes you get players that don't stand out in training, but come match day, they light up.
I agree with what you said, but every time I see him on the pitch, I just look like a person that's lost on the field. He just doesn't look good in.
When have you seen Valise on the pitch?
No, do you remember like the 10 minutes he came and like his touches weren't there? Like you can tell he's just not match fit. For me, I think he needs a loan. He needs a loan on the lower league.
We were down to 10 men back to the wall.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm just saying, like I could tell he's not ready for this team yet. Maybe for another one on loan, like
he's close though. He's close though, Kane, because I see him play, miss a couple of gilt-edged chances for the under 21s.
Even under 21,
and then I've seen him like look different class.
All right, can I tell you something about Valise, right? So you see Matt Coppin, who was putting in the super chats earlier. Matt Coppin, he's married to an Argentinian lady, and she's mad about football, and he's kind of into the whole South American football culture through her. Plus, he's a football fan anyway. And he said to me when he speaks to people he knows, beg your pardon, who are Argentinian, who know the Argentinian league and who know Valise, all he ever hears is, this boy is good. He's really, really good. And they can't believe he's not getting game time in the Premier League. And in fact, the Valise camp aren't happy. They might force a move out. I'm just a bit, there's a reason we've scouted him, right? And from what Matt said, the people in Argentina 100% back us why we've signed him. They all get it.
And
it just seems
to add to what you're saying.
Is it maybe he can't play the Ange system? Do you think maybe that's what it might be?
No.
But like even on the ball, even like I'm not even joking, like even when I watched him with the under 23s, on the ball with his feet, I could tell he's just not good enough for what we want to achieve. Maybe if we play like a low block or like let's spam crosses and we can like hit him with the headers, then that's a different story.
Even Porro said, though, Kane, let's be fair to players coming in the Premier League. Even Porro said, it took me a while to get used to the pace of the Premier League, right? And you want to hear what Messi says about the league.
And Porro got game time.
That's Messi, Lionel Messi. He wouldn't
Porro got game time, Adrian. Porro got game time to adapt. Valise has had no minutes to it. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with Dietrich, but I'm not agreeing with him either.
No,
I'm in the middle here. I'm in the middle.
No, I believe if he came from like let's say the Spanish, the Portuguese, then I would agree with you. It's not being fair. But he came from a lower league. Maybe he needs a loan, or he needs to.
All I would say then to people out there, go and watch. There'll be a Brazil scouting report. I haven't got it on in my group at the moment, but when we get interested in players, I always get the scouting videos up. Now I know with scouting videos, players always look good. So all I say to people is, I'm looking for players with vision who move the ball quickly, who can make things happen. He has that ability to do that. Very good in the air, and he's no slouch. On the ground, like you said, see a bit more of him, right? But he's 21, right? He's 21. So I want to see him give him game time. Ange did say when we brought him in, he'll be ready for the second half of the season.
Let me ask you a question, boys and girls. Let me ask you a question, right?
Okay. Well,
if you're the manager of Tottenham, right, Dietrich, I'll ask you first, Dietrich, so we'll go around, right? Then I'll go to Alex and I'll go to Adrian. If you're Ange Postecoglou in January and the board said, look, we're not bringing in a striker, it's not happening. Okay, you're not going to get a striker this window. You've got to do something, right? So Son's off, you got Richie. If you've got to bring on a striker, who's going to be your go-to striker between Scarlett and Valise? Who would you pick, Kane?
To replace who, though? I mean, if you replace Richarlison,
if you've got to play a striker in January, and the choice is Veliz or Scarlett, right? That's your choice. Let's just pretend Richarlison's got an injury for a month. Who is your go-to player in that situation? Bear in mind, Veliz has had no minutes, and Scarlett in the Championship has hardly been played.
Yeah,
Who's your
but
go-to striker, Veliz
I
or
would
Scarlett?
I would take Veliz because he trained with the Ange. That's the only difference. Because he has some training under Ange, which Scarlett never trained.
Alex,
on
who would you? Listen, that's a good point. That's a good point. What about you, Alex?
I would take none of them, to be honest with you.
But
But
you have to pick one.
if I had to pick one, I would say at the moment I think it would have to be Valise, because Valise is training with Ange and stuff, and I think it's quite interesting again, the whole thing. If there's an issue with his people, that they think that he's good enough to play in the team, and you saw that Matt's other half is saying, that that a lot of people in Argentina rate this guy. So again, it comes to that conversation with the manager and behind the scenes. You know what I mean? So what was the conversation when they brought in Valise? You know what I mean? So but yeah, to answer your question, I think what Dietrich Changes just said, I think I will go on what he says as well. Valise.
He's a unit, 6'2", reminds me when I see him a bit of, remember Gabriel Batistuta? He's got a bit of him about him. He's so good in here.
It was class, Adrian. We can't be comparing him to Batistuta.
No, it reminds me a bit of him, right? So
the build. You mean the build?
Yeah. Sort of a Tony Haley
Batistuta
type. Very good in here. So no, I'd play him. Look. Well, this
some
is
mistaken Valise played 0 minutes in preseason, right?
Our biggest problems, even with the first 10 games, when we were doing well, was the fact that no matter what, 3-man, front three permutation and picked didn't really click. It probably clicked best against the way at Burnley, but it hasn't really clicked. And even now, Ange Ball, we're nowhere near Ange Ball. We're nowhere near it. Not with the injuries and suspensions. We're nowhere near it. We can't hold a high line at the halfway line. We're not near it. We did that under Poch. We can't do it. So, but if you've got a man up there like Valise who can hold the ball up, if you're going to play a high line, you've got to be able to keep the ball. You've got to have a centre forward that can hold the ball up.
Still, I just realized in January we're going to have one striker in the club, and it's Richie, because Son will leave. So we're down to one striker.
Son won't leave.
Son is leaving to the Asian Cup.
Oh, that in the and you might be.
I don't know how much of the show you've missed.
No,
we said that Dane Scarlett's been called back.
Yeah, I know, but that's pretty pathetic. We should buy a player.
Well, yeah, but we're not. We agree, but we're not. This is why we're having this conversation, because why are we bringing back Scarlett when we've got Veliz already there? That was a debate I was trying to have, because I can't understand it.
Oh, how about the guy? What's his name? That plays with under 23s. The Son Bell, something like that.
Sunset Bell, good player. We've nicked him off of Chelsea, banging goals. They're all the under 21s are scoring.
He might do something. I don't know.
Troy Parrott's having a good season,
Yeah, Excelsior in Holland. Yeah.
Having a good season, Troy Parrott.
Because Bell is playing our system, so maybe he might fit. I don't know. I'm just giving players away.
I just think it is at the moment. I don't think we. I think this is where I think this is an issue at the moment, and this is where I think we have to see how it goes the next couple of months, a couple of years, because it's just too early. And this is why I say that Ange Postecoglou saying that it's all good at the moment, everyone's happy and everything else. I didn't believe it, because you need to give it time, because that's a concern for me that there's not been I'm not having to go at Ange on this. But I think again, there's a conversation that needs to be had here, especially with the youngsters that were coming through from the under 21s. Is that if they're not good enough, you shoot them off online and get the players that you need. You know what I mean? And that's it. And if Valise was not good enough, don't buy him or put him on loan. But to have him in the squad and you're not using him, and now there's an issue. There's my problem at the moment. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So
you could listen. People might think I'm mad, but you could even, in an emergency, you could even play Decky as a number 9, because he can hold the ball up, right? And he's hard to get the ball off of That's why I think he could play on an 8 as well.
I couldn't agree with you,
Alex. Sorry, Alex. Guys, listen, very quickly. Steve, big up to you. Thanks for joining us, guys. I need to go get a coffee or something to stay awake.
Go on.
I'm going to leave my camera on. If someone comes, there's no one here, but if someone comes, because someone call me so I can run back before they steal my laptop. Cheers.
Yeah. But I think I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you, right, about Kulu. I think Kulu could play that striker role, but again, this is where he needs to make himself known and use his attributes at the end of the day, because I think he has got the body to do it. He's got the structure to do it as well. But again, this comes to players wanting to make themselves better. You see what I'm saying? I don't think you have players out there that want to get better every single year after year after year after year after year. Like, not like your Bells, not like your Girards, not like in the past. So there's still that question mark whether he can do that. You know what I mean? But he has got the ability to do it. Yes, I agree with you, Adrian. And that's it really for me.
Well, if you want to bring in a cheap striker, you can go and get Seriho Garasi off of Stuttgart. He's got a fixed fee and it's less than 20 mil. So, like, if you were short a striker, and he's got 17 goals this season, I mean, he's 27. So when I have players of that age, we should have heard about this guy before. You know what I mean? But by the time you get to 27, you should have a name. You know, but maybe he's an Ian Wright type player, and he's matured late in life. You know, so
big bloomer.
Yeah, if you wanted. And a striker of 27 years old, what you get with them is you get the guile. You get the guile of a striker who knows how to fool a defender here and there because he's been doing it for quite a long while. He is a unit. He is a lump. He is quick, you know, and he gets goals, you know. So he could be an option. He might turn out to be a great signing.
As someone who watches Girassi play for Stuttgart, they create loads and loads of chances. And guess what you guys do? Loads and loads of chances. He's the kind of guy, Girassi. He's strong, powerful, knows how to play that target man role to a T. He's got a good first touch. He's very very smart footballer.
He's got a good leap in the air to head the ball as well. Yes. I've seen him blast the back of the net. Like.
Yeah, he can really. He is.
But he's a big gamble. 1 year.
Yeah,
no. Big gamble.
Not really a big gamble because the big gamble. If he costs 100 million, that's a big gamble.
No, I'm saying like for Spurs, like it's a big gamble. If it was like Newcastle, you wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
but
it's only 20 million.
Yeah, but we have a cheap owner, so that's why I'm saying.
It's a difficult one because I don't see Ange staying. You looked even against the Everton game. Even if we're giving the ball away and we're not doing well in midfield, it always seems to be that his order of the day is the two wingers stay out wide. And you'll always see, you know, whereas not many seasons ago, if managers were bringing in wingers, it was on condition that they track back to defend, you know. You wouldn't. Now, Ginola would be perfect in this system because he really came back to defend, and George Graham would go nuts at him or something like that. So, but Ange don't want that. He'd rather play a bit more risk ball, which I love. Right, it's all right until you lose 3 or 4 games on the turn, and the pundits all question his style of play. But his style of play should be judged how we finish at the end of the season. That's when it should be judged, because then he can say, "Up yours, you know nothings." Right? I know what I'm doing. It's worked for me everywhere I've been. It will work again the players again. But we do. I mean, look, we're never going to replace Harry Kane. You'd have to go for Vlahovic, wouldn't you? You know, best would be probably the best choice out there. Osman, like him at Napoli. But these players, if they're in Europe or in the European Champions League, they're not leaving for a club that's not in the European Champions League. So they're not coming. I think Vlahovic would come. I think he's interested. He went from where was it, Fiorentina or Atlanta to
Fiorentina.
And Bremer went from one of them, didn't he? And even Bremer, like, he wanted Italian citizenship because we were in for him, you know. Yeah. And they only paid 40 million euros for Bremer, which was 34 million pounds. If we went for Bremer now and we offered them 45 mil, to Juventus who are skin, I think they take the money. This is why I don't want a Branthwaite who might, I know he's 23, but he would add experience to our defence, Bramer would. Branthwaite's 23, and say Guay at Palace, all these quotes for English tax players, all like 50 million minimum upwards. No thanks. I want another ready proven international for that someone. I'd rather get Sebastian Caceres from Team America. You know, you'd pick him up for 10 mil probably. He's 24. I mean, like, he's another Romero. He's a bit headstrong. Yeah.
So just to answer the question, as we're on strikers at the moment, what would be your, what would be, and I'll include you in this, Steve, as well. Steve, big up to you, by the way. Right? What striker would you have in January if you had the choice to buy in a striker in January? And I'll put this question to you, Steve, and then I'll go around the panel.
For Spurs, Guirassy would make a lot of sense. Guirassy would make a lot of sense because, like I said, if you give him the service, he will score goals. And I think you could use a focal point. You could use a focal point, like have Richarlison as backup, albeit he's doing well lately. He is scoring some goals, so I'd recommend Guirassy. And also because your owner isn't like one of those guys that usually spends a lot of money on one or two players outside of what Lo Celso and
Ndombele and Davinson Sanchez and Richarlison. Yeah? They're far more expensive, yeah?
Yeah. So outside of them four, you usually don't spend too much. So I'd probably recommend Guirassy. Probably. But the only problem is that he has AFCON with Mali.
Yeah.
He does have that.
Yeah. I didn't know that. So that's a good point you made there. Yeah, I don't.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. The same question to you, Adrian. So interesting
I don't
to you.
see them. Well, strikers, it's a deflated transfer market. Clubs are still struggling with the after effects of COVID and loss of gate receipts money from their fans and others. In Europe, they were hammered. Spurs had events at the stadiums. We paid that government loan back, the 180 million. We borrowed as a temporary thing. And we paid it back because we can generate money from other areas which other clubs are jealous of, right? So I don't see, I mean, it seems to me now, the norm is when you're going for a youngster now they want, like, for these kids who are 18 and 19 and all that, they want 25 and 30 millions. When you're going for a Brennan Johnson who's 23, they're wanting up to 50 million for that sort of, right? And then around there, you can get proven players across Europe for 50 million, right, as well. So to me, clubs now are thinking, hang on, they're starting going for a lot of the younger players. The German clubs like to come along and nick all the any young player that shows signs of being good in the Premier League. They want to try and nick them, like, We've had lots of offers for our academy players, and we ain't getting rid of them. And Mikey Moore and others said, no, I don't want to go. And the beauty of the Ange thing is when you've got a happy training ground and the players love playing the football, and they've got an Ange, they ain't going to want to leave. They'll want to sign a new contract as soon as it's put in front of them. So that's good. So we need to keep, like, we need the pathway.
Okay. Can I answer the question?
Go for it.
Yeah, go on, Adrian. Go on, TJ. When Adrian gets back, we'll get back to him. Yeah, go on, Adrian.
I need to get back.
Santiago Jimenez. That would be a dream.
Yes.
Ivan Toney, I know it's not going to happen, but one guy I actually adore, Luis Openda from Leipzig.
Yes. That would take a lot of money, though, Dietrich. That'd take a lot.
I don't mind, but he is everything we need. Fast, powerful, great shots.
It's interesting you say about Leipzig.
I like Openda a lot.
It seems to me that even though that people don't rate the German league, they seem to have a lot of good players. That they develop a lot of good players.
That's why I don't. But those people don't watch the league, so they don't actually know. People just say that because it's trendy. It's trendy to say the Bundesliga is a farmers' league because people don't. If they don't watch the league, that's what they'll say. Why don't you watch the league? Oh, because it's crap. No, it's because you're ignorant and you don't actually want to have your own opinion. You just want to be lazy and fucking, just go with
For
what the
me-
trendy thing to say is.
For me, the German league, I don't like it personally, but it has some good players. I just don't like it to watch it. That's just a personal
And I
opinion.
love watching that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Because at least I know Dietrich has watched it before.
I watched it. I just don't like watching
That's
Bayern
not
watch
his
it.
thing. That's fair. But at least he said that there are some good players there. Like
No,
I
it's
said,
not good. They have amazing players.
Just to give
Amazing
some
players.
fairness to Adrian, because I know you just got cut off, Adrian. What striker would you take? I think I know what striker because I think you mentioned it a couple of times now. But I want to give you a chance to answer the question about what striker would you take in January if you had the
I
choice?
just think Vlahovic is perfect for Ange. But if we're going to fork out a large down payment on a player, it's going to be on a centre back and not. Mind you, I think Dragusin, I think you'd get him for 30 mil.
oh, Dragusin at Genoa. Yes.
Yeah, I think you'd get him for 30 mil. And listen, to beat to Debo,
Tojibo's better than him.
he's got a couple of extra years on him, and he's 23, whereas Dragusin's only 21. But he's a baller.
From Feyenoord.
Yeah, he's another one. Yeah, we can say that. These Dutch strikers, though, they get me. They get me, and players we bring in with a don't laugh, with a surname in, like Norton, Ndombele, right? NZ, Nkudu. We should stop buying players who got a surname with a letter in and like.
No, but the difference with Jimenez, at least he plays a similar system than Ange.
Christmas joke.
Jimenez is a superstar in the making. I think Jimenez is a superstar in the making.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you can get him for 30
Argentinian,
mil.
and he plays for Mexico, though, doesn't he? He was born in Argentina.
Yeah, born in what's it
I
called?
watched it. No, he looks good, but so did Gif Orban. He looked. They were all raving about him last season, and now, like, he has no. He must have pissed. He's a young kid, probably upset his coaches. It's fatal doing that. Kid should not.
No,
do
but
that.
Adrian, the difference, you want to buy a player that plays a similar system than you. And Feyenoord are exactly Spurs in the Dutch
I
league.
mean,
Good play.
Feyenoord are better than Spurs, dude.
The wall
No,
went
they're better,
cold on
but they play a
Jonathan
similar
David as well.
system.
What happened to
High
Jonathan David?
intensity.
Well, I don't know what his stats are this year.
Jonathan
No, but he's not.
David's been playing well for me, just not getting on the goal sheet as often. I think he's still playing well. I just think he's in bad goal scoring form. He's still playing well. He's still linking up well with Remy Cabela. He's still linking up with what's it called? The other winger that I really like.
But the Kosovo winger is
Yes,
a bit
Zagrova.
Yeah.
Zagrova. Yeah. So I still think Jonathan David's still one of my favorite strikers.
Spurs. Do you know what I would like us to do? Because Napoli are not having a good season. I think some of their players are possibly there for the picking. I would love Spurs to sign Kvaratskhelia. That's exactly the kind of player I want to see at Tottenham. I wanted him before he went.
Zielinski's going to Inter apparently in January.
Yeah, he signed a contract.
Polish midfielder. Very good player. I like Zielinski.
Yeah, but instead of, you see those players, I would love to sign them, but we know we're not going to do it.
Right.
But you can find another guy like Kvaratskhelia. There's maybe one in the making. Like,
Kubo.
He's not unique.
Kubo. I know it's a right winger, but Take Kubo at Real Sociedad. Fantastic.
Yeah. Or the guy or the Kosovo winger, better dribbler, better end product. There are players in this league. You just have to find them.
Yeah. Or you know who one of my favorite.
We've been linked with young players. I don't know if you've heard.
Nico
We've
Williams.
been linked with Stanisław Dumbo from Ajax, the right winger, 18. Rooney Badaji from FC Copenhagen. But the midfielder I like, he was 18.
Bargi is one of them.
The midfielder I like. Yeah, he is. Yeah. They look good, but they're young. But the 18-year-old I'd take him tomorrow. Is Arthur Vermeeren from Royal Antwerp.
I do like him.
You get him for 30 mil.
Do you know what, guys? I think
another unit, another man player.
Can I just say something here? You see strikers. You see strikers. I think when you sign a striker, you've either got to sign a striker that's going to come in and score goals, or you've got to sign a striker that you think in 2-3 years' time is going to score goals at this level. And I'll tell you why I say this. No position on the pitch has more pressure than the striker. Goals win games. The striker is always the one that everyone talks about. It's the star man. If I was to name if I said to you guys, name the top 10 best players you can think of in your life, I guarantee you most of those players will be a goal scorer, right? It's just always the way it is. And because of that position, it carries a lot of weight, which is why if you don't come in and score early and do well early, you're in big trouble, man. Like, so for me,
No.
and this goes for every club, not just Spurs. If we sign a striker, I don't want us to sign someone who's 18, 19. Oh, do you know what? They're the next big fit. No. I want us to sign someone that is proven, but below the radar, because then it meets the criteria of how much we're going to pay for the player. Because you look at Rasmus Højlund at Man United, he is drowning in that club right now, drowning. And that's exactly what I don't want at Spurs. And that's exactly what will happen if we take a punt on someone who looks good in that league or in a lower level European competition. Then they come to the big 6 level and they drown. So for me, if we sign a striker, I want someone who's banging in goals at a very good level, but who maybe isn't being talked about too much. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, but the difference
you get the exception, like the England midfielder in Spain, who's banging them in and setting the world alight.
Who's that?
His brother.
Bellingham.
One I got from Birmingham.
Bellingham.
Oh, sorry?
Bellingham.
That's it, Bellingham.
Yeah.
Bellingham, sorry, I forgot. And his brother's of interest to people now, no? Yeah, but what gets me still, you make a good point. What gets me is we rave about all these continental young players, right? The 18-year-olds were interested. What's wrong with our 18-year-olds? What's wrong with them? Because we've got so many in our academy that are good, and they'll have football careers.
But the fact I see Dyer starting over what's his name, Dorrington.
Inflate and hype over foreign 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds, and yet
the difference is the 18, 19-year-olds we rave about in Europe play as the striker for their club. Our ones sit in the academy.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or you have in Newcastle's case, we give Lewis Miley, the 17-year-old.
A plane just landed. I can see people. I can see people on the plane.
Why are you in Finland?
There's people. I can see people in a plane. Oh my god,
guys, go and have a look at Arthur Vermeeren. He plays for Royal Antwerp, central midfielder. He's 5'9" or whatever he is. Scores goals, confident, take the penalties. Seen him doing. He does look a bit tasty, Would he make it? I don't know. If he make it in the Premier League,
or we can drop the bank on Boniface.
But if we're looking for a midfielder, that's the type of midfielder I want. I don't want Conor Gallagher or Calvin Phillips. I don't think they improve us. They don't improve.
If you want to buy midfielder for a good price, go buy Kone from Gladbach. That is the guy we need.
Or the one at Lons, the Ghanaian kid at Lons. Oh my God, what's his name?
Grassi.
No, it's at Stuttgart.
No, the Ghanaian midfielder, kid from Lons. Oh my God, what's his name?
The thing is, you see all these young players, right, in the French league. It's so hit or miss if they'll come to the Premier League. Like, they either come and blow up, or they come and they sink, like Pepe. Nicolas Pepe is a classic example. They spent a lot of money on him, and he drowned. Then you get other kids like back in the day, Nicolas Anelka. He came here, and Anelka was brilliant for Arsenal. So it's so hard to tell, isn't it?
The issue with the Premier League academies is, I think the stats will show that only 3% of academy players in the Premier League will come through and be a regular member of their first team squad, whether they play or not. And you can guarantee that most of the ones that do come through come from the less wealthy teams that have to play them. And I think that's what Stell made the point about the European 18-year-olds that play in their team. I think they play them because they haven't got the money to go out and buy like Premier League clubs does. So they play them, so you see they're more on the eye for you, aren't they? You see them more often than you will. So we need to, in this league, we need not just Spurs. Maybe I think part of the solution to this problem would be, I can't remember the old director of football who said when the Premier League clubs, they probably wouldn't agree to this. When they first agreed, there had to be 8 homegrown. The guy that suggested he wanted 12. Now, I see the logic on it. He said to win the World Cup, we have 12 homegrown players in every team. There's more chance of more of them coming through and more chance of England winning a trophy. Now, I used to be so passionate about England, but I don't give a flying fudge about them now because they've let me down so many times before. Managers we've had have been crap. You know, we've had some good ones. You know, Venables, Oddle and all that, like Bobby Robson. But, you know, Ron Greenwood going back even further. But, you know, so this pathway needs to be created. Now, maybe they should increase the homegrown to 10, saying 12. But I doubt the Premier League clubs would agree to that, you know. They want to be able to do what they want whenever they want, you know, so.
Fairs. Yeah, I just think I think you're right, Adrian, about the whole, in Europe, they don't have as much money as the Premier League clubs do, but they have better academies. Like the main league, the league that I follow the most, or probably the most like knowledge about, I'd say, is Liga. And they have such good academies because they establish connections with Ghana, Nigeria, Morocco, Algeria, Mozambique, Comoros, Madagascar, right? It's a pipeline to Africa, those academies. They
you
make
look
up
at the Dutch league. Yeah, you look at the Dutch league, how many players they sell. Ajax, right? I mean, like, Spurs were the pioneers of total football. That's a long story I could go into, right? Which
before Ajax?
Sorry?
Before Ajax with Cruyff and
Yeah.
Wow.
1950 Spurs invented.
No, I can go before that. If you want, I'll give you a brief 5-minute synopsis. In the early 1900s, Peter McWilliam was a Scottish footballer for Inverness Thistle. He stayed with them for 2 years. Now, it was unheard of then because the coach there was teaching them players in Scotland to play football on the deck, right? This was unheard of because pitches weren't the scientific products they are now today, right? And they cut up. You can see it in the 70s videos with Oddle playing on quagmires, basically, right? So he gets a transfer he takes his ideas of playing football on the deck, fast attacking football on the deck. He goes to Newcastle United.
Wow.
He's there for 9 years. He wins 3 First Division titles and an FA Cup, right? When he finishes his playing career as at Spurs as manager was 1913. Spurs went down to the 2nd Division. Then you had the outbreak of the Great War from 1418 when football was suspended. So he comes back with this fast attacking brand of football in his mind, and Spurs go 23 games undefeated in the 2nd Division. They piss the league, right, and get promoted. The next year, playing his fast brand attacking football on the deck, right, which other teams weren't playing, and the football became known as the Spurs way, right? He reaches the FA Cup final, and Spurs play Wolverhampton Wanderers at Chelsea Stamford Bridge and beat them 1-0 with a goal by Jimmy Demick early in the second half. The following season, playing this fast attacking brand of football on the deck, Spurs finished runners-up to Man United in the First Division title.
Oh, wow.
What happens next, later, is Middlesbrough took notice and they lure Peter McWilliam away for the colossal sum of £1,500 a year. Things don't work out there, and he comes back to Spurs in 1938. And he gives a guy who's going to become famous, probably not known by Spurs fans, Vic Buckingham, his debut, who could come through the Spurs nursery club, Northfleet, and Arthur Rowe plays for him, right? Before the outbreak of the war, the Hungarians come calling, right? They want Spurs coaches to teach them the Spurs way of playing, right? Because teams are still playing kick and rush football all over the place.
Sorry, Adrian. Boys, listen to this because this is all going to link to Ange Postecoglou. Listen to this. Listen to this.
Oh, with Puskás.
Yeah,
mate, listen to this story.
1938. Right, so in 1932, Peter McWilliam, in 1942, Peter McWilliam retires as a manager, right? Said he's too old to manage. So now our coaches have gone to Hungary. They've took the Spurs way on, football on the deck. They come after the water, play England at Wembley and thrash us 6-3. In return match, they beat us 7-1 in Budapest. Right? Now, Vic Buckingham, who took all the ideas from Arthur Rowe first. No, well, it doesn't matter. 1950, Vic Buckingham is the manager of Pegasus. Pegasus were the joint amateur teams, combined team of Oxford and Cambridge University. He takes them to the Amateur FA Cup final, and they beat Bishop Auckland 2-1 in the final in front of a crowd of 100,000, right?
Wow.
In 1953, Vic Buckingham's manager of Bradford Park Avenue, if my memory serves me right. He does well with them, and West Bromwich Albion come calling. In 1954, he wins the FA Cup with West Bromwich Albion, playing a fast break, and narrowly misses out on the double. Now, we park in there because we come back to Arthur Rowe. In 1949-50, Arthur Rowe, who took his ideas from Peter McVilliam, develops a push and run style of football. Spurs win the second division championship in 1949-50. Who's in the team? Bill Nicholson and Alf Ramsey, future World Cup winning manager in 1966. So they win the second division title. In the following season, 50-51, they win the first division title. All right. So now we now move to 1958. Bill Nicholson is now manager of Spurs. First game at home, Spurs beat Everton 10-4 at home. The Everton manager resigns. They beat that scoreline the following season in the cup. When they play away to Crewe and they draw, and they come back to White Hart Lane, and Spurs are 10-1 up at half time and win the game 13-2. Right? Then the following year, you know what happens. Nicholson wins the double. We win the league. Spurs beat Leicester in the FA Cup final. The following year, they win the FA Cup again. They beat Burnley in the final. 1963, Greaves was joined in 62 and 63. Atletico Madrid are the holders of the European Cup Winners' Cup. Spurs meet in the final, not given a chance because Dave Mackay is injured. Spurs win the game 5-1, 2 goals from Greaves, 2 from White. 2 from Dyson, 1 from White. In 1967, under Nicholson, playing this fast brand attacking football, right? Spurs beat Chelsea 2-1 at Wembley, win to lift the FA Cup with goals from Robertson and Frank Saul. 71, Nicholson wins the League Cup with Chivers, who scores 2 goals against Villa. And 72, he wins UEFA Cup against Wolverhampton Wanderers over 2 legs. In 73, he wins the FA Cup. 74, resigns when Spurs fans riot in Rotterdam. Right? Now we come back to Vic Buckingham. Right? His exploits are noticed. Who comes calling for Vic Buckingham? Ajax of Amsterdam. While Bill Nicholson is winning a double in the 60s, right? Vic Buckingham wins the Eredivisie title, right, with Ajax. No one's heard of Vic Buckingham, right? This is amazing, right?
Never heard of him.
He leaves Ajax for personal reasons, but he then goes
The
back.
original Godfather Steve. These are the original OGs.
Yeah, he then comes back to Ajax. Doesn't quite work out, but in 1964, he gives a debut to a 17-year-old kid you may have heard of called Johan Cruyff, right? Cruyff takes on board his ideas. It doesn't work out. He leaves.
Let me guess. Vic Buckingham also managed Barcelona. Let me guess.
He did, yeah. So what happens is when he leaves Ajax, who takes over from Vic Buckingham? Who's introduced this faster brand attacking Spurs way of football on the deck?
Buckingham's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
Rhinus Michaels takes over, and he's going to be the legend at Ajax, right? And right? Yeah. Vic Buckingham ends up at Barcelona.
Of course.
Right?
Also, you were joking.
1970.
No, it's real. This is real. He's the GOAT.
The Generalissimo with Barcelona. Narry misses out on the title again, a double again, over head-to-head meetings with Valencia. Drew 1 and lost 1. Then Vic Buckingham leaves, manages Greek clubs and all that. Who takes over from Vic Buckingham at Barcelona? Rhinus Michaels. Again, right? So there Vic Buckingham's stories ends. But we come back to the Hungarians because the Hungarians had a they had a striker who wasn't bad in front of goal called Ferenc Puskás, right? Now Puskás, he only scored a measly 618 goals in 619 games. 84 of those goals were in 85 international matches for his country, known as the Galloping Major. And while he was playing for Hungary, he got a move to Real Madrid and became part of the famous front three of Di Stefano and Puskás, right? Yeah. And they won the European Cup and all that.
3 times in a row?
I can't remember. I've got all these dates in my head, collating them, like, you know. So
you're doing well. You're doing well.
He leaves when he retires. He coaches in
Rain Man.
Fucking Rain Man.
Much, right? When he leaves, then he ends up in Australia. He wins about
Adrian Man.
He wins about 5 trophies with a few clubs, and he ends up at a club called South Melbourne Hellas, where his footballing philosophy is taken on board and his attacking style by a player under his wing called Angelos Postecoglou. So through the footballing ether of history, I think Ange was destined to come to Spurs. And Spurs were, no one knows this, Spurs were pioneers of what the Dutch called total football, what was known as total football in the 70s. Spurs, and even in the 70s, teams in the UK, they all had a big strike. They still played long ball, kick and rush football, pump it up to a unit of a centre forward up front. They still played that way, you know, but Spurs were renowned for it. It was known as the Spurs way of playing. Bill Nicholson said, other managers said, playing Tottenham was like trying to chase sparrows, you know, because of the football we played on the deck. So when fans come around, turn around at me and they go like, yeah, statue of Jimmy Greaves, statue of Birkinshaw, statue of Nicholson, I'm all for that.
Yeah.
But two people in history that need to be better recognised are Vic Buckingham and Peter McWilliam, right? So there ends my little brief historical perspective
really
on Spurs.
Cool, Adrian. That's really cool.
So basically, Ange Postecoglou was coached by the same guy who started total football, who made Spurs brilliant in the 50s and 60s and whatever. Ange has learnt from them. It's crazy. That story's nuts.
It's a great link, you know, and I just you know my passion for Spurs. I won't have a bad word said about my club by anyone, like, you know. But yeah, I mean, Spurs were. I mean, you have to remember that back then, I mean, football here, in a way, in the early days, 50s, it was very amateurish. You could go over the dogs and like be standing beside a Spurs player.
We introduced the Dutch to hooliganism as well.
Yeah, we probably did. We probably did as well. But their football was very amateurish when we went out. The same within Hungary. But they took on the ideas of playing football on the deck. They obviously blended them with their own. But McWilliam was definitely a pioneer of total football, and so was especially Vic Buckingham when he goes across to Holland. I mean, who knows he managed Ajax and Barcelona? No one. Not many Spurs fans would know that. And he won trophies with both. You know, he won trophies with both.
You're the only Spurs fan I know, not just on YouTube, anywhere, that knows that story, that link. No one else. I've heard you say this about 3-4 times now. No one else knows that. I've not met one Spurs fan that knows that history.
Well, I've been asked to repeat it a few times on other, because I'm with the Talk and Ball podcast now, I'm sort of team with them. But I've been asked to repeat it a few times, but then like I don't want to bore people to death.
See, that's why I don't talk shit about Spurs or anything, because y'all do have a very cool history. Very, very important.
The problem is you have to Google it to do it, and that's the problem is for young people, you have to Google it to find it out. I agree with what Adrian's saying, because the thing is, we do disrespect the history, and I've had to do my research myself. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you know what I mean, you have to learn about when Tottenham were really, really good. You know what I mean? And that's it. So I do agree with him what he's saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think unfortunately, the only problem is at the moment is that with with looking at the history things and stuff like that is that if you didn't live it, you've got to look at Google, and you don't really have the affiliation with it as well as what people have already lived it already. You know what I mean? So
unless you got dudes like Adrian who will tell us these amazing stories.
yeah.
The
So
only
there's
story I care about, the one in his future, which is winning trophies.
Yeah, well, that's the point, isn't it? So that's why I think he's there, because I know a very good person, Ellie, the Queen Ellie, that will tell me things as well.
Yeah.
Back in the day, Kuva will tell me some things as well. And I absolutely respect those people as
I'll
well.
give you another little one as Stell's waiting for his plane.
But
doesn't matter what time I go to bed, right?
Before you do,
I would say this right now that he's absolutely spot on what you're saying.
Do you know, guys? Do you know, and those in the chat, that Spurs are the only non-league club to have ever won the FA Cup?
Yeah, what was it?
1901.
Correct.
Oh, damn. I did know that.
And that happened because,
Adrian.
I just want to bring in Ryan. Ryan, I know you just finished work. You're on your way home after a long night shift, but mate, how you doing?
I'm good. Yesterday was fun, to say the least. That's probably the most stressful Spurs game I've been to that I thought we'd win in a while. It's good to have the old Spurs back when I'd call it pure Barclays, when Spurs would dominate a side, not put them to bed, and then the opponent would score with about 8-10 minutes to go, and you just think shit, and it's literally all backs against the wall, and we just got over the line. We fell over the line, but we got the 3 points. We're 4 points off the top. Romero will be fit for Brighton, so that's a Christmas miracle. Look, if we can win our next 2 and go into the January transfer window, right now, minimum 4 points off the top. I mean, Ange right now has to be in consideration for manager of the season.
Yeah.
Because all of our expectations, the minute even before Kane was sold, let's get this right. We were all thinking, if we can come 8th again or mid-table, it'd be a great season. I said this, but even though I wanted Van der Ven, I didn't know how amazing he would be. Like, he is
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised.
No, I wasn't surprised. That's the one I wanted over Tapsoba.
I like
both. Look at it. Yeah. But the minute we sold Kane, I was thinking, we'll do well to get out the bottom half. I seriously, genuinely thought that. Even with Maddison, I just didn't know where the goals were going to come from at all. But it has been a pleasant surprise. I fully backed Ange. I'm not one of them that was, didn't want Ange here. I wanted a new lease of life.
He was destined to come. Anyways, he was destined.
I don't know about that. I think I think it's not about the backing thing. I think, sorry to interrupt you, Ryan, but I just so we could just get that absolutely clear. Firstly, managers don't last that long. I know there's Klopp and Pep, right? But they're nominee. You know what I mean? That's the first thing. And secondly, we haven't had a manager for 1 year, let alone 2 years. You know what I mean? And I don't know if this guy's going to stay for 2 years, let alone 1 year. So this is the point I made all the time. But I'm not
I'll say to that, Alex, go have a look at our last 3 really good managers that we properly had a connection with. Poch, Redknapp, and Martin Jol. They're all here for 4 years at least.
I love Mourinho, by the way. I'm just putting it out there. I liked Mourinho.
Yeah, I love Mourinho as well.
I would take Mourinho right now at Newcastle. Now, I would take Mourinho.
Spurs fans hated him.
There was that fractures with the fan base. He never got to connect with the fan base because of COVID. So it was never really going to work.
And Ndombele, he was right about Dele Alli. He was right about them players.
Yeah,
but he wasn't right about Dyer. He wasn't right about Dyer.
I can't disagree with you, Ryan. You're spot on. You are spot on what you're saying.
Dietrich, sorry, Mourinho was right about Dyer because he wanted Skriniar and he wanted Kim Min Jae.
No. He said Dyer, you're my best. No, he said that you're my best defender. You're gonna be.
Right,
a
what did you
world-class
want to say,
defender.
Rob? What did you want to
He
say?
said
Because you were
that.
saying something. Sorry to interrupt you guys, yeah, but I wanted to say
Yes.
something. And I was just,
Man.
What's everyone's expectations now?
Third
listen,
in the FA Cup.
Win the
Have they
league.
changed?
It's coming
And
home.
if they have,
It's
Win
coming
the
home.
league.
have they
Coming
changed?
Coming home.
Expectation.
So that's your
Listen,
expectations.
I-
now. You're expecting us to win the league, or
Yeah, I expect.
No,
us to
no,
win the
no, no.
league.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I said. I'll tell you exactly what I said all along and where I'm at now. Before the season even began, I said 8th when Harry Kane was sold, which I knew he was going to be sold. I said for 2 months, this is it. He's gone. I said right, 14th, 13th, we're fucked. Then I saw pre-season, and I'm saying to this, I'm telling you this as a coach. I don't know any manager that gets a team of footballers that he's inherited, not built a squad, and gets them playing that type of football that quick. What I saw in pre-season, I couldn't believe what I was watching. And then I thought, do you know what? This is something's not. I'm a bit stunned by this in a good way. Then, when I saw how quickly the new players embedded in and how good they were, I said, right, after 10 games, for me, my expectations completely changed. I expect Spurs now to get top 4. You cannot have a start like that and not get top 4. It's impossible. Then we had the injury run. Where I'm at now is this. If we stay in the top 4 going into January and Daniel Levy backs Ange, Spurs are dark horses for the title. Dark horses. That means we need our players to come back by the end of January, 1 game a week, and for the other clubs to struggle a bit playing in Europe and the league.
Do you see
That's why I
yourself
said
above
dark.
or below Villa for dark horses?
I think
But-
that Villa for me.
But Ryan, wait, wait. I just want to finish it off. So I think dark horses. I think the league title will be won between Arsenal or Man City, but minimum, I stick to what I said after 10 games. Spurs will get top 4 this season, in my opinion. I think Spurs will get top. I think the last 3 months of the season, we're going to blow it out of the park. And if you look at Ange Postecoglou teams, after 6-7 months, his teams tend to take off anyway. So top 4 for sure. League title, probably not. But don't write us off. Football's a funny old sport.
How much?
But I don't think we will win the league. I don't.
How
Well,
much
well,
are you?
well,
How much
well,
do you
well.
want to do some damage in the FA Cup though, Stal? Would you? If I told you right now you'll finish 4th, but you'll get to an FA Cup final, would you take that? And I didn't tell you the outcome of that final.
I think we're going to throw the. I think we're going to throw the FA Cup away.
No, we're
I
not.
think we're going to rotate a
Do you
lot.
agree with that?
No.
No, I
The
don't.
FA
I don't
Cup's
agree with it.
different.
I don't
The
agree
F-
with it.
Stel,
But
the FA
that's what we're
Cup's
going to do.
different.
I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to throw it.
No, he can't throw the FA Cup. Can I tell you
No,
why?
I don't want him to, but I think he will.
Ange
No,
won't make the same
he
mistake
won't.
he did against
He
Forest
won't.
in the
The
Carabao
FA Cup
Cup.
is still 1 game a week. It's
Fulham.
different to the League Cup. You're not playing midweek. You're playing 1 game a week still.
Exactly.
It's scheduled
And-
in. It's 1 game a week.
And
The squad's too thin in January. If we get 3 signings in the first week of January, then yeah, okay. If we don't, I think it's too thin. I think he's going to be forced to play a Veliz or a Scarlett. He's going to be forced to play Dyer Davies and that lot again.
And
He's
we
going to be
haven't
forced
done
to
it.
Hojbjerg and skip
No,
everyone.
Do you think you'll beat
Stel,
Burnley? at home?
Stel, there's 4 games in January.
2 of them are FA Cup games.
Yes.
No, only 1.
we haven't got any games between the 14th and 30th of January because that's the winter break. So we haven't got any games-
If we beat Burnley, no, Ryan, no. If we beat Burnley, the second FA Cup game's at the end of Jan.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 26th.
No,
Right. So that's
no.
2 FA Cup games.
That's still the winter break.
No, it's
winter
not. The
break
winter
is
break's
from
the first.
14th
No,
of
it's not.
January to the 30th of January.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's
Hold on
not.
1 minute.
It is. It's
No,
14th to the 30th of January.
No. The winter break is split. 1 week there'll be 5 match games, and the other week there'll be another 5 match week games, and
That's
that
what I
splits
heard.
the winter break where every team has a week off.
Okay, if that's
Okay.
the case, I stand corrected. Fair enough.
I don't want to think, bro. That FA Cup is gonna be.
But bear in mind, guys, another
Mm.
positive fact is I had all this oh, what about when we get to March and April? We've got to play Newcastle, West Ham, Arsenal, Liverpool, and all that. Like,
I think we'll have a full strength squad then.
yeah, hold on.
bring it
Not only
on.
that, Joel, not only that, bear in mind, Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, West Ham, they'll all be in the latter stages of European competitions. We won't. They'll have them games in between playing us, right? That's to our advantage, right? We will have fresher legs in that season. So I'm not having it when fans say, oh, we got hard running. Look, we always get this hard running, hard games. Every game's a hard game in the Premier League. I wish we'd get it out of our heads that, like, you know, oh, the next 4 games, how many points do you want to get? Or like, oh, we've got hard games because we've got to play so-and-so next or so-and-so next. At home, we can beat anyone, you know? And we've got the best away record in the Premier League.
I think at the moment, my expectations haven't changed because I think 6th at best at the moment is for us at the moment. I think what I'm trying to be cautious about at the moment is that Tottenham can say what you say about this season. If Tottenham get into top 4 this season, right? What are you going to do to improve on that? Because that's where the problem is at the moment. It's all right doing it when you've got no expectations, but when you've got expectations on the following season, I think this is what Andrew's actually said again. Again, I'm defending the guy when I don't even like him again. Again, you see what I'm saying? But the thing is, though, it's like, what can you do afterwards to get better? You know what I mean? Because this is the thing. We all look at Man City at the moment saying they're not doing well at the moment. But the problem is with Man City, they won the treble last season, right? So how can they improve on last season? Getting the quadruple. So you can't improve on that, can you? Really? And so they've got to maintain what they've done, and which is, achieve something lower.
To answer your question, we have to buy in January, like Stel said, and we have to buy in summer because we haven't got a squad that can cope in Europe. If we're in a Champions League, we'll end up in the UEFA Cup because, like, we just haven't got the quality and depth to battle on 4 fronts. We haven't got it at the moment.
Mark, just get back in your box for goodness sake, Mark. No, sorry. Just to make a point, because I'm getting bored of this now. Mr. Box Office is going to be as what he's going to be, and that's it. Get used to it, yeah. Because for one thing, I'm going to say, yeah, it's that idiot that called me a scum, yeah, and called me brain dead because I don't like Ange. I'm sorry, I ain't going nowhere, yeah. And if you're going to call me scum, look at the people that have a guy at Sol Campbell, yeah, and what they're called then. You know what I mean? Yeah. So don't bring that up, yeah, because I'm getting bored of it now. Yeah, get back in your box and leave it out, and that's it. I'm done with this. Yeah, but you keep on going on about me being negative, and that's it. I'm going to be truthful, and that's it. I'm done with it. Sorry about this because it's Christmas. Back to you, Celeste. I'm done.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Well, Sessions going to be back in January.
Alex, we talk about Newcastle later, then people will be calling me negative. By the way,
Steve, you know when you asked me, do I put Spurs ahead of Villa? The reason I said yes is because of this. Aston Villa haven't had one pressure moment yet. And against Sheffield United, that's the first pressure moment they had. Can you beat them at home and go top of the league? And they choked. And they're lucky they got the draw in the end, right? That reminds me of Spurs under Poch. As soon as we had to go away to Burnley to just get the edge on everyone, we draw or we lose. And it's like, they're the games that you don't think are big games, but there's pressure because if you win it, you suddenly do something you haven't done, like go top of the league or pull away. And
it was also the only game on as well. It was the only game on. It was under the lights. It was, yeah.
And that just says to me, a moment like that, they can't handle it yet. Whereas, and you know what? I'm going to say this about Arsenal. I don't know if Arsenal can handle it yet. And I'll tell you why. I know they beat Man City at home. And I know they beat Man United. But for me, Man City had weaknesses, Rodri out, and it was a kind of deflected goal to win it. Against Man United, everyone's beaten Man United this season. But when I look at the other big games, right, can you now go and do it? They drew against a rubbish Chelsea who played them off the park for 75 minutes. They drew against Spurs, who everyone said, if you come to the Emirates and play Ange ball, we're going to batter you.
Yeah.
Right? They couldn't beat Newcastle away. I don't care about VAR and referees. Newcastle gave them a physical game, and Arsenal couldn't handle it.
Bullied them.
They went to Anfield and got a draw, and they're saying, "Oh, great point. You know, in the past we would have lost that game." No, in the past you drew that game 2-2 last year.
No,
What
they
are you
also
talking
lost
about?
Aston Villa away. They also lost Aston Villa
And they
away.
lost to Villa away, right? So I don't know if Arsenal can handle that moment. I know they're top, but they haven't shown me that they've progressed from last season in terms of pressure. So the only team I've seen this year who's actually handled pressure, but they haven't capitalized on it, is probably Liverpool.
Yeah.
But
You realize Liverpool won 0 games against the top 6.
Yeah.
Like 0.
Well, that's why I say that it's a bang average league. That's why I
They
say it's a
either
bang
lost
average
or
league.
drew.
That's why-
Alex, nobody
I know
wants
we
to
like-
hear
like-
that.
like
no,
to
I'm
see-
talking about pressure. So actually, no, I take that back. No, they drew against Man United. They couldn't. No, I take it back. No one's shown they
They
can
drew,
handle pressure
and
this
they
season.
lost against
Dreadful.
us.
Well, and also
Yeah, but
Arsenal
against us was a
history-
joke.
Arsenal
Yeah,
have a
we,
history of
we,
probably
look,
being
we were lucky though. We were lucky to win.
Arsenal have a history of being the team who's done it more times, who've been top at Christmas and blown the league more times than anyone else. And I wonder, like you alluded to, Stel, if actually they had a great chance of winning the title last year, and I wonder if it's psychologically damaged them or not. We don't know yet. I mean, I want it to have damaged them because I'm biased. I'm a Spurs fan, but I hope so because I don't want them winning it. You know, so
The only thing I'll say about Arsenal though is if they go and buy a proven top quality striker, they do create a lot of chances. And if they've got someone that can put a couple of those away each game, I think that changes everything for them. I think that will be what they need to get it over the line. But if they don't do that and they go ahead with this current squad, I don't know. I don't know what top striker goes
it depends
to
if
them
people go there with the wrong attitude as well. Because when we went and had a pop at them, we should have won that game. But Rice wasn't allowed to play his game. He was pushed on the back foot, right in front of the back four they had. I mean, like, and we should have won that game. They couldn't score a goal against us in open play. It took a penalty and a deflection, right? So they've got goal scoring problems, right? You know, so but I don't know how good they are. I don't see enough of them. They finished second last year. Obviously a good side, but I don't watch enough of their players.
February 1st,
City.
No, I'm just saying February 1st, everyone will get the answer. Who is in the title charge?
I've got to be honest.
Window.
Whoever buys players, you're gonna get a response.
Can I ask quick, Alex? Sorry, I just want to ask Steve one question. I'll come to you, I promise, because I want to know what Steve thinks on this. Because we're talking about Spurs and Arsenal, this and that. Newcastle are in a bit of a slump. Listen. I've said it many a time. Even after we beat Newcastle 4-1, they've got a lot of injuries, like a lot, man. And Steve, no, I'm not using his excuse. It's just I'm a neutral fan looking in what I see, right?
Yeah.
Steve, is Eddie Howe the right man for you? And also, where do you think Newcastle will finish this season once you get some players back? Where do you think what you're gonna do?
We'll finish like 7th, probably. I don't know if he's the guy. I really don't know. It's a difficult moment, yes. The problem is we're too predictable. I think away from home, we're just far too predictable. I think at home, I favor us against a lot of teams. Like I think we'll beat Forest, but we're going to lose all the other away games.
What do you do at home that's different to away games?
We have the crowd. That's it. That's it. Like the crowd gives us the momentum, the adrenaline, the extra bit.
I think
away from home, we're too predictable.
I think one of Newcastle's strongest points was the fact that before their injuries, they had such a mean defence. You weren't giving away goals at all,
exactly.
and that was a real
top. Sven
and I think
Botman.
get that back. I think you're a threat for top 4.
I don't care about top 4 though. The FA Cup game for me is the big one.
Mm.
The FA Cup is still. I'll have an answer for you after the FA Cup game if Eddie Howe's the guy or not. That's my big thing because it's away to Sunderland. They got 7,000 away fans coming in buses to the stadium of shite. That is the game, and they're not in good form either. But they're gonna give it their all. And away from home, we're the 17th best team in the league, by the way. the 17th best team in the league away from home. That's dreadful. That in itself is a sackable offense.
And Trippier's form has been patchy.
Trippier's form has
Trippier's been awful.
Son had him on
decent
toast, didn't he? But I
yesterday.
mean,
He was decent yesterday, but I saw that Luton Town win a mile away. Because think about it. They were playing something bigger than football, and we already suck away from home. It was only going to end one way, with us losing, right?
This is the point I say about it, Steve. This is why I say at the moment with Postecoglou it's too early, because everyone was lauding Eddie Howe, and I'm not having a go at Eddie Howe, by the way, because I don't really know your situation. You know it more than me. You know what I mean? But I think you've been unlucky with injuries. I don't see the Newcastle manager complaining about his injuries. To be fair, Postecoglou's not doing it, but I've seen the example right now with you and Man United at the moment. Man United had a very good season last season. You had a very good season last season. Look at you now. You know what I mean? You know, because expectations now, there was no expectations last season, weren't there, really, for Newcastle to do what they did. Man United was still rebuilding, yeah? You done well last season, Man United done well this season. Now expectations on it this season, look what's happened. You know what I mean?
It's worrying.
This is why I'm saying at the moment, you don't know what's going to happen season after season after season right now, because it's not like back in the 90s. You knew what teams were top of the table back in the 90s, didn't you? You know, back in the day, didn't you? Now you don't know now, don't you? You know, yeah, you have your regulars, yes, you do, but you don't know, don't you? You know, because it's very easy to get up there. You know what I mean? Because of expectations, and that's it. Yeah, and I think some of these players right now, like you're seeing right now for Newcastle, like you're seeing now for Manchester United at the moment, are not very good. You know, they're not the top players that are consistent. You know what I mean? You have these certain players, but they're not top players that are consistent on a basis. You know what I mean? That's why I say the same thing about Tottenham right now. This could be the same thing that happens to Tottenham next season.
You know, the one thing, the biggest thing I'm concerned about with Newcastle, you know, the biggest thing is I need to see some outstanding individual play. I feel like we're just the system at the moment, right? You guys have a Madison, Son, Man City have Haaland, De Bruyne. They can give you that individual moment of brilliance when you're not playing well away from home. You can go and grab something to win you the game or get you a good result.
Hey, Steve, who's your best three players?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Guimaraes, Tonali.
Tonali, he hasn't proven anything at
Newcastle.
Steve, sorry, I mean midfield and attacking.
Oh, Isaac.
Bruno G, Isak, and probably Gordon's been our best performing. He's been awful lately, Gordon, but
okay, yeah, Gordon has had a good season now. Okay, he's off the ball for now. Isak's been
played with injuries though, hasn't he?
That's a concern. Yes.
So when I mention injuries, you kind of dismissed it. I think it's a key factor. That I think injuries has definitely hurt you.
Yeah,
sure.
But we had injuries.
But they just got on with it, though, Stelios. They have just got on with it. Not talking about the fans, but they've seen that they just got on with it. They've just got on with it and play some youngsters, and that's
why
it.
don't
We've
Newcastle
about
take Lloris to the end of the season, get him in January? Why don't Newcastle get Lloris in January and take him to the end of the season? No, you don't think so?
No, I don't want Lloris. I don't want
smokes out for months.
So we can
you're only doing that, Adrian. You're only doing that for banter, aren't you, cheeky?
Yeah,
cheeky.
he is.
You only say that for banter, aren't you, cheeky?
No, actually,
Merry Christmas to you.
I'm serious.
I love you.
He has a swig of a beer. There's a bit of beer. Why don't you take the Reese?
Is Dubravka that good? Is he?
I don't.
It's true,
know,
actually. He's better than Dubravka. Lloris is better than
Dubravka was awful against you guys, and against Everton he wasn't good. But he hasn't been like yesterday versus Luton. He wasn't the reason why we lost.
Yeah, but if you put Lloris behind your solid defense, he would do fine.
He doesn't. No, I don't want Lloris under no circumstances.
On loan to the end of the season.
No thanks.
I'm sorry. I've got to be honest. Yeah.
No Ramsdale either. No.
Mate, Ramsdale's not a bad goalie. Ramsdale's not a bad goalie.
He is a bad goalie.
Why not?
He is
Now
a
why?
bit poor.
I know a certain person.
Oh.
I know a certain person that knows about Lloris, and he doesn't like him. Yeah, and he said some very good points about Lloris. I'm sorry, he's not a good goalkeeper anymore. Right? He's done. He's done as a
Yeah, he's
goalkeeper right
past
now.
his best. I don't want
He's a good
Ramsdale.
shot
stopper.
Because I don't want here's why I don't want Ramsdale. I do not want that to be my number one going forward. I want Georgi Mamardashvili at Valencia in the summer. That's who I want. I do not want Ramsdale as my number one for long term, medium, short term. No thanks. He's
See,
a good
what was your-
goalkeeper, but I want to do better.
See,
Well,
just interested to ask you a question, yeah, about
Yeah.
Newcastle. What was your expectation for this season?
7th.
Really?
Yeah.
After
That's
last
You
what I
finished
thought
top.
we-
You finished top 4 last year. How can you expect 7th?
I just, bro, because I just going into it, I was like, okay, cool, but I do think there's gonna be a dip. I just kind of thought it might be a little bit of a dip. I don't know. I don't really know why. It's just kind of.
I do think the top 6 last year. If you look at Man United, Newcastle, Brighton, all of those teams this year having to play Europe as well, you've all had a dip. That, like, if Spurs this season had to play Wednesday, Saturday, Wednesday with the injuries we had, I reckon we'd be absolutely screwed. I reckon we'd be finished as a club. So I think that's probably. Did you have the squad big enough and good enough to cope with the greatest competition of European football and one of the hardest leagues? The answer is probably no. You didn't have the quality.
No, exactly. Like, it's great to have Byrne, Lascelles, Longstaff, Jacob Murphy, Almiron. Those guys did a good job for the time, but we need to move on and get better, right? Like Lewis Miley is one of the exceptions because he's looking very promising. So I want to see where what happens with that. Tonali was unfortunate. Nobody knew about the problem he had that he brought to himself, right? So that's unfortunate. But same with Wilson as well, Callum Wilson as well. It's like he's not really bringing much to the table, to be honest. Like I wouldn't mind moving him on because he's just not reliable. And unfortunately, with the injuries,
striker. He's like, I just want to do a super chat. Faz, big up to you. He says, Merry Christmas to everyone and Happy New Year for 2024. Come on, you Spurs. Big up to you. Guys, one question to ask you guys, just going off in a little bit of a different direction.
I was sitting in the stands watching Spurs Everton, right? And something caught my eye.
And I watched again.
And I thought, some of the passing football from Everton was really, really good, right? And I'm sitting there watching it. I'm thinking, is Sean Dyche the manager? I've never, ever known a Sean Dyche team to play like that. And they created chances against Spurs, right? I showed you the stats earlier. They created chances, yeah. Now, Sean Dyche has been known as this, defensive, boring, low block, stink it out, Burnley, FC. But is he actually a proper manager who not just gets results, but can play ball? Because I'm not going to lie to you guys, my whole perception of Sean Dyche changed watching that game. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. Bro, Stel, he's doing what a good manager does.
English manager.
He's evolving. He's starting to take up to new ideas of playing football because he has different personnel also at Everton, right? They're a bit more upfront aggressive, where I think Burnley were more backed off kind of aggressive. They would have the last ditch challenges and the goal line clearances and stuff like that. I feel like Everton a bit more progressive in being aggressive. You know what I mean? Higher up the pitch.
I think it was part of the way teams have come to us and trying to beat the press. If you notice with the Liverpool Man United game and with the Everton game, 3 things stuck out to me. In the Man United game, they was trying to hit the ball to Anthony and both the wingers wide, right, to get down their sides. Because teams play narrow. There's always one tranche of pitch that is left like with no one on it, right? Liverpool did the same thing with Salah and the winger on the other side, and Everton did the same with Dan Juma and all that. It may be that Dyche has done that. I don't know. I don't know what's in his head, but I think it's the way teams try to counteract a high press, and we played the high press against Man United, and we dominated them in the second half, and we played the high press against Liverpool as well. Got a bit of luck with the VR decision, but I think that was the reason. And I think maybe that's the way teams will come and try and, when they come to the lane, they'll try and do that. But I'm only guessing, I'm not sure.
Adrian, can I ask you guys about that VAR decision? Right, I've watched the replay a few times. To me, that is a blatant foul on Emerson Royale. Right? Why is this a debate? Have I missed something, guys? He took out his standing leg.
Yeah.
Before he got the ball. Like, what are we? Why is this become a bit of a controversial conversation?
It has to be a debate in the media. We have to stand in the media. The media now today is crap, right? On reporting. On all these shows, you'll always have someone play devil's advocate. They're always going to have this debate over, with someone saying, that was the right decision, someone saying it's the wrong. All we want is the truth, guys. Say what's true, but they don't do that. It's all hype. And they always have to have a story that are run for 3 days, because every game is like usually 3 days apart. There's another load of games. They always do it. I mean, I won't listen to Talk Shite Radio or Sly Sports. I just won't do it. No. I mean, because they talk crap. After the first 20 minutes of a 3-hour show with 2 presenters, you've heard that's all that's necessary, right?
I think Simon Jordan is probably the guy that I listen to the most.
He's good. He's good. No, he's good. I do listen to it. I don't.
I used to kind of get brainwashed into thinking that he actually talks a lot of rubbish, but then I actually looked, how you see people, they get caught out of context saying something, but you look at the full video and you see what they actually think.
Steve, the great thing about Simon Jordan is he speaks from the perspective of an owner of a football club, which gives us a different viewpoint, which is why he does talk sense as an owner. By the way, very quickly, we've got a massive fraud about to join us. Big Arsenal fan, big it up. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas to the Gooner. There she is. It's Cubed, everybody. C Cubed in the house.
Happy Christmaka, everybody. I can't believe this. Fraud Stelios is trying to call me a fraud and try to call me a gooner. I have never been
what you are.
Wear a gooner kit on camera, Mr. Stelly.
That was crazy, though. Wait, Stella, I actually had a question back on the what's it called? When you said Ice was playing good football at Everton, what player was like man of the match for them? Like, what players stood out the most?
Tell you what player I really liked. What was the name of the guy who scored their goal?
Gomez.
Gomez. I don't know how long he was on the pitch, because I was just freaking out with what was going on with Spurs. But am I right in saying, is he the guy that Son accidentally broke his leg a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
And we were in for him before even Everton got him.
Spot on, Adrian. He said I recognised him straight away. He played really well.
Him and the centre back Braithwaite. That Braithwaite's a talent.
Them two.
No, Son did not almost break his leg. That was Aurier. Just correcting the fraud here. It was Aurier.
But Pickford.
No, hold on. Didn't Son got sent off for it, didn't he?
Yeah, and then they appealed it. We appealed it. Spurs appealed it, and it got rescinded because when they do the
Son
look
was the
back,
one that broke. Yeah, but Cube. Son was no.
Yeah, he broke down.
I love you, Cube. I love you, C Cube. But when the song when song comes into the conversation, we always there's always people to defend him straight away, saying he hasn't done this. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done this.
Do you know what? Hold on.
I'm just talking about the facts.
Cube, no. I think you're right. There was a confusion in the moment. I think she might be right.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm thinking back now.
That's what I'm saying.
It was Aurier. It was Aurier. You're right.
That's why
they both went into the tackle.
Rescinded.
It was a double tackle, and Son ended up crying. Son ended up in tears when it went off because
Cube's right. Actually, she's right.
I know. Of course, I'm right. Yeah. I'm usually right.
No, Alex, you are right on that.
You're not right. You're not right to support Arsenal, though. So I'm not going to forgive you for that.
Stop spreading these lies.
Even McNeil was good.
You're not an Arsenal supporter, CQ. You're a Tottenham supporter. You're a Tottenham supporter.
Through and through. I
You're
bleed Lily White.
You
Even though Spurs fan.
you don't go through the suffering that we go through for nothing. You know what I mean? So let's just.
Hey, listen, guys. I don't know about you lot, but I thought Gomez and Braithwaite for me stood out.
Even
for,
McNeil.
I've got to
McNeil.
say this. I said it already. I said it already.
Though, Onana.
Dan Juma did all right.
Onana was okay, man. He was a. I don't know.
He was annoying.
Still, McNeil was good.
Them three.
I had him on toast.
Them three,
like
Braithwaite and Telskowski and Pickford would not stop in talking to each other. Honestly, every goal, the 2 goals, they were talking to each other, like having a go at each other. They're like Telskowski, leader. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that defense, I was very impressed with them.
On
Like,
another day, I would have got a second yellow card.
I know, but I think that's half
Pickford
Pickford
made a great save against Kulusevski, you know.
Can I just say one thing that I want to gripe about these fans? They were there on Twitter posting like Danjuma, we should have kept him.
No
we should
way,
have
man.
kept Danjuma. He was quality. He would cook in an Ange system. No.
CQ. This is why I say to people already, and this is why Mr. Bot's office is Mr. Bot's office. Alex, Mr. Bot's office doesn't do Twitter, Instagram, doesn't do anything. He just goes to YouTube and make it Bot's office. Yeah,
man.
Why does anybody pay attention to what's on X? No one cares. You know, no one cares. You know what to do with X. Don't go on it. You know what I mean? You don't need to pay attention to it because I don't pay attention to half of the stuff that goes on there anyway. By the way, yeah. All right, and that's it. To be honest, you just talk a load of nonsense. You know what I mean? Yeah. The only thing they need to do is to go on YouTube and make themselves known on there, and then I'll banter them to pieces like I always
on
do.
X, Alex.
That's it. You know what I mean?
I post important quotes on it. I do it before others. So if they want to use what I post later, that's fine. You know, so I can say, well, I posted that before you mentioned it.
Yeah, fair enough. But you know what you're getting with Twitter, don't you? Know what you're getting with X, innit? You know what I mean? If you don't want to do it, you do want to do it. That's it. You know what you're getting with it. You know what I mean? I'm fed up hearing the things that go on that rubbish. You know what I mean? Sorry. You know what I mean? That's why I don't get involved in it. You see me on YouTube and you see what you do, and that's it. Because most of those people don't come on YouTube and say what they need to say on YouTube because they take on Mr. Bot's office. You know where you're gonna get. You're gonna get with him. You're gonna get bantered and out of the building, and that's it in 2 seconds, and that's it. You know what I mean?
Can I say, right? If Danjuma was so good, from 5 yards out, he wouldn't have hit the crossbar. He would have scored.
True.
I thought that was unlucky.
Bit of analysis on that.
How is it unlucky? He's hit the bar.
It's a great save. It's an unbelievable save. Watch it again. It doesn't hit Vicario. No,
it comes down.
No, he in the split second he adjusts his knee to the ball. Watch it. Someone put a brilliant tweet out about it. Slowed it right down, and you see. And it's all about reflexes as a keeper. It's all about how you see it and you move. And he saw as it was coming. He just
watch it back, Ryan.
Clutching.
I'll have to watch it back.
It's clutching, but it's actually quite a bit of analysis. It's brilliant because he just moves his knee back because if he doesn't move his knee, it hits his knee and goes in. But he just moves it so it hits his knee and comes out. Yeah. I mean, after the bar.
Danny says it hits the bar first.
Yeah, no. It's when it hits the bar and comes down.
Brian, that's my point. The fact he's hit the bar, not the back of the net, means he's missed.
No, it's a shot on target.
How can you, from 5 yards out, he was
going in
right there.
Listen,
man,
that's just unlucky.
I think if you're that good, you don't depend on the bar and to bounce down. It hits the net, or
I agree.
If that's Brennan Johnson, we're all cussing him. If that's Brennan Johnson, we're all cussing him.
I wouldn't cuss him.
Listen. I think, like I said,
our fans would cuss him.
I think at the moment, I think Vicario. I think we agree at the moment he's doing well at the moment. I think that's all we can say. At the moment.
Well,
he's doing brilliant.
The guy's brilliant.
No.
Alex being a little bit positive.
Listen. I'm being positive about him, so let's just leave it there. You know what I mean? We're not going to go over. We're not going to go the wonderful words to say
You're
whatever.
Talking about Venom the cat. Venom.
We'll take it. Alex, we'll take it.
Agent, take the fact that I'm saying that this is
we'll
good.
Take the W.
Take the fact I'm saying saying it's good at the moment.
Danny, jump
yeah,
on.
and just run away the sunset with that at the moment. Yeah, he's doing well at the moment. Okay, he's doing really well at the moment. I gave him praise because what I've seen, because I'm not going on the stats, what I've seen at the stadium, he's really, really good. Yeah, so I'm not going to go on about that. That's all I can say. And that's
cannot wait to actually come back, and it's not Maddison, it's not Van der Ven. Obviously, we want those two back, but when he got injured, I mean, he had a brilliant game against Burnley, and that's the game we really say we saw.
You didn't say Solomon.
You've
lost your marbles. You've lost your marbles.
No,
this is your Jewish bias. This is the Jewish bias, right?
No, it's not.
You're thinking about your. No, listen. I do the same, right? Ange Postecoglou's Greek. I will defend him to the day it goes wrong, and even when it goes wrong, I'm going to defend him, right? Because I'm biased, right? You're being biased about Solomon.
Solomon did get 2 assists in that game.
We have all said that our best game of the season, apart from probably Newcastle, sorry, Steve, was probably Burnley away, where we absolutely ripped them apart.
The team bottom of the league, Ryan.
I don't care. It was still the start of the Ange Ball revolution. So it's
at the moment, it's below average. Aaron Lennon at the moment.
Once this proper gets going and proper cooking properly, Manos Solomon is going to be frightening.
Okay, Ryan.
If Solomon's surname was Charalambous, I'd agree with you, but it's not.
Ryan, you're going to stand by your saying? Are you going to stand by what you're saying? Yeah. No, tell us. Let me to cooking. Leave me to cook, Ryan. Yeah. Right. Like you're saying that right now. Yeah. Right. Yeah. When he doesn't do well next season, yeah, I want to see you on the stream, bruv.
I will.
I want to see you on the stream right now. Yeah. Because that's big words.
Ryan doesn't even believe himself. Look at his smile.
Manos Solomon. I was drunk yesterday, not today.
He doesn't even believe what he's saying. I've
been working. So I'm telling you now, who knows? We may sign someone come the summer, with everything that's going on. I don't want to get into we all know what's going on.
Ryan, I agree with this. comment. Solomon is better off the bench than Gill. That I 100%.
Oh, 100%.
Totally. At least Solomon has something about.
Solomon actually has other body strength for a start.
Yeah.
But no, if he is a starting player and this system cooks, and we know, as you said, after 7-8 months, you proper see it. So we will see it at the start of next season and carrying on. Next season, if Solomon is a starting player, he is getting 20 goals and assists.
He's not going to start for Spurs regularly, man. There's no way. He's a freebie. The only reason we signed him is because the club he came from got into legal complications with Europe, and they had to give him jobs for free.
Now we were looking at him before. Top player.
So. I think if we had to pay for him, we're not signing him.
By the way, that you want to talk about talents, for the market. Israel did make the under-21s European Championship semi-finals.
Gooey, you're talking about. Gooey.
Back in the summer. So if we go looking in the market.
Right. No, another one, Georgia. Georgia have a very good upcoming generation.
Israel got that good midfielder, haven't they? Gooey is his name? Yeah. Gooey, something like that.
Ryan, listen, do you know what it is? I'm not against Solomon. I don't dislike him. I actually think he's an effective player. When he comes on there, he's had a couple of misses.
Direct. Going on there. That's the difference. In a 1v1, he's direct. He won't turn back. For me, he tries to do something.
I tell you what it is for me, right? Before Perisic got injured, he was actually exactly what suits our system from the wide area. And he had the technical ability. And because he doesn't have to track back like Conte and Mourinho had the players doing, he's actually more effective because he hasn't got the legs for that.
Yeah.
When I look at the wide players going forward with Spurs, I don't see Solomon as someone that's going to take us to the next level. As a squad player for now, I'm not against it, by the way. I'm not. Brian Hill, I'm against. I'm done with this guy.
Yeah.
But I'm not dismissing Solomon. But when you said to me, when you put him ahead of Maddison, Van der Ven, and Bentancur as the player you want to see come back, that's when I had to step in.
I'm not saying that.
You're not putting him on that.
You said that.
You did. That's exactly what you did.
He's the person looking. Maddison, Bentancur, and Van der Ven. Obviously,
right.
We need that.
Roll the tape.
Okay, my wording was poor. My wording was poor.
Yeah.
Very poor. Very poor.
Steve, it wasn't a clear and obvious poor.
Clear and obvious.
Yeah, we got.
Wasn't clear
Listen,
and obvious.
I'm not worried about Solomon. We've got so many players we need to get rid of. I mean, I've got a list of 14 here, right? See if you agree with me.
Yep.
Dyer,
Yes.
1. Lloris, 2.
Yep.
Roden, 3.
Yep.
Spence, 4.
Yep.
Reguilon, 5.
Yep.
Sessegnon, 6.
Yep.
Perisic, 7. Tanganga, 8. Ndombele, 9. Lo Celso, 10. Gil, 11. Skip, 12. Højbjerg, 13. And Emerson, 14.
I disagree with
Celso, but the rest I agree.
You'd keep
People
go
want to
anyway.
recall Spence, by the way.
I hope I'm,
Fans
not,
are
I'm
talking
hoping
about
Ange can get
recalling
tune out
Spence.
Sessegnon and save us some money on a left back.
No.
But if his injury has been fixed, this new technical surgery he's had on his hamstrings, the three muscles in the back of your leg that go from your hips down to your knee.
They've already put in the diary his next injury.
Have they? Probably so. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
She didn't say Davis.
Is Richie? Is
Go on anyway.
anybody eating their words on Richie?
No.
Yet. Does anybody? What is their stance on Richie? Because I mean, everybody was like, "Get out of the club."
with Richarlison.
Yeah.
Richarlison. He's a below average Emil Heskey. I said it already.
Okay.
It doesn't take. Listen. I'm sorry, CQ. I'm a guy that needs a guy that needs more than 10 dates with a guy. More dates with a lady. You know what I mean? And that's not having a go at you, by the way. Oh my gosh, I just thought about it.
Use a different analogy, Alex. Come on.
Yeah, but I need more time. That's what I'm trying to say at the moment. Yeah. Right, so it's not a case of just because you have two, you've done well in 3 games, you know what I mean, and score goals. You need to do it. You need to continue doing it, and that's it. You know what I mean? Am
I the only one that saw the game against Everton after Richie scored his goal, which was effectively a tap-in, but he was in the right place and he had to finish it. We've seen players miss that. After that, what did he actually do? His passes were misplaced. He got fouled most of the time he was on the ball because he didn't release it early. I felt his pressing was okay, but
yeah,
I thought he had a shit game other than the goal.
Thought everyone was shit after the second goal.
That's kind of fair enough.
Vicario. Except Vicario. Yeah.
Yeah, we were Conte ball after the second goal. We were
and that includes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so I have a follow-up about Richie then. Okay. If we were offered 60 million for Richie, like right now, and we said that we were going to replace the head count, but not with anybody, we don't know who, but it's 60 million and we will get a replacement. Would you sell Richie right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'd offer Juventus 60 mil for Vlahovic. And
I think Vlahovic is quality.
I'd still go and spend 35 million on Gift Orban.
Yeah.
I've been banging the drum.
Yeah. I'll see your point about Gift Orban.
Or if you wanted to, for 60
I watched him
you
play
you could get Jimenez and Garassi for that money. You could get both of them.
Adrian, is it not a case then that Gift Orban's better suited to Spurs because
he can play across the front three, whereas Vlahovic has to play as the number 9?
Vlahovic I think Vlahovic is versatile. I've seen him break from midfield and score goals. I've seen him cutting from the left and right and play through the centre.
A little bit.
He's more versatile.
Spurs are missing. The one thing Spurs are really lacking at the moment, and that what a lot of the by top sides I'm looking at Liverpool, City, Real Madrid, Barcelona back in their heyday, and they always had the front three all scoring minimum 15 goals, 15 league goals, 20 goals a season. And you look at, Salah, Mane, Firmino, Firmino was the number 9, but you look at Salah and Mane either side, they were scoring 15, 20 a season. You look at City, Bernardo Silva and Mahrez doing the same thing. Sterling as well doing the same thing when he was there.
Firmino wasn't scoring a lot of goals.
We don't really have that winger or inside forward that's top quality.
Yeah, but you know what? we compensated that when Maddison was in the team because he was scoring. But losing Maddison, we didn't just lose a creative player; we lost goals. He was compensating that.
I don't think Maddison, even in his position, he's not one that's throughout his career. Plus, he has had a few injuries, right? But he's not one that's going to get you 15, 20 goals a season.
I think in this system with this team, Ryan, I think he can. I think he's that kind of player. He will. And do you know what? Son is on course to get over 20 goals this season easily. So Son kind of gets half the goals of one of the wide players not getting it. Our issue for me is Brennan Johnson. He doesn't put it away. He's the problem for me at the moment.
Richarlison only scores one goal. He only scores one goal. And that's what I was trying to.
If you're going to win the league, Graham's the exact same as Estelle with Brennan Johnson. I'm telling you, the boy's 22. There's just something about him that you just think.
I haven't written him off, Ryan. I'm talking about the fact that right now he's not scoring, and that's kind of.
I'd be more worried if he wasn't getting in the positions. The one goal he scored, you always say winger, back post. He was there. There was one. I'm not sure if it was the Forest game or the last game. He made the run to the back post. He's getting there.
It's just for me. I think for Johnson, I think he's going to be up and down, right? And I can take that at the moment. I understand what people are saying. He's bang average at the moment, yeah. But at the moment, we're in the build, so I'll take it at the moment, right? And if Ange wanted him, he will have to make it work, right? Because if people having a guy at Ten Hag for the players that he's bringing in and saying that that's his work, his players, we've got to do the same thing with Ange, and that's it. But I think for me, he's going to have an up and down season because against West Ham, he was a load of rubbish. Let's be honest.
Everyone was rubbish against West Ham.
He was absolute rubbish because he just couldn't cross the ball if he tried. But Newcastle, he did improve and he did look a little bit good against Everton, even though he fell away in the second half, and that's it.
When you look at Man City's,
that was just the example I was trying to say.
Yeah, he got an assist.
Yeah, I was trying to just give you an example because, and I'm sorry about that, CQ. I was trying to give a good, funny example, but it just went a little bit wrong. So I do apologise. Hopefully, I didn't offend you. It was just a bad joke that was coming out of me. Sorry about that. But my point is that I just think at the moment, just seeing him just Richarlison, I just think just scoring one goal and how many games, a couple of games, he needs to do it more and do it consistently, and that's it for me, and that's it. But on Johnson, for me, he's going to be up and down this season, and I've accepted it, and that's it for me. But I'm going to be assessing him every game, and that's what I was saying. That's it for me.
If you're going to win the league, your midfielders have to score goals. Man City's midfielders, they chip in with a lot of goals, right? Yeah. I remember going back to when my best friend, Arsenal fan, and we were talking about it when Fergie was at Man U and Arsenal were there, and Arsenal had Petit and Vieira in midfield. Great players as well, right? And my mate Dave said to me, "What do you reckon this year on the title?" I said, "Man United." He said, "You saying it just because you're a Spurs fan?" I said, "No." He said, "Why do you think Man United will beat Arsenal to the title?" I said, "Because they've got Giggs and Beckham on the wing. They both score goals. And they've got Keane and Scholes in midfield, and they both score goals." I said, "Up front, you're the same as them. You've got Bergkamp and Wright." I said, "You're the same as up front as our equal." But I said, "They will score more goals than you. And that goals is why we'll win the league." Yeah, and goals win game. Obviously, goals win games. So I don't see our midfield scoring. I only see Maddison scoring goals for us.
I think Bentancur
was a fantastic player.
Scoring goals.
But he needs to score goals.
Bentancur getting like 6 or 7.
Basuma doesn't score goals. Sarr, he got one against Man United, didn't we beat them at home? But that could all change. I mean, you got to be positive. That could all change but it may be because Ange Ball, we haven't perfected Ange Ball yet, and we haven't played it for a few since Van der Ven's been injured. We haven't held, our back four hasn't held the halfway line for loads of games. We haven't played Ange Ball. We played attacking football, but it's not Ange Ball. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near Ange
What's
Ball.
going on at Newcastle then? That's what I want to know. What's happening there?
Well, they're going through a blip like we are, aren't we? They'll get over it. They've got enough players to get over it when they're all fit.
Bro, Ryan, I saw the Luton Town loss coming from a mile away. and people on Twitter were being like, "Why would you predict us losing to Luton Town? They're shit." And I'm like, "What are you talking about, bro? We're shit away from home. We'll lose to anybody in this fucking league." So that's not for, bro. They had something bigger than football to play for, and we're terrible away from home. Keep in mind also, Newcastle don't really have a reputation of being a great away. Remember when Derby County had their worst ever season in Premier League history?
Yeah.
What was their only win?
Newcastle.
Yeah, at
1-0.
Pride Park. Yeah. So it's not like we never lose to the small teams away from home, the relegation ones. So
Okay.
Another thing is,
There's been a little bit of Twitter beef, and I'm not sure if you've seen it, between Newcastle and Spurs fans online. A little bit.
Oh yeah, well we're beefing with everybody.
Porro and Livermento.
Yeah, and Wilson and Vicario as well.
No. Literally just between, not between those the players. I'm talking about fans between Porro and Livermento about who's better.
Bro, I'm not that guy. I'm sorry. I like both of them. I think they're different. Livermento can play on the left and right. Maybe give the edge to Livermento, but Porro I think is more explosive. He has a better shot on him. Porro. I think maybe defensively Livermento's maybe a bit better, but different players. Like they're both good players for me. I don't really care.
Can I say I said this on another stream? People need to put some respect. People need to put some respect on Luton's name, by the way, because Luton are actually a lot better than people think they are. They are a difficult place to go to.
Thank you.
They have we barely beat them, granted we had 10 men, but we barely beat them. Arsenal barely beat them. They're difficult.
City barely beat them.
Yeah, barely beat them. They're difficult.
Liverpool got a draw.
Yeah, they're hard. Yeah. They're hard to
They
play.
got that very fast winger and that centre forward up front. He's a menace. He's a lump.
Adebayo. Elijah Adebayo.
He's a lump. I mean, he's like a battering ram, an old-fashioned battering ram. He was
splitting through Botman and Cher easily yesterday. It was too easy. Adebayo. We were so bad yesterday. We were second best in 50-50s in effort, desire. It was just everything.
They're not going to win the midfield battles, so they really attack down the wings, don't they? Instead, because they know they're not going to do a lot.
Through Dowdy and Kabore.
I think Burnley stay up though. I've said it all season. I still think Burnley will stay up.
I think Palace might be
down and Sheffield are
You're
down.
right. I think Palace might be in trouble.
I think at the moment it's too early to say who's. I think the three relegation.
Forest have gone with Nuno.
I think the relegation zone at the moment. I think the three teams that came up are in danger of going back down again. I think that's the problem at the moment because I think
Luton will do it. And I said from the beginning of the season before it started, I said Luton will stay up. I
mean, fair play to the relegation teams. This past weekend, they all won their games.
Yeah.
Sheffield, Burnley, and Luton, they all won their games.
Sheffield
United got to draw away to Villa Park. Yep.
And Everton lost.
Which is still a great result. But for me, and it still blows my mind that I think who did you say? I think Palace will get out of it because they will get rid of Roy February, March time if they are in here. And I can't believe Forest did not go for Graham Potter.
I'm surprised they didn't go for the former Wolves manager that used to be at Real Madrid.
Can I say if Graham Potter goes to Man United, they're finished. No, Graham Potter goes to Man U, they're finished.
Yeah, and if Graham Potter goes to Palace with Elise, with
Easy.
They'll be good. They'll be good. They'll be good.
Yeah, he's going to get them cooking, man.
Mateus França, the Brazilian kid as well. Really.
So listen, guys, if you look at the table so far, let's say, look, realistically, relegation is going to be between Nottingham Forest to Sheffield United. Three of those four, Everton aren't going to go down.
No,
Crystal Palace, I think they're too good to go down.
Brentford, Fulham. Palace can get dragged into it.
Palace, look at that form. That's 3 points from 5.
All right, yeah, but
Palace.
Okay, let's say Crystal Palace. Okay, if you were to pick three teams between Crystal Palace, Forest, Luton, Burnley, and Sheffield United, which two teams out of them do you think stay up? In fact, let's start from the bottom up. Ryan, which two stay up out of those five?
Palace and Burnley. I think Company. He's more likely to get the wins rather than the draws, and it's wins that
Yeah.
are going to keep you up.
All right, Adrian. Which 2 teams out of those 5 stay up?
I got a feeling that Luton will stay up.
I did too.
Just because they'll be they're a nuisance team, and they got the fight which they showed. So I think they'll stay up. Out of the bottom 5, I don't think Everton are safe by a long while.
We haven't.
I think Everton will be fine.
Guys, if Everton never got that deduction, they're like 8th.
Yeah, but they do.
Yeah, but they have got it. That's the thing.
Yeah, but they're
probably
form,
they might get a couple of them points back. They're not going to get all them points back.
But if you look at their performances, they've won 4 out of 5. They shouldn't have lost to Spurs if we're being honest about it. For us to say they're not safe, that we think they might get dragged in, isn't that a bit of a wild take?
No, it's not at all, because if they didn't win 4 out of the past 5, that would mean they're on 4 points.
But they did.
But the fact they did.
Yeah, but the fact that they got 10 points taken away from them means they're on 16. So you can't go one way or the other.
All right. Okay. For argument's sake, from Crystal Palace down, which 3 stay up? So Ryan's gone for Palace, Everton, and Burnley. Adrian, you're saying that Luton will stay up. What other 2 is going to also be safe?
I think Palace and Forest. I just don't believe that they're safe.
All right, so Palace, but pick one more. Palace,
Luton, Forest, Palace to stay up.
So Everton are going down.
Everton are going down.
If Everton go down, especially this season, Dyche, no chance.
If Everton go down, Ryan Isaacs will wear "I Hate Manor Solomon" t-shirt live on this show.
No chance.
Exactly, it's not going to happen. Cube, what 3 teams go down?
I will wear an "I Love Sonny" t-shirt for Cubed.
You should wear that anyway.
I don't need that kind of fraudulent behavior. No, I mean, Palace, I think Palace stays up. Palace has been riddled with injuries for some of their best players, and I think that's why they've struggled. But once they get everybody back, I think they play well. So, and Everton, I mean, Dyche, he's got a good record of just, keeping his team up. I thought at the beginning of the season that Everton was going to go down, but I think that they're not going to go down anymore. So I think it's going to be Burnley, Sheffield are both going to go down, and then I can't decide between Forest and Luton, but I'm hoping that Luton stays up.
I just got to say something, and it blows my mind how high up in the table they are, especially with the garbage decisions they've had. So if you want to take it literally, they've had a kind of like a 10-point deduction.
Wolves.
And that's Wolves.
Very good football.
The amount of grotesque decisions they've had given against them, and the amount of Premier League apologies they've had. People want to talk about the apologies that's been given to Liverpool. Wolves, they've had 5. So that's literally 10 points that they.
I think Bournemouth as well. Their managers,
and they had injuries too. By the way, Wolves had injuries too.
I told people about it.
We gave them 3 points in the last 6 minutes of the game when we played a worst game of the season.
They're going to be a difficult team to play Bournemouth at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. I think they're going to be a difficult game.
Bournemouth are the form. If I'm not mistaken, Bournemouth are the form team of the league over the past 5 games. If I'm not mistaken.
I hope Bournemouth stays up because.
Has anyone got the list of next fixtures for this? Because it'll be just interesting to see what plays. Because I'm thinking, what if Everton lose their next game?
Yeah.
What is the list of next fixtures? I know we play Thursday away at Brighton.
Did you want my 3 teams, by the way?
Let's finish this off first. Let's finish this off. Yeah, go on.
My 3 teams, I would say at the moment, I'll say Luton. I think Sheffield United will be in the mix, and I think because of the fact that they got Nuno in, Nottingham Forest, unfortunately. Because I just think they made I don't really get the whole thing, what they got, why they got in Nuno. I just don't get it.
Yeah,
because they want him to make them proud.
I don't understand the appointment though.
I think he'll be
gone in the next 6 months. I think it'll be gone in the next 6 months. I think they're going to have a revolving door of managers now because, for me, you're not moving on. You if he keeps them up, they'll be still struggling. They'll just get another manager in anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it just
seems
sounds to
like
me that
Forest
they're
are
just
falling
panicked.
into that space where a bit like Wigan or Sunderland back in the day, you know, when they bring in a manager and they keep them up and then they start badly the next season, sacked, and then they need a manager to keep, and they're going to be in that route until eventually you do fall through the trapdoor.
I think you should have done your research on the manager that was gonna keep you up, but then look at trying to bring you to that next level. You know what I mean? To secure in the Premier League. You know what I mean? And I think they could have been more imaginative. But going for a manager like Nuno, with his personality as well, just doesn't fit with what I think Cooper was like. You know what I mean? So again, I just think it's just really a owner that's just taken over and just thought, you know what, I'm just going to take some player pay and that's it really, and that's it really. So
to be fair to
shame.
Nuno, Forest, I watched him play Bournemouth on the side. They actually showed a lot of spirit and fight, even though they were down to 10 men. Solanke was just he was on fire, and he has been on fire, Solanke. And I've been talking about Solanke for a minute. I actually don't think he's as bad as people say he is. I think he's gotten progressively better over his career for me.
I love the way you say
manager.
say again. What did you call it?
Solanke.
I love that. I love that.
What is it? Is it Solanke? Solanke? What is
it?
it?
Is it? No, you're saying it the right way. It's your accent, the way it delivers
Solanke.
it. It's yeah.
No.
No.
I've been a fan of Solanke. I really have.
Before we jump into other things, can we just take a
striker?
Can we just take a second to bask and just savor Chelsea's that Chelsea them being miserable right now?
Hey, Pochettino is not going to last there very much longer.
He will.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Guys, can I tell you something, right, about Pochettino, right? And I honestly think I genuinely feel sorry for him as a manager. Not for going to Chelsea. I couldn't get. Yes, you brought that on yourself. But as a manager, right? I watched the Wolves game, right? I watched the Wolves game just before I left home to go to the airport. And Chelsea had chance after chance after chance. There's this one moment where they've got 3-on-1 with the goalie.
Yeah.
3-on-1. I've got under 8 teams that know once the goalie comes out, pass it there and it's a tap-in.
Yeah.
Sterling goes for goal. And then you got Palmer and then Cuckoo looking at him like, what in the actual fuck have you just done? How have you not passed that? Dude, that's not on the manager. Like, he's gonna get the sack and he's gonna get the blame. His players are being dicks. How can you not make basic under 8 decisions up front? Listen, it's killed them because as soon as the other team takes their chances, and Chelsea have missed 11, and these are basic chances, man. Like, honestly, I think he's being screwed. And these aren't bad players.
The problem is,
dude, Sterling's not a rubbish player. Sterling's not a rubbish player.
Exactly.
He knows what to do, but for whatever reason, he just does dumb shit. It's like
I call them the XG club. I call them the XG club because everybody goes on about their XG, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, this is why I don't listen to people that play FIFA so many times. You know what I mean? Because my eyes tell me a lot. Because I was actually born watching football rather than watching stats. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? So, like I said before,
Alex, when you've got 3 attackers against 1 goalie, to not score is not the manager's fault. That's the point I'm making.
You know what is the manager's fault? You're down 1-0 and you bring on a center back. You know what is the manager's fault? You're bringing off a right back for a left back and putting a center back at left back. That's on the manager.
Listen, yeah, but I don't think that's what. Like,
well, if you're 1-0 down, you got to try funky things to get yourself back.
Whoever signed that guy, I don't know. Listen, whoever at Chelsea signed that guy, I don't know how his name is. Badshadi, Badiashiti, right? He's awful. He's awful, man. He gave them one of the goals.
He made a mistake, of course. He's not a bad
dude.
player.
He's not. I don't know, man. I've seen him do stuff like that all season.
He's made some mistakes, no doubt about it. But do I think he's going to be a good defender? Yes, Badiashile, absolutely. I've seen enough from him at Monaco. Because
Steve,
same thing.
Steve,
Listen, maybe you're right, but from what I've seen at Chelsea, I think
he's made some bad errors.
I will say is,
no doubt.
Steve, I love your takes, yeah, and I respect you. But as far as I'm concerned, some of these players are too soft. I'm sorry, I'm done with this now. They have 5 minutes in the game, yeah, have 5 minutes in the season, and everyone thinks they're fantastic, yeah, and then they don't turn up the next season. I'm fed up of it, yeah. Until they do it, season in, season out, season in, season out. Do you hear a lot about Matoma now? He was the big guy last season.
Yeah.
Big guy last season. Do you hear about him now? No. Yeah. No. So this is the point I'm making. I'm sorry, I'm done with this trying to be nice. That's why I don't listen to
been injured though, Alex. Matoma's been injured.
Fair enough then, but the point I'm making is this is why I don't listen to Will when he says, "Oh, well, I've got the facts." Well, the fact is we ain't won no trophy, so stick that where the sun don't shine. You know what I mean?
Do you know what I mean? That's not bad. It only took us 3 hours before Will came into the conversation. Normally,
well, it's the truth. When he talks about fact, no, I love him. I love him to bits. Yeah, right. I love him.
Every show I go on, Will comes into the conversation.
I'm not having a go at Will. I'm not having a go at Will personally because I like Will. I like Will. Yeah, but when he says stats are facts, yeah, right. As a Tottenham fan, you are digging a hole for yourself because Tottenham Hotspur don't win trophies recently. Yeah, because I do respect our history, Adrian. And I do respect our history, Ellie in the chat, Queen Henry in the chat. Yeah, right. Because I do respect them. Yeah, but the point I'm making is that I hate it when Tottenham fans say that. Yeah, when we win trophies, then we'll have respect of Talk Sport. We have respect of all the channels at the moment. You know what I mean?
Oh,
we ain't got
someone's ears just opened.
Okay, well, come on then, Bob, because it's Christmas time and I'm gonna give you presents every single time, Bob. You know what I mean? So, Bob, come on with your music.
It's like a radar.
What I will say though, on the Chelsea thing, one thing, and Nkunku
is
1 game, 1 chance, 1 goal. He's
a good player. Nkunku's a good player.
Nkunku is an awesome player.
He's a good player.
Let's see.
Yeah, but Steve, this is what I'm saying. So I'm saying about Chelsea. If Sterling just passes it to him or Palmer, Chelsea are 1-0 up.
Yeah.
And Poch is going to get the blame for it.
No, but Poch, no, for me, the first half, the first half, I think a lot of the players messed up. Absolutely. The second half, though, the way Pochettino reacted, I don't think that was I don't like the sobs, the approach. And the thing is, they are making the same mistakes in the same areas of the pitch. And sometimes it's different players making that mistake. What a coach and a manager, Stella, you'll know this way better than me. But what it is, of the job of a manager is, in this area of the pitch, in a set-piece defensive situation, you have to do this, this, and this. And then we can, clear it out. He is not, I don't think he's coaching them correctly in specifically the set piece situations because there are players, regardless of what position they have, that are making mistakes, which coaching should allow all the players to not make those kind of mistakes because they're happening over and over. Like Colwell. Why is Colwell playing at left back and not a Matson? Because when Colwell plays at left back, it does not look good. He doesn't have that get up and go up the pitch kind of thing. And he's been caught out a few times at left back as well.
The difference between a coach and a manager is a coach develops players, right? A coach is there to develop players and develop a group of players to be on the same wavelength. A manager's job is to manage the whole team, the team being the players, the coaching staff, and the interactions with the club, and bring it all together to deliver a result. So think of the manager as being more entrepreneurial, the coach being specialist in a skill. The best managers are ones who are coaches, i.e. Pep Guardiola. He coaches and he manages. They're the ones. Poch is actually a really good coach and a good manager. He's just not a good enough manager.
Top of the line.
Yeah. He's not Ancelotti. Like Ancelotti's a phenomenal manager.
He's man management. Sir Alex as well. Sir Alex is one of them guys.
Do you think he
Man,
regrets not taking the
And the
Alex-
thing is,
Alex is one of
like a
14
Kevin
months ago.
Keegan, for example, is a great coach when it comes to one-dimensional attacking football. Defensively, though, forget it. With a
14
Keegan,
months ago, Poch
No.
turned down Villa. He was waiting for a bigger opportunity. Do you think he regrets that?
who?
See,
What?
actually, Unai Emery, because you mentioned Villa, he's a good manager and a good coach.
Yes,
He's
he
both
is.
as well.
Yes, he is.
Surprisingly good at both. Guys, I wanted to ask you a question, right? Bit of Christmas fun here. Which saying is most used on YouTube? You can only pick one, all right?
Big up.
Oh, I know my answer.
I've got receipts. You fraud, or
In the mud.
you're in the mud.
You're a fraud.
Mud. I
1
was
minute.
gonna say agenda, but yeah,
All right.
mud.
You're in the mud.
1 minute. Alex, which one you're going with fraud?
You're a fraud because there's a lot of young kids now these days saying it on YouTube. They think it's fun, and I think it's just stupid.
I think
I think in the mud. I think you're in the mud. I think it used to be a lot, but not
No, wait.
not
The
now.
question
Is that a
is.
shot at cubed, Alex? Is that a shot at cubed?
No, please. No. Oh, because no, Seeky, that wasn't meaning. That wasn't having to dirt you. No, Steve, don't do that to me, you cheeky guy. No, that was not at you. That was not at you. No, that was not at you. No, CQ. That was. I was just asking the question. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
In the mud.
This is my Alex coming out now.
You're in the
You see what I'm
mud.
saying?
People
Just
say
showing
mud.
myself to be a good guy. Bloody hell.
Yeah, I say it's you're in the mud. That's what I say. But I would say like that's the one that's used the most. But the question is, why is Stell asking us this question?
Yeah. That's
Like, is it because he wants to know which one he should be validated on because he uses these
it's
phrases
almost like-
so
it's
much, and
almost like a
also he's
fraud.
called
It's almost like a
these things
fraud,
so much?
No. Like if this is personal, then I would go with what I get called the most, which is negative.
Fraud. Oh.
No, negative,
Oh,
right? So I would go with negative. But because I'm trying to make this universal about everyone, these are the three most common things I hear everyone say. If it's just personal, then it's negative. I didn't even put that on the list because I don't know anyone who gets called negative a lot. Well, I do.
I do.
But another thing that everybody says is you're not a real
Alex
fan.
gets called.
That's what
Alex
everybody
gets-
says about each other. If they have anything, if anybody says anything that anybody
Yeah, you're a
disagrees
gamer.
with, they're like,
I get
you're not a
called
real fan.
You're not.
Yeah,
you have an
I'm called an
agenda.
Arsenal fan. I get an
You're an
Arsenal fan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've been called scum by never a foul, by the way. So I have to say it. The guy for Kaz. Sort of shame him, but the fact is he said it. Not my
Mate, shame
words.
him. I've been called far worse by him. I've never met him. in my life.
So you know what I mean?
Oh,
So
yeah.
he's called scum.
I've never met him in my
Not
life.
my
That
hand,
guy.
which makes absolutely no sense
God.
because people call Sol Campbell what they call him, and you say something about that. No, you're not. So that's hypocritical, isn't it? But
By
anyway,
the way,
moving on.
do you know someone who's in the mud? Singers are talking about this, and I have to bring it up because he is in the mud, right? It's this guy. This was before the North London derby.
But yeah, we will do the double over Spurs. 110%.
Oh no, I like him. No, I like him. No. I don't want to have a go at him. No, he's all
No, we're not
right.
having a go.
Oh, you're not having a go.
I like
He's in the
TJ.
mud. You got it wrong.
I like TJ.
Wait, no, Alex, do you know why he's in the mud? It's not because
Why?
he did that. It's because he did that. We clipped him. We played it back to him to put him in the mud.
Yeah.
And then before Newcastle, he does this.
F Spurs.
All right.
I just, yeah.
I'm going to say it with my score. I'm going 3-1 Newcastle. Something about it. The well at Tottenham is poisoned. Go ahead and freaking clip me on that. Tottenham are done.
In both
They're
teams have a lot of
done.
injuries, so it might be quite much.
We're done.
To be fair, you know what? Yeah.
If you don't learn your lesson, listen, I love TJ to bits. I chat to all the time. But if you don't learn your lesson, you are in the mud. You are.
Yeah.
By the
But
way,
you know what? It's all. I
The
just I
well
like
at
TJ.
Tottenham is
I
poison.
like
3-1
TJ.
to Newcastle.
what was he?
He's a good sport. He's a good sport. He's a good sport.
TJ's
And
a top boy.
he's
Oh yeah.
a good
TJ's a good boy.
sport, and
I don't
like
know
him.
where
I
he
like
got the
him.
3-1. I don't. I don't get it. If I was talking to him and he said that, I'd be like, bro, have you seen Newcastle play away from home lately? What makes you think that? I said that you guys were gonna smack us around. I said that on fucking Will Stewart at his show the night you lost to West Ham or something like that, because then you played on Sunday. I was like,
did we lose to West Ham, man?
hey, West Ham they're balling right now. Kudos.
Yeah, we shouldn't be losing to them at home. To be fair, TJ and Connor probably run one of the most realistic Arsenal channels. Them two, they're grounded with their football view. Other than that bias towards Spurs, they are grounded.
Yeah. No, but I knew when we played you guys, I was like, we're done. I did not have any
I was worried about that game when we played you.
Why? Why?
Was that guy
Because we were losing every week.
when he was young or something?
Because we were losing every week.
We weren't winning every week away from home.
Nor were we.
So.
Nor were we.
No, but we've been more consistent in sucking dick away from home. All right, that was the problem. The whole season. We've won 2 games away from home.
Alex is gonna fall off his chair.
Ooh.
Yeah, dude.
Sometimes I heard that. I was just like,
Steve, you're in the mud.
After the watershed, aren't we? After the watershed, after that sort of.
Newcastle are in the mud.
We are the only club. We are the only club to have completely collapsed against this bang average Chelsea team. No other club did it. Except, honestly, as soon as that game happened, everything fell apart. It's only now recently we've got it a bit back together. Only recently.
20 minutes. 20 minutes of chaos.
Dude, it killed us for 5 games.
Yeah.
Well, it was 20 minutes in the Chelsea game, though. That 20-minute period, Romero red, Van der Ven hamstring, Madison ankle.
And the Dogie red card.
The discipline is a bit.
We'll do them away from home.
Shaky, but
we better do them away from home. But
you guys can win. You can win away games, so I'm very envious of that.
In fact, I think Spurs have got the first or second best away record this season.
Number one. Number one.
That's
number one. And guess where Newcastle are?
I know we said we'd never go back, but do you fancy doing Sheffield United away on the last day of the season if we have a chance at the title?
Dude, who would say no to that? Like, who would say no to those tickets? Will go for like 500 quid a ticket.
How much would you pay on the day of the game if you just drove up there for the chance? How much cash would you take?
How far is Sheffield from London?
Is this amount?
I don't think I could answer that question because you're
far?
talking about actually watching your team potentially lift the title in front of you. That when are you ever going to get that?
I'm not saying you're selling it, you're buying it. How much are you willing to pay for the ticket?
See, it's not just. Do you know what the problem is? You're not just buying the ticket to be there. You're buying to be up there for the parties afterwards in the local pubs if you win the title. It's the whole day. You're buying.
Not just the whole day. Imagine the hangover afterwards, driving back on the Monday, going through Tottenham High Road.
I don't
because
know.
you got the title parade afterwards.
Listen, I got offered Champions League ticket. I got offered Champions League final tickets at £1,000, and I said no.
Why?
£1,000, dude, to me to watch a game of football, I just felt that was just too much. I don't know. I'd say 500 quid.
Yeah, but if you guys won that final though, you would have been like, fuck. If you won that final, you would have been like,
this is where I can't really have this conversation on stream, really, to be honest. But
no, you're right, Alex. It is about your finances, but you will have fans out there who don't have a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Who will find the money for that moment. They will do it. Dude, I know someone who hasn't got a lot of money, paid $1,500, and they drove to the Champions League final, and we lost.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, you see all the time, like people from South America, they sell a lot of things just to fly over to the World Cup to watch Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, whoever. Mexico, the US. You know,
That's
people
that's why I say at the moment that it's sorry to interrupt you, Steve, because I think you make a really good point. By the way, I do apologise, but the point I'm making is that I think this is why I think it's important that the fans that go to the stadium, and I'm not having to go at people that don't go and watch it on TV. They're all important as well, but I think the people in the stadium need to be respected mostly highly, and I don't think they're respected enough. Yeah, especially with this VAR. Yeah, and you know I don't talk about referees, I don't talk about VAR, but the only reason why I talk about VAR, it's a joke in the stadium. It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's an absolute joke. Yeah, that you don't know what's going on in the stadium. It's an absolute joke.
What
I don't
I
know if
will
Adrian
say,
agrees
the
with
one
me,
VAR
Ryan
decision
agrees
that
with
was
me, or
called,
Stelios agrees with me, but it's a joke. Yeah.
the VAR
Why at the
decision
Chelsea
to
game,
disallow
I had to
Everton's
find out
goal
from a
was quite
fan.
quick.
Huh?
The VAR decision to disallow Everton's goal was done quite quickly. It was literally 30 seconds.
You know, in rugby,
ref went.
But you know, in rugby, Ryan, the referees are mic'd up, so you can hear the conversation, you can hear the process.
And
We just
can't hear it in the stadium. I don't think.
And the NFL as well, right, Steve?
And the NFL has the replays in the stadium. Yeah.
Yeah, replay, but you can't hear what the ref's saying. He's not got a microphone on. I mean, they tried that at the Women's World Cup with the microphone for
And it
VAR.
worked really well.
I just think you don't need. I generally
I
just
liked
think
it. I liked it.
I think the one sport where it works perfectly is cricket. Cricket, it works perfectly. You hear the third umpire, if you ever go to it, you hear the third umpire and he's actually talking through, okay, show me this angle, show me, whether he's hit the ball. And then, you go through all the processes and you actually hear it, and you go,
Ryan,
we have a review for an LBW, blah, and you actually hear the process. You understand what the review's for, this.
What's
Ryan,
more popular in the
Steve,
U? Is it cricket or rugby? What's more popular?
Cricket.
Steve and Ryan, right? Do you think it works better in NFL and cricket because they're quite like cricket's a slow sport and NFL's stop, start. But because football is like it's all about the pace and it's like keep going. Do you think that is why it doesn't work, even if they were to?
I think it works in the other. Sorry, Ryan. I was just going to say about that real quick. In the NBA is also a very back and forth. There's a flow to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of timeouts. There's a lot of timeouts.
You do have some timeouts, yeah, but that's towards the end of the game usually. The end of the fourth quarter, last 5 minutes or whatever. But you are right. There are some timeouts. It does work in the NBA though, and also hockey. Hockey as well is all about back and forth.
Like in England, if someone's got a throw in and they haven't thrown the ball within 10 seconds, it's like 10 seconds, and it's like they're on it.
With cricket, because cricket it may seem slow because it's a whole day, but it's still an action-packed, quick sport. As in, it's literally
baseball.
A ball every 40 seconds.
It's baseball.
Yeah, I get it, but a whole day, you don't mind a bit of time out for a refereeing decision. When you're there for a 90-minute game, I think football fans are impatient because of the nature of the sport.
I also think we're impatient because the referees are absolute crap
across all sports.
Because like you see goal line technology. No one argues it. No one questions it. The result is instant. It's like boom, the game flows. Right, the referee gets a little buzz on the watch. Play on. He gets a buzz saying goal. Everyone and it works. Whereas it's not subjective. That's the thing. It's yes or no. There's no gray area. With VAR, everything's got a gray area. Like everything can be interpreted different by the individual, by the rules.
That's also where cricket does have that grey area, where if it's inconclusive or with the LBWs, it has umpires' calls. So if the ball, because technology is not 100%, it's like a 98%. So they give that little 2% for the on-field decision. Yeah. Where if the ball is just clipping the stumps and the umpire's giving it out and it's just clipping it, they'll stick with the on-field call.
But
if it's not out,
but in the World Cup, because one of the biggest contentions is offside. You don't know if the people in the VR are biased or not. In the World Cup, you had automated technology for offside. In European competitions, you had automated technology for offside, but we don't. We leave it to human people up in the box, right, who will spend 6 minutes going over it. When the referee's got a split second to make on a field of play, right? If he's only got a split second, you're going to let humans decide on his decision, then only give the humans a VAR 30 seconds to make a decision. Because if they've got to look at it for 6 minutes, it's flawed, right? I'd rather have the automated system. I don't trust the officials, right? Because I don't know if they're biased or not. So, and you would eliminate any conspiracy theories with regard to bias. So, bring in the automated offside, and then we ain't arguing over whether, Sonny's offside by a nasal hair or something stupid like that, So, and you can just put the algorithm in, and then the fans would accept it. It'd be offside instant. So the goal's disallowed or it's not. You'd go back to the old school proper way of celebrating a goal and not having to wait to cheer the second time. I mean, it's really screwed the game as I know it, that offside rule.
Do you think maybe VAR, they should just be a bit more selective on when it should and shouldn't be used, as opposed to pretty much being involved in everything?
The other contentions,
I've said this,
handball.
VAR just be used
No
for
one knows
offside.
what they're doing with handball, and you've got there's the handball decision, isn't there? I forgot what I was going to say next. It'll come back to me.
I don't want to sound like I'm biased because I'm a Spurs fan, but
handball. Sorry, and what is clear and obvious. I mean, if anything's pissed fans off more than anything, is what is clear and obvious. Because I see things at the game that are clear and obvious. I see as clear. I've never seen so many foul throws in my life on a football.
Yeah.
Nothing's done about it, right? So that's pretty clear and obvious. I see so many tackles from behind that go unpunished, lots of them. And then you get soft yellow cards for other crap, So let's break it down. Let's change one thing at a time. Bring in automated offside. They said, we're going to try it in the lower league. Well, it worked in the World Cup. We didn't have all this crap in the World Cup with VAR, right? It works in Europe. What is this? Is it because these people are, just trying to protect their jobs and get their wage for doing such a thing? I mean,
you know what refs are? Refs, and I heard an NFL pundit say this, refs are like government employees. They can screw up over and over and over and over and over, and they get a little slap on the wrist, and everyone forgets.
And when has a ref ever gone to a monitor and not reversed his decision because he doesn't get marked down?
It only happens. I've seen it happen.
When does it happen? I've not seen it happen once.
I've seen it happen in Serie A once.
The reason why is because, and this is what infuriates me, the way they get told to go to the monitor is completely wrong. And personally, I don't think the people in VAR should be telling them what the review is or describing it or whatever. They should have like 2 replays, like one side on, one from his so one from the on-field referee's perspective, so his angle. So maybe get a camera on the ref, so you see it from his point of view, and then one maybe from a side-on angle, and you play it at full speed, and you tell him, "This is what I'm reviewing. You have another look. You might need a second look of something," and that's all you say. You don't say, "Look, I want you to have a review. I'm sending you to the monitor. I think this may be something," because then you're planting it in his head that he's made the error and he has to reverse his decision.
Well, the only time I've seen it not happen when he's gone to the monitor actually worked in our favour. Remember when we got the goal allowed when Llorente did he handball it or not before it went in the ball against Man City?
The Champions League game?
Yeah, the Champions League game, right? And he did go to the monitor, but I think the VAR officials didn't know themselves. But then they shouldn't have called the referee over anyway. If they didn't know, we think you might have to have a look at it. Well, no, because if you don't know in VAR, you shouldn't be pulling it up in the first place. But the ref went to the monitor. He looked at Llorente. The amount of times I watched it, I couldn't tell if it was handball or not. I've got to be honest, but it went our way and we went through. So that's the only time. I can't remember any other time when a ref has got that monitor and stuck with his original decision, whether it's right or wrong.
You know what it is? Also in America, the refs don't get the only time the refs get told to go to the replay, look at it on replay, is if the coach throws the challenge flag. That's the only time. Like they don't get told to go to replay. And also in the NFL, for example, every play is looked at under review in the last 2 minutes of games, so the coach can't use his challenge. So that's another thing I did want to note. So in the NFL, NBA, NHL, MLB, they don't get told to go to the replay unless there's a coach's challenge. And if it's it's just whenever the refs feel like, oh, this decision might be something, so they review the score and plays.
The other thing that pisses me off now, there's a lot of conning going on in the game. We've done it. Every team does it, right? A player gets injured, goes down. Fans scream if you're a home fan. If it's yours, you scream for the referee to stop the game. It's not a fucking head injury, right? You don't stop unless it's a head injury.
Yes.
Player's not going to die from a broken leg, right? You play on. The other rule that pisses me off.
Here's another one. Why does it work in rugby just to bring on the physios and the game carries on?
The other rule that pisses me off, you go down injured, all right, I get it to stop conning the referee, right? But once your medics have come on the field, you have to go off for 30 seconds. So if it's a genuine injury, you are penalised for 30 seconds because you're down to 10 men. That is bollocks, right? That is wrong.
Well, Adrian, it should also be stopped in the case of like Lockyer, where he like fainted, he just completely collapsed.
Yeah,
right?
fine.
That should
If
be,
someone goes down for no reason, fine. If they're faking it later, there should be punitive action taken.
Right.
Retrospective action. It's like players that go down and con the ref.
Bring that in, but most of the time players will fake injuries or try to time waste as in the final 10, 15 minutes of games. Bring that in the final 10, 15 minutes.
True.
But it's one rule I do agree with, even if you are injured, and that's only because you can't tell if someone's injured or not, and it does stop the play acting because you can't be off the field for 30 seconds.
Because most players, they'll fake an injury if they've fucked up, basically.
Exactly.
That's what they'll do. If they give the
so they can't then go off the pitch.
Like that, you know?
Fabian
Guys,
does
Steve, 1 second. Alex, you need to go, don't you? You're on mute.
Mr. Box Office needs to go to bed because Alex is calling me right now. Anyway, right, I'll speak to you lot guys later. Yeah, have a good Christmas,
See you later,
everyone.
Alex.
Happy Christmas. I hope Santa brings you a FIFA game.
That's right.
How long to your flight?
Merry Christmas to everybody.
My flight is another.
Wait, so was it delayed?
9, 10, 11, 12, 8 hours.
So was it delayed? Was it delayed or was it?
No, it's just my connection's really long. Anyway, Alex, let Alex say his good nights. God bless.
Yeah, everybody, and Merry Christmas and to anybody, and celebrate and whatever you celebrate. Hopefully that came out right. Whatever you celebrate. I hope you have a good whatever you celebrate.
Happy holidays.
Yes, happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Politically correct.
Yeah, that's it. Happy holidays. That's it.
Right,
Yeah, that's it. Really, take care, everybody, and that's it. Yeah, I'm off to bed. Take care.
Thanks for coming on, Alex. Take care.
Thank you. Take care. Take care, everybody. Take care. Bye bye.
Are you on the phone or the laptop still?
No, laptop. Right, Ryan. Right, what it is this. When I fly long haul, I can't fly in economy like coach because my back, it locks and then I can't walk for like a day. But I haven't got £3,000 every time I fly to go business class and get a bed and right. So what I do through work, I earn a lot of air miles through my work. So what I do is I use air miles to buy an economy ticket. I use the air miles to upgrade essentially for free. But when you do these upgrades, you can't always get the exact flight you want. So you've got to be a bit flexible. But on this occasion, I've had to be very flexible because it's the busiest time of year. So in order to get this kind of a flight, I've had to fly to Helsinki and then wait 14 hours to then get the flight that I want. So it's long, but it's the only way I can do it. If I sit in coach for 7 hours or more, That's it. I
Where
can't
did you
walk.
fly to? To Cyprus?
No, Cyprus is right. I fly economy. That's only 4 hours. Now this is
No,
Dubai.
where did you? No,
Cyprus is
like
unreal.
why are you in Finland, basically?
Okay, so I can upgrade.
Yeah.
I've gone with Finnair, but Finnair don't go direct to Dubai. You have to go via Finland. But the
Oh, so you went to
stopover's 14
Dubai?
hours. Yeah, I'm going to Dubai.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. nice.
But right now
Cyprus is better than Dubai.
Huh?
Cyprus is better than Dubai.
I've never been to Dubai, so I don't know. But
Neither have I.
yeah,
but-
Why are you
Cyprus.
going
Listen,
to Dubai for fun?
my friend's moved out there, so I'm going to just go there, crash with him, and just hang out for a week.
No, nice.
I've got
That's
I've got
what
a
I'm
little bit of
doing.
work to do, but if I said to you I was going for work, I'd be lying. So yeah,
Nice.
even when I go to America, I have to upgrade my seat. If I haven't got enough air miles, I won't do it.
So when you went to Toronto to see Brian,
Hmm.
you done it that way as well.
Yeah, but that was easier. British Airways had a business class flight with air miles. The thing with air miles is the airlines are very selective what flights and what date you can use it, because the airlines want you to pay. They don't want you to use air miles.
Of course.
So you've got to know how it works. Basically, listen. If you shop around, you can find what you want, but sometimes you just got to do it the other way.
You're screwed. Have you like checked out Helsinki or no?
Dude, I was gonna pop out the airport, but it's -3 and the place is covered in snow. And you know what? Fuck that.
Yeah.
Good call.
Fuck that shit. I've
I've got to deal with Toronto in 4 weeks, -30.
Ryan, good luck to you. All the best. For me, I'm a man of the sun. Like if you said to me, hey, do you want to go California or do you want to go New York? I prefer New York as a place, but I'm going Cali because there's sun there. I'm going Cali because there's sun there.
Excuse me, you prefer New York as a place? You're talking to a California girl right now.
I love New York,
California's where it's
man.
at.
No, New York is a banging town. New York's real.
New York is great. I mean, I lived in New York
the Twin
too.
Towers were blown up.
Say that again, right? Adrian?
I had 3 weeks in New York before the Twin Towers came down.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I was there a few years before, and I think it was 1990 something. I was in there.
Yeah, New York's great. I used to live there, and everything. But I mean, I'm from Cali, live in Cali right now, so I got to
How'd you
represent.
end up in New York
I want to
then?
do Florida.
Oh,
Florida.
I want to wrestle alligators.
Or Texas. Go to Texas.
Listen,
No,
my
again.
favorite, my most favorite places I've ever been to in America, and I've traveled all of America. Number 3 is Scottsdale in Arizona.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 2 is Santa Barbara in Cali. Santa Barbara is fucking wicked. But
Yeah.
I've got to say, man, I don't know what it is. I don't know why I like it so much. And this was before it blew up. There's something about Austin, Texas, man. It's just fucking cool.
My parents lived there in the 90s, mid 90s.
It's a cool town.
Yeah. San Antonio.
Do you know what?
Have you been to San Antonio?
No, I've not. I haven't been there. But you know, Austin, it reminds me of Brighton in England, but without the sea. There's something, and I love Brighton. I think Brighton's a wicked town. I think Brighton's a banging town.
Brighton's a wicked night out.
Brighton's a brilliant place, man. Brighton.
Wow.
I lived there for 6 years in Brighton. But yeah, anyway, America. I like America. A lot of people don't like America or Americans. I like it. I like it.
I've never been to America. It's on the bucket list. This is the first time I'm crossing
America's
over.
a great place.
Oh, have you
America's
been
great.
to New Hampshire before? The state?
No, I've not done New
Oh,
Hampshire.
that's
No.
one. Okay. But you've been to, so what? Yeah. Have you been to Alaska or Hawaii?
Oh, I want to do
No, I've
Alaska
done.
so bad.
I've done San Francisco. I've driven down the one down the coast. I've done all
Oh,
the.
yeah. Washington.
Done that. I've done San Diego. I've done Phoenix. I've done Austin, Texas. Done Miami. Done Florida. Done Tampa. Done New York. Done Boston. Chicago. Minneapolis. Kansas. I've heard Kansas is good. I've not been Kansas. I heard that's good.
Kansas is nice. Yeah. That's where I'm from, though, Chicago.
Why's Cube laughing as soon as I said Kansas?
Well, I mean, TJ and Will are both from like Missouri, Kansas, like area right there, like Kansas City.
Oh yeah, it is,
Missouri.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I like it.
I lived there for a period of time as well.
I didn't
I
like
don't want to
Atlanta.
go back.
I didn't like Atlanta. Not
Really?
Yeah, it's it's
I had a
not
lot
terrible.
of fun. I know. I thought I was.
Dude,
I
do you know one place I fucking hated? I didn't like it at all. Where's that place they do Mardi Gras?
New Orleans.
Really?
Yeah, man. Dude, you know what? I shouldn't say this, but it's got too many problems. Like, it's too broke. It's like the country's neglected the place. And I know when you had that Hurricane Katrina,
yes,
New Orleans inherited everyone in there as well.
Yeah.
And I think it needs help, man. The place needs help. You can see there's a history of brilliant. Like there's a history there. But I think it's just been so neglected. They've allowed it to rot away. That's how I felt when I was there.
What year?
About 5-6 years ago.
Things might have changed since then, but Louisiana's not really a thriving economic state for reasons.
I can tell. It's like Tottenham. Yeah. It's like Tottenham, mate.
Oh, really?
It's exactly like
the Hurricane didn't go through Tottenham, though, I don't think. That's the one.
Dude, Tottenham's a shithole.
Wow.
Tottenham's a shithole.
That's why it's all coming
New
down.
Orleans is not
all the high roads coming down. Everything's coming down. They're going to be rebuilt.
No, New Orleans is not a shithole.
No.
New Orleans got a lot of flavor. People in New Orleans, they're they know how to live.
They do.
The food is famous in New Orleans.
Mardi Gras.
Yeah, they do. They
The
do
music
Creole.
is good. They got
Creole.
good
The music is
good.
The music is shit.
What?
It's fucking shit.
No, they got good music, good food, and they got a lot of zest for life. It's a great place. It's got a lot of history. It's just that after the hurricane, there was a lot of areas of it that were decimated, and the community was suffering from that. And then they didn't really recover because they didn't get the right assistance and help to recover.
That's what I'm saying.
Still got all the old colonial buildings and stuff.
Because the state run like crap. They run like crap.
They do these donuts called beignets that are amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Listen. From the places I've been to in America, I was very let down. When I went to New Orleans, I felt very let down. I wasn't impressed. Wow. I'm being honest.
How long were you there? Like a week?
A week, yeah. And do you know another place I went to that was absolute shit, where it's not American, but a lot of Americans go there? Cabo. Cabo is rubbish.
What's Cabo?
Cabo St. Lucas.
Oh, dude, it's terrible. What a terrible place. Fucking crap.
That's in Mexico.
It's more American than what it is at Mexican. I'll tell you now.
Yeah, it's kind of true.
I didn't
like it.
The invaders.
Cabo St. Lucas.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Do you get a better class of shooting there or what?
What?
Do you get a better class of shooting there or what? What is it the Americans have got against schools and school kids? That's what I want to know.
Bro, I don't know. What do you guys have against fucking robberies and knifing people? You know what I mean?
See, at least with New York, like I tell you what I like about New York.
What do you like about New York?
New Yorkers are super proud of their city. Like they proper love the fact they're New Yorkers. And I think that adds to the history and the culture of the place. Because when you're in New York, you know you're in an American city. You know. Listen, I'll say the same about Chicago. I think Chicago is a great town.
Yeah.
Wait, okay. So you're saying you don't like New Orleans? People from New Orleans love the fact that they're from New Orleans. They got a lot of pride.
They do.
Of pride in being New Orleans.
They do. You know, maybe it's because I'm a Londoner and I appreciate London. That New York is like the American version of it. Yeah, but your style, that I really like it. Maybe it's because it's how I've grown up as well, and because my family are from Cyprus, like an island, beaches, hot weather. I appreciate a place like Cali. You know, I appreciate the sun and that. Even listen, I think Tampa, Florida's. I love Miami. I think Miami's fucking great. Pretentious as fuck, but yeah, I like the place.
Miami is.
I like the fact in New York. I like the fact in New York. My relations were saying they were describing the local utilities people, the police force, and all that. And my sister said to me, she went, "Oh, the police are New York's finest." She went, "The firemen are New York's bravest, and the dustmen are
New York's strongest, and you can tell that, like you were saying, the pride in the services they've got there. They're just proud of them, you know. We don't get that in London, not at all.
Nah, in London, everyone hates the country.
Everyone hates. Well, they sort of hate London, I think. Basically, it's a great city, but like everyone likes putting it down.
Yeah, we slag it off.
Yeah.
See, like Philadelphia, right? This is interesting. When I went to Philly, right, I never felt safe at all in Philadelphia. I've never actually been in. It's probably the most scariest state I've been to, the town or city, whatever in America. Dude, I'm telling you, like it was ridiculous. But I'll tell you one thing I loved about Philadelphia. I don't know if it's known in America. I think some of the best food I had was in Philadelphia. It's a proper foodie town, and I love my food.
Yo, I went to Philadelphia to watch Newcastle play. Was it Brighton or something? And I got off the airplane, and I ended up in the hood part of Philadelphia, outside the town. Fuck me, I was the only white person in the Dollar Tree. And people were looking at me like I had 3 fucking heads. It was crazy, man. I was like, fuck my life. What have I done? I'm walking around with my suitcase and fucking animal crackers and water. And I'm like, bro, I just, Philadelphia. But the food's really good, man.
Do you know there's one place in America we've got nothing like it in Europe. Like we just don't. We pretend we do, but we don't. And that's Las Vegas. Vegas.
No, Monaco.
No, dude.
Yeah, it's not the same. It's not.
Monaco is for the rich and famous who want to spend $50 on a small bottle of water, right? Monaco is ridiculous. You only go there if you are you've got to be so wealthy, man. You've got to be super rich. Like you have to own a McDonald's, like the whole company. You have to own Google. It's that kind of a place.
Oh, I know you guys feel that way about Vegas. Years ago, I went to Vegas, and you know I used to go all the time because my best friend like lived in Vegas. But there was this group of British guys, and that one was Scottish, and then everybody else was like English, living in London. And they came to Vegas for like a birthday party or something, one of their birthday parties. And they were like having the time of their life. And they just kept telling me over and over again, we don't have anything like Vegas. Like they were just so excited.
We don't. We have nothing like Vegas. Vegas is off the charts, but it's super expensive. Ryan, you got to go, bro.
Yeah, got to go to bed.
You got Atlantic City as well.
Happy Christmas.
Atlantic City, yes. I love it.
Happy Christmas, Ryan.
Merry Christmas. Just let everyone know I'm going to play a bit of Tottenham on Tour stuff. We are live in the morning in about 9 o'clock with Brian and everyone. So go check that out.
Mate, are you gonna do me a favor? Can you message Brian to send me a link? Because I'll probably jump on.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, unless your live doesn't end, then I will. Yeah.
I'm gonna end this in about 15 minutes because I need to go for a walk or something because I'm gonna pass out.
I was gonna say you're gonna go to sleep for a bit.
When the lounge opens, if it opens, there's still no one here. It's 5 a.m. and there's no one in the fucking airport. Look, I think I'm joking.
No either.
We've got the show tomorrow, and obviously, Andrew management will be back after Brighton.
There's no one here.
Oh my gosh.
Look.
Oh my gosh.
No security, no.
You know me.
Oh my gosh.
No one here.
There's no one there. That's fucked. Wait, are the doors open? Did you get like locked in there?
Dude, there's no one by the planes. There's no one on the runway. No workers. There's no one here.
No fucking ghost.
I genuinely, when I first saw this, I'll go to bed after this club. We'll be I genuinely thought like the airport had been shut down. Like
might as well be.
And Stel was like maybe in the toilet having, and everyone's like, we've all seen that movie scene when everything, everyone has to leave, and that one person gets locked in overnight in the store or shop.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought
Tom
that was
Hanks,
you.
isn't
Or it's
it?
like that movie, The Terminal. Do you remember
Tom
that one
Hanks.
movie with Tom Hanks,
That's-
The Terminal, the guy that just like
Yeah.
lives in the airport?
Anyways, I'm off. Enjoy, everyone. Enjoy the last
Happy
15,
Christmas,
20 minutes.
Ryan.
Up the Spurs. Come on, you Spurs.
Yeah, come on, you
We're in
Head
this
to
title
Tottenham on
race.
tour for all your Manor Solomon fanboying.
Yep. And as you know, I'm the biggest Son enthusiast there is. And I'm also the biggest Romero defender there ever will be.
Yeah.
Defend him, mate.
Okay?
Defend him.
I will always defend him. I defend him better than Van der Ven does defending. That's how much I defend him. Anyways, good night, everyone. Merry Christmas.
You're right. Merry Christmas, brother. Merry
Ryan,
Christmas.
see you later. Up the Spurs. Do you know what? I don't think I should have shouted out Yadami because now there's 2 police guys on electric scooters that have turned up out of nowhere. In fact,
They're going to arrest you still.
Ellie, listen. Oh shit, guys, listen.
It
I'll
doesn't
be back.
matter.
I'll back in 1 minute.
I think he's going to get arrested.
Next up, he's going to be streaming from the jail.
All right, everybody, Merry Christmas to
Everybody,
you all.
he's going to be screaming from the jail.
Oh.
That will be the next location. The next streaming location. Will be
Just set someone on your laptop still.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's on mute or not. Yo, this is wow. He wanted his upgrade.
Oh well.
How you doing, Ellie? How
Yeah,
you
I'm all
doing?
right. I'm all right. I'm like an insomniac, so I've been watching the whole stream. I like Stel's take on different states in America. You know,
Have you been?
But
Have you been to America?
Yeah, I've been to Florida, Vegas. I liked Vegas, I must admit, but that's for different reasons. I've been to Kansas as well because one of my friends lives there. I've been to Iowa, New York. New York, I liked New York, but it's too much like London. That's why I went.
Too busy.
My daughter was at University of Miami. So I spent quite a bit of time with her as well.
In Florida?
Yeah, she was there when
Miami universities. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, because she was there when President Obama visited Miami University, and she got to talk to him.
Wow.
Yeah, so she said to me all she can remember of the day is they put them in a room and they had to ask 50 questions prepared, and she got to ask him a question which she was really overwhelmed by. So yeah, it was. I love America. I think it's beautiful. I think I haven't been to every state. Obviously, I'd love to visit Chicago as well, where you come from.
Yes.
Brilliant, because I've heard so many good things about Chicago, and I've had lots of friends who've come back from Chicago and said they had a wicked time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the food is great as well. Yeah, so yeah, I love America though. I think, despite your, the things what Adrian was saying, you like a killing in a school. Other than that, but I didn't.
I would have asked the farmer.
You're all gonna come for
Tottenham.
the World
I would have
Cup.
asked the farmer. I'd have said, "Were you
Hey,
born?"
Tottenham.
I'd have asked him. I said, "Was you born in Kenya, or are you really a United States citizen?" Do you remember that?
Back.
You're not in jail.
No, that's right. We had a chat.
Still, when you say Tottenham is a shithole, not the whole of Tottenham is a shithole. Parts of it is, but not the whole of it.
Wait, hold on.
That's my opinion.
No, I need to know, Estelle. So, were they coming to find you? Is they did walk over? They did come over because you yelled that.
They wanted to know why I was shouting in the airport by myself.
They've got CCTV cameras everywhere, haven't they?
Mate, they came on scooters, and I said to them, "Look, I'm just a bit tired. Not all there."
What did you say? Did you say I was saying Yadami?
No, I just what I said. I wanted to hear Echo.
You're just making
That's a
shit
good
up now.
excuse.
Now you're just making shit up. All right,
No,
but-
you can't like. I can't say I said Yidami because that word can be offensive, right?
I know. I know.
Yeah, so I'm not. I was never going to admit that.
No. You kept that one under your hat.
Yeah,
Anyway,
mate.
we've
Yeah.
had shootings in the UK, haven't we? You remember that? Michael Ryan and the Hungerford Massacre, remember that? Ellie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do remember it.
The police said to his
I'm
mum.
more intrigued
No.
with Stel, what he said to
Yeah.
them.
The police
Did you,
said to his
did you
mum, they
actually
went.
say, sorry, I'm Greek. I don't understand English.
Well, yeah.
The police
Play
said
the whole
to
Michael.
Michael Ryan's mum, they said, "Did you say anything to upset Ryan this morning?" She went, all I said was, shoot up the town and get me a loaf of bread.
All right, I gotta get going. I'm getting yelled at by family for not celebrating the Christmas Eve. But happy Christmas, boys and queen.
Yeah, Cube. Lovely to meet you again.
Merry Christmas, Cube.
Have a good one, Cube.
Bye.
Yeah.
Looks like Tottenham away is our secret pleasure.
Nice to be a sensible donor, isn't it?
Should be Tottenham on tour.
Sensible. It's good to meet a sensible gooner. Ryan, do you want me to tell you something interesting about? Not Ryan, Steve. Should tell you something interesting about your top, just to show you what an unbelievable club Ajax is. Right?
Yeah.
No club in the world has embraced football the way Ajax has. No, right? That badge you've got Ajax, like the Greek god Ajax.
Yeah.
Right. Look at their logo.
Yeah.
Right. It's lots of lines, squiggly lines to make up the face. Yeah.
The face
count,
and
count
the...
count how many lines.
1, 2, 3, 4, 8. I think.
No,
8.
count again. Count again.
You're talking about separate lines?
Yes.
All right. So you got one right here. This one.
Just count it. You go on, just count it.
2, 3, 4, right here, this little one. 5. I don't know. Not 8. It's not 8. Is it more or less than 8?
More. I want you to do it. I can't give you the answer. Like, count. Let me get the badge up now. Let's see if I'll put it to everyone. There's a reason I'm doing this.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you what an amazing. Just to understand that this Ajax badge. 1 minute.
This
I
is
think
quite
the
interesting.
jacket. I bought the jacket just because it looks sick as fuck. I don't even support Ajax like that, but the fucking jacket is sick.
Yeah,
Nice and
also, Ajax did. I don't know if they still have. Used to have a strong Jewish connection as well.
They do.
They are. They're the Ajax is the Yidami of Holland.
Yeah. Basically.
And I've
I'm
always
gonna bring
thought
it up.
that Europe had a conspiracy theory against Ajax and Spurs for that reason.
Fucking
True.
hate us, that's for sure.
Same thing with Bayern. Same thing with Bayern München. Bayern München's Jewish following.
I'm gonna. This is so long. Everything has to be done the long way because Steve was given one job and he can't even.
I stop. Do you want me to share screens?
No, I've done it. Don't worry.
I've seen what it is still. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I want to know what he's talking about with this Ajax lines.
I'm going to show you.
He's going to do something like My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Everything Ajax does, right? I just want you to understand. This is why they're such a great club. Everything they do has to be linked to football, right? Everything, the smallest details, even things fans. Right. Count how many lines make up the head and the shoulders.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, everything. All the squiggly lines you see.
6.
The black squiggly lines.
7, 8,
11.
9,
11.
and 11.
It's 11.
Right. 11. How many players
11
in a team.
11.
That's why they used 11. Honestly, and that goes back how many years?
That Ajax logo
Everything-
around for fucking years. Like,
Everything that club does has to be linked to football, even to the badge. They have to find a way to link it to football. It's a great club, man. That's when I saw your badge. I just remembered.
yeah,
And that's a Greek warrior.
Who can forget the front three of Cruyff, Neeskins, and Johnny Rep?
Oh my God, yeah. What?
It's way
what a
before
front
my
three.
time. Cruyff, yeah.
Neeskins was brilliant as well.
Johan Neeskins and Johnny Rep.
Yeah, and Johnny Rep,
Who
yeah,
was the
brilliant.
team? They
All
won
of
that.
them.
Ajax won Champions League in what, 96?
They won more than one.
No, I'm saying that was the last one they won, right?
Yeah.
Who'd they have in that 90s team style that won the Champions League? Was that
Oh my God, Seedorf, Edgar
Seedorf.
Davids, Patrick Kluivert, had. Do you know? Let's bring up this team.
Did Van Basten play for them or not?
Yes.
Yeah.
He didn't play in that team though.
No, he was some player though. That goal he scored in the Euro Championship final.
A bit like Gareth Bale scored against Stoke City.
Or Hoddle's one in the air against Nottingham Forest.
Gareth Bale's goal against Stoke City was incredible as well. I love Van Basten and Johan Cruyff. Johan Cruyff was my favourite player, apart from Glenn Hoddle came after, but Johan Cruyff was brilliant.
Yeah, before the modern era, if people had asked me my three favourite players, it changes over time because now you had Messi and Ronaldo have come along, obviously. But I would have gone Pele first. That's still my favourite because like 1,100 goals in 1,400 games is something. All right, he never left Brazil, but in those days, players didn't travel from country to country.
No.
Then you'd have to say, although he was hand of God, you've got to say Maradona. He was different.
Yes, man, Maradona.
And then my third player would have been Cruyff, funnily enough.
Yeah.
I didn't put a Spurs player in there. I mean, you could make cases for Puskas, the amount of goals he scored. He was another freak.
Yeah.
Reeves was a
Didn't
freak.
see him play, but
you know,
brilliant. I used to like Hadji.
Oh
as
yeah,
well. I loved him. I thought he was so skillful.
that was that Romanian team that did well.
Yeah.
Hadji, do you remember Lakatouche played for them as well? Yeah.
Yeah, Lakatouche.
And
Who else did I like? Obviously, Zinedine Zidane, fantastic, and Michel Platini.
Yeah, the crook from UEFA.
Yeah, and then Maldini in defence for Italy, brilliant. Baresi.
the crook from UEFA.
But you also had in Italy you had Tardelli and Gentili at the back. It's a nice name for him, Gentili.
You could never forget that goal Tardelli scored.
Dino, what's his name?
Dino Zoff.
Dino Zoff. Yes.
Yeah, the
best
goalie.
fullbacks I see played for Juve, Cabrini.
He's the one who bigged up Vicario, isn't it? Dino Zoff. I think it was him or Buffon, one of the two.
And Buffon did as well.
Yeah.
Talked very highly about him when he's there. Yeah. No, that's Who was the leading goal scorer for Italy in one of their World Cups?
Del Piero.
The guy that come back. You had
Del Piero, and then
not him.
Who's the other one?
Before that,
Paolo Rossi.
Paolo Rossi. Yeah,
passed away
brilliant.
recently. Was that 82 World Cup? Rossi was the leading goal scorer, something like that. He was sick.
If you want to see the best World Cup team I've seen, might look a bit dated now, was the Brazil team of 1970.
Oh,
yeah, brilliant.
My dad says this. My dad says the exact same thing.
That was just Pele.
Brilliant.
I mean, like,
The blind football, man.
I don't think Jersey.
I was only 8, but I can remember it. You know, I was only 8, but I still can remember how brilliant that Brazil team were.
They beat Italy 4-1 in the final. I think Luigi Riva got the Italian
I
goal.
was watching it with my dad.
Mate,
it was brilliant.
Listen to this Ajax team, right? That won the 95 final. Okay, Van Sar in goal.
Yeah,
they had a,
brilliant.
They had a back three of Frank de Boer, Blind, and Reisiger. They had a midfield four of Rijkaard, Seedorf, Jari Litmanen, and Edgar Davids. Right?
Yeah.
And their front three of Overmars, Ronald de Boer, and George. And listen, they beat an unbelievable Milan team. This is to Milan's team. Rossi, Panucci, Costa Curta, Baresi, Maldini, Albertini, Desai, Boban, what a play he was, Donadoni, Massaro, and Simeone.
Zobby and Boban,
yeah, brilliant.
Boban was Yugoslav.
With the Dutch, I always remember the World Cup game when they played Argentina.
What a player, Steve.
And De Boer hit that crossfield ball to Dennis Bergkamp. He's probably my favourite Arsenal player. And Bergkamp scored. Do you remember that? Like, it was like a 40-yard crossfield diagonal ball.
Yes.
Do you remember it? It was a fantastic goal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
I remember Bergkamp scored a brilliant header from quite
He
a
always
way
scored
out.
brilliant goals, Bergkamp.
He scored brilliant goals. He was a scorer of brilliant goals. But do you know, at Chelsea as well, Gianfranco Zola, I think he was fabulous. What a player.
Zola.
Little
Do you know what?
genius.
He made me stop talking to a friend of mine because my friend's Italian. Well, I talk to him now, but my friend's Italian, and he stopped supporting Spurs because Zola went to Chelsea, and he just started supporting Chelsea because of that. And he's never he's never turned back. He's never turned back. I never forgave him for that.
They were bringing
no.
Chelsea like Rude Hillett, but Vialli was brilliant in his day, and Ravanelli at Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
You know,
Yo, I was talking with my friend last night about what's it called? There was this Spanish player at Middlesbrough. Glucksta, what was his name? He also played for Valencia.
There's a little guy, Jorginho. No, he was Brazilian.
I was looking at
There
him literally
was
the other night. Oh my god.
Ravanelli played up
A
front.
Spanish player at Middlesbrough.
Spanish player at Middlesbrough, and he also played at
I
Valencia.
thought Juninho should have got that Player of the Year award that time, but because it was Middlesbrough, he weren't going to get it.
Yeah.
Because it's between.
Gaixa Mendieta.
Oh, Mendieta was quality, mate, from Valencia.
Yeah,
mate.
at Middlesbrough.
That Valencia team had Baraka, Aymar, Almeida, Mendieta, John Carew. They had the guy with the bleach blonde hair in goal. Forgot his name.
Made a
And the best, and they had the best Spanish player of that generation, who no one talks about, was Baraka. Baraka was unbelievable.
How do you spell his name?
Baraka.
The K is a J, because in Spanish J is H, so it's Baraja. Baraka, Valencia. Top player. I remember that Valencia team because I used to. They were brilliant, man.
Ruben Baraja.
Brilliant player. Brilliant.
The Spanish side was good with Torres and Vieira.
Spanish players are very technical in general.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? Spain weren't really nothing special at football, but they went through like this 15-year period where they just blew up and they were just unbelievable.
Yeah, they had Iniesta, Xavi. Who was the other one in midfield?
Yeah, they did.
Mate, Fabregas.
Yeah, Fabregas.
Cazorla.
Decent player.
And that nice guy at the back, Sergio Ramos.
Oh, yeah.
David Villa.
The goalkeeper was good.
I don't think Mo Salah likes Ramos, does he?
Silva.
After taking him out. You think Rudiger took out De Bruyne in the Man City Chelsea game, and Chelsea won it. And then Ramos took out Salah, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then they went on to win it as well. You
Chelsea's
get rid of Salah and De Bruyne out of the
downfall, I
team.
think, started when they got rid of Rudiger. Everything used to start through Rudiger.
Kili Gonzalez. Mari said you forgot Kili Gonzalez.
Gonzalez. Yeah. I think Chelsea's downfall is just Abramovich leaving.
And they got rid of the old guard. Well, all their trophies are fake anyway, because like.
What do you mean fake? Oh, come on, Adrian.
No. Fine. Listen, they broke the rules with financial fair play. It went back
there wasn't any rules. There wasn't any rules. Come on, man. I know
They
you're a
broke-
Spurs fan. I
So,
should.
so why? So why are they under investigation? Why are they being charged?
They've admitted their guilt.
I don't know. I don't make the charges.
They've done
It
something
even
wrong.
goes back as far as when Willian signed for them instead of us. It
Yeah, I
goes
don't think
back that
Spurs
far.
have never done it. Keely
Well,
was on it.
Abramovich was
And
going to
it
buy
goes back
Spurs, wasn't
to
he?
Chelsea
Yeah,
Spurs
apparently.
giving money
Spurs.
from offshore
Was.
accounts. There's a lot of this. There's a lot of
Oh
worms.
yeah.
I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
And look, just look at it logically, right? Just then,
Yeah.
forget Man City, right? Just look at it logically. You're an owner. You're Abramovich. You own a football club that's worth £2 to £4 billion, right?
Yeah.
And you give that up and you walk away. Now, let me tell you something. No billionaire walks away from that. The money he gave to Chelsea was probably unsecured loans, which he'd be entitled to get back if ever anything went wrong for him. So, because of his friendship with Putin, the government in this country, they sit on dodgy characters. They only move against them when they feel the timing's right or if they have to. If they're pumping money into this country, the government is corrupt as them, except for their class as legal and the crooks aren't, right? So Abramovich was probably told, like, straight away, look, you go empty-handed or you're going to prison. You're going to face criminal charges. Because you don't walk, I think he's in Turkey now, and he got Israeli citizenship or one other citizenship. Because before all this shit happened, he was refused British nationality. You don't do that to a billionaire that comes. Normally they get a knighthood, right? Or put in the House of Lords with the rest of the crooks, right? But like, you don't do that. You don't walk away. I mean, why not? Why not from Turkey have court cases going if that's the case? He
Yeah,
has
but
dropped
you can't get a knighthood unless you're born in England.
They've got
in
something
Britain.
really big on him. Apart from his companies were supplying steel for the Russian war machine and stuff like that. But they've got something big on him. And money laundering would be the main thing through Chelsea Football Club.
Yeah.
Adrian.
You
Merry
don't walk
Christmas,
away.
guys.
Merry Christmas, Mari.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. I don't have
Yeah,
too
man.
much
Alexa,
business.
stop.
I'm in my nephew's bedroom here. So they might run in. If you hear screaming kids, then you know the reason why.
That'll be you, yeah.
But I love the nostalgic talk. When you talk about that Valencia team, oh man, I was like,
bro, they won a cup double. They won a cup double under Benitez in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
I knew they won a lot. I didn't know they did a double though. That's hella impressive.
Yeah. No, I remember at that time, you guys know my love and affinity for Argentina. And so I used to follow all the Italian players. I mean, Argentinian players at that time. And it's funny that, Argentina's won the World Cup, but that era of not winning the World Cup where you had Batistuta, he just that year won the Serie A for Roma. He teamed up with Totti, and Samuel and them. So I was following all the at that time. Aymar was one of my favorite players. Aero Ortega, Crespo. I mean, that team it's shocking that not only they didn't win a World Cup, but it's shocking that they didn't win a Copa America. Because until this recent Copa America victory, we kept either losing semifinals or finals. It was just because we're just so finesse. We weren't really, we had Zanetti and stuff. It wasn't as tough. We almost had to be pragmatic. And now that we've won the World Cup and Copa America, this Argentina team is not the Argentina team that I grew up with on my dad's knee. This is more of a pragmatic team with Messi. And so, sometimes pretty football don't always win you stuff. You got almost kind of be pragmatic, but it's interesting. But I just love talking about those past players, man. It's just
the 78 team was good with Luca and Kempes, Odiar Dealers, Ricky Villa. The 78 team was good.
Team.
But they bought the Argentine FA, they bought their way to that final. In the earlier rounds of that competition, it was corrupt. Ozzy Ardiles laughs about it now. They had to win a game, they were going out.
and they had to win a game by 5 goals. They might have played Colombia or something. I forget who they were to get out of the group stages, and they won it right by that amount of goals. And it raised a lot of eyebrows at the time. If you go back and look through their qualifying games, 78, you'll see it. Argentina had to win, and they went on to win the cup. It's history now; it doesn't matter. I mean, we smile at a lot of these things that went on back in the day. You know what I mean? So,
I love the way Argentina
One of my
plays.
favorite players that I never really get a chance to talk, because we were talking Spurs. It has to be like an episode, like talking about players. Of course, one of my favorite players is Riquelme. Oh my goodness, he's like a legend for me. And so just talk about.
Why did it not work out? Wait, why did it not work out at Barca and only Villarreal? Why do you think?
I think I think more of you get there, a player gets to a team and they don't match with the coach or how the coach wants to play.
He had a fallout with Van Gaal. No, it wasn't.
Well, no, he had to fall out with Van Gaal. That's the reason why Messi did the because they blame him for not his continuing the European success because of Louis Van Gaal. And so Riquelme eventually went back to Boca, his number one team, and he's got is like some people put Messi third because there's some people Maradona will always be
number one.
Number one.
No.
Yeah, like they will tell you, like I would say Messi is the GOAT. They're smart enough to know that Messi is the GOAT. But when you talk about loved, like beloved, Maradona and Riquelme are beloved. Even River Plate fans who cannot stand us, Boca Juniors, they respect like he's a mafia boss, Riquelme. They respect him so much. And so when he did that as a payback to Louis van Gaal against Netherlands in the last World Cup, it was a reason. Because Riquelme, that used to be his celebration with the, and so it's kind of like retaliatory, and so, but yeah, man, there's people who, Riquelme he's beloved.
When Argentina came to England in the '66 World Cup, Alf Ramsey described them as animals. They had Ratin playing for them and all that, and they kicked the shit out of everyone, basically. You know what I mean? I mean, you could get away with a lot more in those days, but
I still, me being a history teacher, the whole history with the Falkland Islands and, Argentina and England, man, it's just like, I think, it's the most hated rival for England outside of Europe is Argentina because of the whole Falkland Islands, and it's just bad blood.
We've had some good games against Argentina, though. England Argentina is war.
Yeah,
literally, it's just they hate each other.
And then the hand of God goal made it even worse. Yeah. So
that was around the same time as the Falkland Islands, right?
When you knocked us out on penalties. I remember the clever free kick. You don't see this nowadays. There seems to be a magnetic attraction with free kicks. I don't know if it's in the rules of Sky or something, but you've got to try and bend the ball around the wall in the net. When it goes in, it looks great, The percentage of that happening is 1 in 16. So now I bring that up because when Argentina played England, we were 1-0 up, Michael Owen. They didn't try and bend the ball around the wall, which you would expect. They slipped the ball down the side of the wall. The player ran in and scored. I don't know if you remember the game.
Yeah.
And I thought, I was sick, but I thought that was clever, right? Yeah. Because back in the day, you'd have, if you only got a 1 in 16 chance, then why don't you tap it aside and let one of your players with the hardest shot have a strike at goal? Keeper might parry it out. You've got much more chance of scoring. The percentages don't add up. For corners, it's 1 in 33. You get 1 goal from 33 corners. So rather than just hit the ball straight in the penalty area where the ball's in the air, why don't you try and say it different? Spurs used to pass the ball to the corner of the penalty area and then Sherman would run in, hit it, and blast it in the net. They switched it one against Chelsea when they done 5-1 in the League Cup, when Sherwood scored one like that, right? But where's the variation? I thought when we had that new coach that come in for set pieces, you could see Spurs had tried a few things different on the training ground because you see them during games. But I think throw-ins, right? Chris Cowlin laughed at me when I talked about throw-ins. I said, why haven't we got they had a Northern Ireland coach who went to Villa, or one went to Liverpool, and the coach there, they were doing drills with throw-ins, which makes perfect sense to me. In 1980, before Spurs went on a successful run, Crystal Palace were classed as a team in the 80s with Jim Cannon and all that, and Terry Venables was manager, and they came to Tottenham, right? And they were taking throws behind our back line. And we didn't know how to cope with it because you can't be offside.
There's no offside on
throw, right? So I'm thinking, why aren't we developing this today? Like, at least in the final third, why aren't we developing drills with throw-ins, right? Because when you look at it, you're now at a disadvantage. You've got your player with the ball, 9 outfield players to your opponent's 10, right? So you need movement and you need people. You could set drills by doing a long throw rather than these short ones where players are in close control and someone closes them down that quickly. You can't tell me with a bit of movement you can't get better results. Because you think of all the fuss you get. You sometimes you've seen players both grab the ball. It's a throw. They're trying to con the referee or the linesman and giving the throw their way. And then when they get the throw, they waste it. It's frustrating. Surely you can work out, and it's not difficult. But it's a question whether they have 3 games. They have the game every 3 days. I don't know how many hours they train at a training ground still. Probably no. I don't know how much time they get to do drills or tactical analysis and things like that, or how much they involve the players in the tactical, if to go in deep on the tactical side. I don't know how they do that.
Down to each manager. The manager decides on where they want to dedicate most of the time. Listen, guys, I'm going to say a massive thank you to all of you for jumping on this stream and keeping me some company. But I've got to wrap it up because I've got to move to the other side of the airport. But listen, I'll do a quick bye-bye to everyone. Steve, plug your channel as well, man, when you're next live. And what are you doing for Christmas as well?
Just hanging out with family, really.
Best way.
Like a few presents to wrap, like everyone does last minute kind of thing. But yeah, Strasbourg Steve on YouTube. What do I got coming up next? No idea, but you could, probably a La Liga watch along on Wednesday, actually. Girona, Atletico Madrid. I think that's the next one. But yeah, thanks for having me on. Hope everyone has a Merry Christmas, whatever holiday you do. And Happy New Year too. So thanks for having me on, bro.
No, mate. Thank you for coming on. What about you, Adrian? You got any plans for Christmas?
Me as part of the Talk and Ball team. Is my handle not up here under me here? No.
No handles are up. I don't know why.
Oh, strange. Might be because you're in Finland, right?
I know why. Hold on.
Because you turned them off. You have to show.
No, because that's not it. The group layout has changed. 1 minute. No. Why is it not on? Hold on. This is gonna annoy me. Oh yeah, you're right. They're not even on.
That's me on X Twitter and Talk and Ball, and I've got a group of 13,000 on the Facebook page on Spurs Diehards TDTID.
Nice.
That's brilliant.
That's fun. We've been going 4 years, so you expect it to have grown.
Mate, I know channels have been going for 5 years that haven't grown, so it's good.
We've got about 2,800 on Twitter, I think. I haven't been on there long, so it's growing.
Mate, your Facebook group's massive. Mari, what are you doing for Christmas?
Spending time with family this next couple of days, and then I'm off to Mexico next weekend to spend New Year's with my fiance, and then I will be bringing my laptop. So while she's at work during the weekday, I can actually stream from Mexico. So that's gonna be interesting. Spurs Lounge in North London. Can I do North London's hours on Thursday? No, Thursday I'll be in the airport. But either way,
Thursday Spurs are playing. Got a live game.
Oh, they have a live game. Well, okay. I will be at the
Brighton away, I think, right?
Brighton away, yeah.
Brighton away. No. This week Thursday. No, I'll be there. I'm talking about the Thursday the following week, 2024.
That is gonna be.
That's
I think
FA
I
Cup.
fly back. That's the 5th. I fly back.
The
I don't know.
4th.
I don't know.
I think it's FA Cup weekend. I think it is FA
Yeah,
Cup.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Palace Everton is on the 4th.
It's on the 5th. Still, you're
Yeah.
coming back on the day we play the game against Burnley at home.
Yeah, I missed that game because
Yeah.
yeah.
It's disgusting
All right.
that Burnley fans have to travel for a night game in the FA Cup. You know, the
Oh,
8 o'clock kickoff. The fans are treated like shit in this country. You know.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right because it's no trains are running after. Listen, people, everyone, thank you so much for joining the show. I listen. When I went live, I thought I hope one person comes on. I had like 5 or 6. We've been going live for 4.5 hours on Christmas Day. Absolute madness. The things you do for Tottenham.
I should be around my brothers for dinner today.
Mate, you enjoy that dinner, man. Well deserved. Guys, listen, big up all the super chats, big up everyone in the comments, big up the panel. Listen, I wish you a fantastic Christmas day. Have a brilliant New Year's. I'm sure we'll do some more live streams in between there, but for now, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas and come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away.